another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
There it is. So there it is. Holy, holy. I'm not quite sure. I've got this. I'm in this. I'm at the beginning stages of putting up Christmas decorations, but where these things are positioned, it makes my bald head, if there's such a term, even more pronounced. So there it is. I may well just remove it or relocate myself. I'm not sure that I can countenance this. I look like I have two ears sticking out. Look at that. They make my leg as if I do look silly enough. I only have to get props to make myself look even sillier. So Good day, dear friends. Good to have you again. Nice to have you here. So the session starts and your company, of course, always required. So come join us. So the session does start and your company is required. That thing that happens every single day, that righteousness being fulfilled yet again today. So I am fulfilling my obligation. So you fulfill yours. So my obligation, of course, to bring the presentation and your obligation to encourage me via viewership. So encourage via viewership. If you want to come and participate live on screen, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard right there. And of course, make sure you have already clicked on the like button. We keep pushing for that, but we never really get sufficient enough to match the viewership that we do get. So click on like. If you are not already subscribed, click on subscribe. And then click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us on the studio. And if you want to donate towards the platform, of course, that invitation permanently always there. Click on that hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee and go there and go wild. Pardon me. So go there and go wild. So straight into it and into it straight. So straight into it and into it straight away. 2023, don't be carried away by crowds at political rallies. Reverend Okotie warns Nigerians. So this is a real turnaround for the books, a real turnaround in events. So don't get carried away with political. I'm going to remove these things. It's just, or maybe I'll switch myself around. Maybe I should switch myself around. It's putting me off somewhat. So don't get carried away by political rallies. Is what the Southeast is now inviting you to consider. But then, of course, not barely 3 weeks ago, they were telling us about million-man marches and the mass that was gathering at all the rallies of their principle. So now, off the back of what happened at Kogi State, when only one man and his dog turned up to visit Peter Obi, now suddenly political rallies do not matter. 2023, don't get carried away by crowds at political rallies. Reverend Okotie warns Nigerians. So we'll find out exactly what is going on there. We stay with the Southeast still. Ohaneze salutes Buhari over second Niger bridge. So there it is. This is the guy, of course. Jam Jaweed was his name erstwhile, not quite 2 years ago. But man of the people now his name. Now that the Aboke from Daura has gifted them a bridge. Ohaneze salutes Buhari over second Niger bridge. So is it now the new best friends of the Southeast is what we want to find out. Why President Buhari is not traveling with APC campaign for Tinubu. So quite why that is, because a lot of people have speculated to that space, and they have said by body language, Buhari is showing that he's distancing from the Tinubu campaign, which by extension then you would extrapolate and conclude that he wants the Tinubu campaign to fail. But if we hold there for a moment, not to hold that is true, if we hold there for a moment, not to hold that is true, if Tinubu does want Buhari, that's the other way around, isn't it? If Buhari does want Tinubu to fail, then who does he want to succeed? So it's a process of elimination. The persons that Buhari distrusts the most viscerally by instinct are the Southeasterners. We all know that it cannot countenance the Southeast. So the Buhari will go to his grave cold before he's handing over to a Southeasterner. So if he doesn't want Tinubu to succeed, then certainly he's not then looking in the direction of Peter Obi. So you can abandon that as a thought. So if he doesn't want Tinubu to succeed, then who would he want to succeed? He would not want Atiku to succeed, because I think he dislikes and distrusts Atiku even more than Tinubu. So he may not want Tinubu to succeed, but I suspect that he may find in his thoughts that he doesn't have a choice but for Tinubu to succeed. Why President Buhari is not traveling with APC campaign for Tinubu, PDP speculating into that space. I am doing Nigerians a favor being in Buhari's regime instead of screaming as an activist. This is Festus Keyamo now, so fasten your seatbelt for ludicrous commentaries. I am doing Nigerians a favor, being in Buhari's regime instead of screaming as an activist, the Edo man Festus Keyamo. So now, a lot of the speculations around the political space, a lot of it centered around the health or lack thereof of the leading candidates, and none more so speculated on than Tinubu, of course. But it looks as though those health concerns are now headed in the direction of Atiku Abubakar. So there was an incident where Atiku's functionaries had to catch him somewhat because it looked as though he was about to stumble. So we have a small clip of that, which we'll play, and then we'll see what you are making of it. Reactions as video showing security men assisting Atiku. Reactions, let me take that again. Reactions as video showing security men assisting Atiku walk Anambra rally goes viral. So we find out exactly what's in play there. Understanding why Labour Party campaign rally derailed in Lokoja. So we are still picking the remnants, the debris from that space, all the excuses, of course. We'll find out what the latest installment is in this instance. Millions of Nigerians appreciate what you did for their nation. Senate President Lawan tells Buhari on eve of 80th birthday. So there it is right there. There it is right there. So an admittance then that Buhari is 80 years old, which is to suggest to you that it's probably more 86, 89. So a lot of the problems that we have been having is around that narrative. This guy, even when he was at his full pump, he was never an educated or a civilized man. But now you have this element in his dotage, completely confused, not really aware of what is going on around him. And this is the guy that super intends your life. So that just tells you all that you need to know right there. So all the reasons why we are where we are, all enraptured in this headline. Millions of Nigerians appreciate what you did for their nation. Senate President Lawan tells Buhari on eve of 80th birthday. So the 80th birthday of the Aboki from Daura. So there it is right there. Facts about Tinubu's hasty exit from Mina campaign emerge. So a lot of that space, of course, we speculated quite a bit on that space just a couple of days ago. Most greedy people in Nigeria are domiciled in APC. This is Peter Obi speaking now. And of course, I think we may well be able to get a clip of this as well. Let me see if we hold on. Oh, all right. I was only pausing because I thought we may well have a clip of him saying that, but we may not. But certainly we have the wordings. Most greedy people in Nigeria domicile in APC. That's Peter Obi's headline right there. Fani Kayode mocks Atiku over promise to hand over power to the southeast. So there it is. That poisoned chalice, that abracadabra that Atiku is trying to use to fool the southeast. So a rich and diverse menu, as always is the case. Lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. So I'm just reading the comments from Abu Abdul Mumini. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on the subscribe button if you haven't already. If you want to come join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And then, of course, click on the banner that says buy your host cups of coffee if you want to tip towards if you want to donate towards the platform. So let's go very quickly to the care guides as I get rid of these annoying Christmas things behind my back. So to the care guides.
Water, only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water, only water, where they see my. Hapa, oh, nice. Papa, you don't come. Oh. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbesheme, death have nothing to do with us. I cannot imagine that there are prayers more important than that. Ikuko Niru Agbeshe. So Ikuko Niru Agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Don't be carried away by crowds at political rallies. Reverend Okotie warns Nigerians. Nigerian televangelist and senior pastor of Household of God Church Inter. And by the way, this guy's church is not far from my house, by the way, in Nigeria. Nigerian televangelist and senior pastor of Household of God Church International Ministries, Reverend Chris Okotie, has warned Nigerians not to get carried away by crowds they see at political rallies. In his latest bulletin released by his media office in Lagos by his media advisor, Ladi Oyedeji, Okotie said the presence of mixed multitude at campaign rallies is no indication that a presidential candidate enjoys the support of the people. So it's just quite oh God, it's quite a curious thing. There's a large advert in the middle of it, so I'm not quite sure how to get rid of it. But let me just see what else we can glean from there. Okay, let me take it from here. He explained that some people attend these rallies purely out of curiosity or to catch a glimpse of the political leaders or to be part of the action. Speaking further on the 2023 elections, the Reverend argued that the Aboriginal democracy is the only concept that could produce the change Nigeria needs, not an election has been pursued. So I wonder what it means by Aboriginal democracy. It was probably embedded behind this rather annoying advert that is pasted. I know. Let me show you. Let me show you the screen so you can see. It's just, I do not know who did this or what the purpose of this is. Let me show you the screen. So let me show you where I'm reading from. Okay, so there it is right there. So this half here is the top, is the first two paragraphs I read to you. So there it is right there. But then the subsequent paragraphs, you can see there's a large EcoBank advert pasted on it, and it doesn't give you any opportunity to click it off or get rid of it. So quite what they are making, they're expecting you to make of this is unbelievable. But then, of course, it's Nigeria. So let me just give you, so we do not know what it means by Aboriginal democracy. Well, there it is. So he explained that some people attend these rallies purely out of curiosity or to catch a glimpse of the political leaders or to be part of the action. Speaking further on the 2023 elections, the Reverend argued that Aboriginal democracy is the only concept that could produce the change Nigeria needs, not an election has been pursued. Nigeria's second attempt at democracy has failed us as a nation. He insisted that an interim government is required to fashion a new effective constitution that will be acceptable to all the federated nations before a realistic election could be conducted. The present constitution is a unitary one and is inconsistent with our cultural realities, being a product of retrogressive elements. Okote ended by saying that those opposed to restructuring are benefiting from the current system of recycled leadership, which has produced the present economic stagnation. So there it is right there. But what I wanted to highlight is essentially that it's essentially the pivoting from once upon a time showing off a mass of crowd now to telling us that crowds are not important. So the pivoting of the politics of the Southeast. So that's what I wanted to highlight with that. So moving swiftly on and going on to the next, Ohanese salutes Buhari over second Niger bridge. So there he is now. It's no longer Jam Jawi from the Sahels. The Apex Igbo Social Cultural Organization Ohanese Indigo has commended President Muhammad Buhari for keeping to his promise of completing the second Niger bridge before the expiration of his tenure. Hailing the president for the bridge, let's take that again. The Apex Igbo Social Cultural Organization, Ohanese Indigo, has commended President Buhari for keeping to his promise of completing the second Niger bridge before the expiration of his tenure. Hailing the president for the bridge, which was opened for traffic on December the 15th, Dr. Chidozie Alex Ogbonea, National Publicity Secretary Ohanese Indigo, said the second Niger bridge is a key national infrastructure with immense socio-economic benefits, not only for the contiguous states, but for the entire nation. In a statement, Ohanese said the clamor for a second Niger bridge became necessary shortly after the Nigerian Civil War. The first Niger bridge was commissioned in 1965, and the Nigerian Civil War broke out in 1967. The bridge was therefore not exempt from the devastating effects. The statement reads, "The second Niger bridge has been a major concern for the Igbos for over 50 years because of two major reasons." So if we pause for a moment, the second Niger bridge has been a major concern for the Igbos for over 50 years. So let's just pause it there for a moment. If the second Niger bridge has been a major concern for the Igbos for over 50 years, then the person that has done the most for the Igbos for over 50 years is Malam Buhari. So that's embedded in that statement. So just pause on that and wonder. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Let's pick it up again. The second Niger bridge has been a major concern to the Igbos for over 50 years because of two major reasons. Apart from the traffic lock jam on top of the bridge, the greatest fear was that the bridge has evidence of crack, such as the stress of weight on the bridge, which could cause collapse of vehicles and their content into the River Niger with untold consequences. Based on the general clamor for our second Niger bridge, the former military president Ibrahim Babangida in 1992 Based on the general clamor for a second Niger bridge, the former military president, Ibrahim Babangida, in 1992, challenged Nigerian engineers to come up with a design of the second Niger bridge. It was believed that upon completion, the bridge will ease traffic flow, allay fears, improve road safety, and create greater road user confidence amongst the commuters. Several administrations have used the second Niger bridge as a bait to the Igbos, especially during the political campaign. When President Buhari promised that he will complete the second Niger bridge, not many believed, especially when he could not conceal his lopsided political appointments and other resource allocations against the Southeast. On assumption of office as the President General of Ohanese Indigo Worldwide, Ambassador Professor George Ebiozo, in the company of several APC government officials, on February the 6th, 2021, visited the site wherein he remarked that the people of the Southeast would continue to be grateful to the federal government for hearkening to the needs of the Indigo. Should I just give you the fullness of it? Let me just a few paragraphs more. A few days ago, the Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, SAN, disclosed that the second Niger bridge will be open to traffic from December the 15th, 2022 to January the 15th, 2023 to ease the experience of travelers during the Christmas break. And so it has come. Surely President Buhari did not start the work on the bridge, but in a country where abandoned projects far outnumber the completed ones, vital infrastructure that should have been taken for granted are celebrated. Whilst the Ohanese Indigo led by Obiozor immensely appreciate Mr. President on the second Niger bridge, it hoped that Mr. President will use the remaining few months in office to pursue some of the transcendental objectives which will write his name in gold in the sands of times. So there it is now, just gushing praises for the man from the Sahel, from the people of the Southeast. So there it is, gushing praises for the man from the Sahel, from the people from the Southeast. Let's go. Which one should we go on to next? All right, let's go on to this one next. Let's go on to this one next. Why President Buhari is not traveling with APC to campaign for Tinubu? This is PDP speculating to that space. The People's Democratic Party PDP Presidential Campaign Organization says the All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu is not fit to be the next president of Nigeria. The PDP, through its campaign organization spokesperson, Charles Whatever, who made the allegations, submitted that this is the reason President Buhari has not been appearing at campaigns by the party so far. He argued that the APC would have gotten more credibility with Professor Yemi Oshibanjo as the 2023 presidential candidate. Speaking during an appearance on AIT Kakaki yesterday, the PDP said only some selfish persons in the APC are trying to force Tinubu on Nigerians. According to him, Tinubu has clearly shown by his many public gaffes that he lacks the mental alertness to lead Nigeria successfully. He said the inability of the APC presidential candidate to carry on his campaign seamlessly is a pointer to the fact that is being managed, and that is not the kind of leader Nigerians deserve at this time. Tinubu is a great leader, and we respect him for all his accomplishments and contributions to the nation building in the past. A situation where a presidential candidate cannot speak coherently for only 2 minutes calls for serious concerns. So if we pause it there for a moment, there is no escaping it. There are concerns around Tinubu. There's no escaping that. He's incoherent and he talks in gibberish all the time. So that's just it. And it's a sign of debilitation as well. He's incoherent and he talks gibberish most of the time. You know, so do you really want him as president? It's just a thing, though, because all the excuses, but really, what you see in front of you is really what is going on. He's incoherent and he talks gibberish all the time. Kiyamo finding it difficult to make a defense. The PDP campaign spokesperson added that the spokesperson of the Tinubu campaign, Festus Kiyamo, is already running out of excuses on how to defend his principle, he said. And that's why we can hardly hear from our brother Festus Kiyamo again, because of the kind of things he defends is already becoming an embarrassment to the legal profession. The other day at Chatham House, he was asked his name and somebody had to slip a piece of paper to him. He couldn't remember immediately, to the extent that he had to read the paper to remember his date of birth. Is that the kind of president APC wants for this country? I am happy that President Muhammad Buhari is not following them about in this campaign. because he saw what the APC governors didn't see, what he saw prior to the party primaries when they stopped Vice President Shoshibanjo, a man that has demonstrated great intellectualism, from clinching the party's ticket. And we thank God that they did not progress in that direction, because maybe we would have had something to look like a contest in this election. So, all right. He went further. Whatever his name, Aniagwo further challenged Tinubu and his team to stop using Lagos State as a symbol of their achievements and what they can do for Nigeria. In his words, each time you ask them to give account of their party's stewardship, they refer you to Lagos. The Lagos that was built by the federal government as a former federal capital territory, or is it the Lagos that you will spend 5 hours for a journey that shouldn't take more than 30 minutes? They talk about Lagos economy, and I ask who collect the task, who collects the tax, and does the tax reflect on the lives of the citizen? A Lagos that Nasir El-Rufai, an APC governor, had implied as a living hell. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. There it is right there. So there it is right there. Let's just go on from that. Let's go on from that and let's go. Let's go on from that and go on to article actually being rescued by security men. Yes. Reactions as video showing security men assisting Atiku to walk at Anambra rally goes viral. Citizens did not spare the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, when a viral video of security men assisting him down a stairs surfaced on social media. Atiku was in Oka, the state capital of Anambra, on Thursday for his presidential campaign rally. So there it is. In what looked like a dig aimed at Atiku and the PDP, Amran Wakili, a supporter of Bola Tinubu, tweeted, "I thought Atiku is strong and agile. What is going on? You see the god of Tinubu, eh? Atiku is everything his fans said Tinubu was. From AP, PDP, now working with help." So there it is. We have a little clip. It's only a 20-second clip. So we play that towards the tail end of that. Towards the, I'm just incoherent today because coming out of a flu, as you all know. Understanding why Labour Party campaign rally derailed in Lokoja. For a party that is increasingly turning itself into a third force in Nigeria, Wednesday, December the 14th, 2022, appeared to be a day of reckoning for the Labour Party, as it was forced to call a suspension on its presidential campaign rallies. The party, in an announcement, said the scheduled presidential campaign rallies in Ekiti and Ondo State had been put on hold. The suspension came after what many described as the fiasco of the campaign rally on Tuesday in Lokoja, Kogi State. Before the Lokoja fiasco, the Labour Party, with its hordes of trenchant supporters, popularly known as obedience, had been everywhere, especially on social media, announcing themselves as the new face of politics in the country. In postponing the rally in Ekiti and Ondo State, scheduled for December the 15th, so that would have been yesterday, and the 16th, which would have been today, pardon me. In postponing the rally in Ekiti and Ondo State, scheduled for December the 15th and 16th, respectively, the party, in an announcement on its official Twitter page, said, "Due to some unavoidable and unusual circumstances beyond control, our earlier scheduled presidential campaign rally in Ekiti and Ondo for the 15th and 16th of December 2022 are hereby postponed. New dates will be announced. We regret the inconvenience caused by this." What those unforeseen circumstances were, however, not made known. It is nevertheless open to guess that after basking in the momentum and enthusiasm from mostly youth in previous rallies and on social media, Kogi appeared to puncture the narrative of a surging national party. After boisterous rallies in Owerri, Ibadan, and a few other states, with tens of thousands of supporters, Lokoja Kogi State appeared to have disconcerted the obedient. So what may have accounted for the derailment of the Labour Party rally in Kogi State? Officials of the party have sought to blame bureaucratic procedures in the arrangement for the township stadium from the state government. Dr. Shina Fagbenro, Director of Operations in the Obidate movement, speaking on Channels Television's Politics Today program on Wednesday, December the 14th, a day after the uncelebrated rally, confessed that the rally was not well attended. He also sought to blame a number of logistic considerations, in part due to the overzealousness of some government officials for the failure. It is, however, worthy of note that he acquitted the governor of Kogi State, Alhaji Yahaya Bello, and by that measure the state government, of allegations of sabotage as alleged in some quarters. So let me see if I can actually find, let me see if I can find a clip of this guy, because the narrative around that space was that the Yaya Bello government sabotaged him. They couldn't get the premises until the 11th hour, and that essentially responsible for the failure that the campaign was. So let's see if we can, let's just narrow that to today. Pardon me. Okay, I'm not sure if I can find it immediately and to hand. Dr. Shinoff Agbenro, let's see, Channels Television, Channels TV. Let's see if we can find it. And then let's limit it to, okay, let's limit it to this week, not today. Okay, I can't find it anywhere, but there it is. Hold on. I'm just trying to see if I can find a clip of where this guy actually said whatever it is that he did say. Let's see. All right, I cannot find it at the moment, but there it is. Let me see. So the excuses, though, they are not tenable because it is more consistent with the narrative that this guy's campaign is more of a southeastern narrative, and it will run out of steam just as soon as it comes out of the southeast, and that is exactly what is playing out. That is exactly what is playing out. It is nevertheless open to guess. It is nevertheless open to guess that after basking in the momentum and enthusiasm from mostly youths in previous rallies and on social media, Kogi appears to puncture the narrative of a surging national party. After boisterous rallies in Owerri, Ibadan, and a few other states with tens of thousands of supporters, Lokoja Kogi State appeared to have disconcerted the obedience. So what may have accounted for the derailment of the Labour Party in Kogi State? Officials of the party have sought to blame bureaucratic procedures in the arrangement for the township stadium from the Kogi State government. Dr. Shinoff Agbenro, Director of Operations of the Obidate movement, speaking on Channels Television's Politics Today program on Wednesday, December the 14th, a day after the uncelebrated rally, confessed that the rally was not well attended. So that is the first admittance, because the conversations that we've had around that rally on this platform, they were talking about camera angles and looking with prejudice, but the Director of Operations of the rally told us that it was a failure. So a day after the uncelebrated rallies confessed that the rally was not well attended, he also sought to blame a number of logistic considerations, in part due to the overzealousness of some government officials for the failure. It is, however, worthy of note that he acquitted the governor of Kogi State, Alhaji Yahaya Bello, and by that measure, the state government, of allegations of sabotage as alleged in some quarters. So we have to pause there for a moment as well. So all of that narrative that they were prevented from having the premises that they were intent on using, that's been punctured now by this logistics coordinator or whatever he is, a senior functionary within the Obi movement. So he has said that Yaya Bello did not prevent them from doing anything, and the Kogi state government did not stand in their way. So that's one. So the second thing is that he has also admitted that the rally in Kogi State was a failure. So that's two. So because it is worthy of note to hold on to those two spaces, because it is within those two spaces that all of the contentions all the way through had been had. So all of the contentions all the way through around the Obi narrative, all of those contentions had been had in these two spaces, and really it's all playing out now in Kogi State. So the contention had always been that anytime that the Obi movement moves north of the border, it will start to falter. So that's one. The second narrative is that the Obi movement is essentially largely wrapped around an ethnic narrative, and then that is quoted by an online space, and if you are internet savvy, you can pump a narrative online. So it is pardon me. So it has an ethnic base, that's the core base. Then it's overlaid by an online narrative, which is the Twitter warrior space. And then that is overarched by Angasan, which is elements of the NSAS movement. But all of those narratives, they're essentially sovereign. So all these narratives that the Nigerian youths are behind Peter Obi, and it is a youth movement, all of those narratives have been dispelled in Kogi State. It is, however, worthy of note that he acquitted the governor. And by the way, when I say they've been dispelled, they've been further concretized in the dispelling of it by the utterances of a senior functionary of the obedient space. So what do I mean? The narrative of the state win against them has been removed, and an admission that the rally failed has been removed. So it then begs the question. So now that that has been cleared out of the way, it then begs the question: why has the rally failed? So that's the question that is now being begged. And the answer to those questions, of course, embedded in all of the discussions that have been had previously, there is a fly-by-night movement that does not have substance. A fly-by-night movement that does not have substance. I can assure you that the governor said that he did not know that we were being delayed. He said, however, what he didn't say was that Kogi State, let me take that again. I can assure you that the governor said that he did not know that we were being delayed. He said, however, what he did not say was that in Kogi State, the arguments that had fueled the obedient movement appeared not to have found traction, with populace apparently satisfied with the good governance that they had benefited from the Yahaya Bello-led administration. It was not difficult to understand why the new gospel propagated by the Labour Party failed to grip the hearts of the people of Kogi State, especially the youth. So I'm not quite sure if that's not an oxymoron, aligning Yahaya Bello's name with a good governance. So listen to this. This is where this piece starts to falter. With the populace apparently satisfied with the good governance they had benefited from the Yahaya Bello-led administration. We remember what happened just in 2019 when Aisha Buhari had to be begging them that even though Yahaya Bello had not paid salaries for 18 months, they should still vote for him anyway. So that doesn't sound any semblance like good governance. So so let me take that one more time. With the populace apparently satisfied with the good governance they have benefited from the Yahaya Bello-led administration, it was not difficult to understand why the new gospel propagated by the Labour Party failed to gain traction in the hearts of the people of Kogi State, especially the youth. So if they are saying that the Obi narrative is not gaining traction amongst the youth, if they're saying that the Obi narrative is not gaining traction amongst the youth in Kogi State, that adds further that okay, well, I think you all know what that means anyway. Let me not label it. Against the new narrative of the new Kogi State that is now the signature of critical analysts, the gospel of change has been central to the against the new narrative of the new Kogi State that is now the signature of critical analysts, the gospel of change that has been central to the obedient movement appeared to have fallen flat. It was definitely not surprising given the radical transformation of Kogi State in the last 7 years in virtually all sectors of endeavor. Even the opposition in the state know that the governor has set a new pace in development in Kogi State, which his successors must work very hard to keep up with. With the health infrastructure being boosted through the 300-bed reference hospital in Okene, the specialist hospital in Lokoja, and ultra-modern Prince Audu Abubakar University Teaching Hospital. It is not surprising that Governor Yahaya Bello is set to turn Kogi State into a center for medical tourism. So it goes on and on, but essentially, the blame for what happened in Kogi State, let me give you the last paragraph. Even more as an ancillary is the fact that the obedient movement has drawn most of its support from the youth population. However, Governor Bello is the National Youth Coordinator of the Tinubu Shetima Presidential Campaign Council. So for the youth of Kogi State who have found pleasure in the governor, the response of the message that has fueled the rallies in other states appeared not to have found a bearing with them, and hence their apparent lack of concern. When the Labour Party presidential campaign birthed in Lokoja, Michael Abu, a seasoned journalist, so it goes on to tell us about who wrote the piece. So, hold on. Oh, this might well be an inside job though, so I just picked something up. Let's see. Sorry, so just bear with me one moment. I just picked something up just now with me. So the people who wrote this, Michael Abu, a seasoned journalist, was the chief press secretary of architect Yemi Owoniyi, former deputy governor of Kogi State. So this might well be an inside hatchet job, but even setting that aside, everything being said still subsists. So there it is, Yahaya Bello just telling Peter Obi to get lost. But really, the Obi narrative is starting to falter. And you see that it's getting increasingly desperate by the wild pronouncements that he has now been making. Millions of Nigerians appreciate what you did for their nation, Senate President Lawan tells Buhari on eve of 80th birthday. So let's see what's going on here. Nigerian Senate President Ahmed Lawan has sent his felicitations to President Muhammad Buhari on the occasion of his 80th birthday. Buhari will turn 80 on Saturday, December. If Buhari is 80 years old, then I am a banana. Banana. If Buhari is 80 years old, though, I am a banana. This guy is older than Mugabe. This guy was a president older than Mugabe in their palm. They were around about the same age in the 80s. So how come he's regressing in age and it's just really ludicrous. This guy is closer to 90, if not over 90, if it was a day. Nigerian Senate President Ahmed Lawan has sent his felicitations to President Buhari on the occasion of his 80th birthday. Buhari will turn 80 on Saturday, December the 17th, 2022. Lawan told Buhari that millions of Nigerians appreciate what he has done for Nigeria, even though many Nigerians lament the unprecedented fall in the value of the naira and the worsening economy and insecurity under his government. Lawan's statement was disclosed. So listen to how they phrase this. His statement was disclosed in a statement. That's what they wrote. So that's limitations right there. Lawan's statement was disclosed in a statement issued on his behalf by Bola Owoniyi. Special. Why is it always a Yoruba man that is the bag carrier? And it's always a Yoruba. If it says Wala Owoniyi, Femi Adeshe, it's always a Yoruba man that is the bag carrier. Lawan's statement was disclosed in a statement issued on his behalf by Ola Owoniyi, special advisor media to the Senate President on Friday. The Senate President, in the statement, extolled the leadership virtues of President Muhammad Buhari, saying, "Your Excellency, millions of Nigerians are inspired by your life story and legacy of service to our dear and great nation. As a soldier," and then it goes into all of that. But Buhari turns 80. Oh, okay, it doesn't actually go on for too long, so let me just give you the fullness of it. As a soldier, military head of state, and democratically elected president, you consistently fought for the unity, development, and progress of Nigeria. As we approach the end of your tenure on the 29th of May 2023, you can rest assured that millions of Nigerians across our vast country genuinely appreciate your achievements in nation building and strengthening the guardrails of the democracy in Nigeria. The record of your administration in infrastructural development across the nation is unrivaled and will continue to speak for your stewardship long after your retirement. Your Excellency, once again, I wish you a happy birthday celebration and many more years of good health and happiness. So there it is. Buhari turns 80 is the upshot of that. Buhari turns 80, pardon me. I must be a glutton for punishment, doing this today, a glutton for punishment. Facts about Tinubu's hasty exit from Mina campaign emerge. The All Progressive Congress APC has debunked the rumors that its presidential candidate, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was rushed off the stage at his rally in Mina, Niger State, due to health concerns. Bayo Ononuga, Director, Media and Publicity, APC Presidential Campaign Council, said this. Oh, there was a story I wanted to bring you. So sorry. Oh, where did I see that story? I'll see if I can find it still. There's a story. I'm not sure if somebody sent it to me or whatever. It's a narrative of Reuben Abati being arrested by EFCC for looting, but I'll see if I can still find out. It just popped into my head as I was reading that. It's only because I saw the name Bayo Ononuga, and then he's the Director of Media and Publicity, and of course, that's somewhat of a media type space that Reuben Abati had under the Goodluck Jonathan administration. So that was what triggered then that thought. So let me actually see if I can find it quickly on Google before we carry on. Let me just Reuben Abati arrested for fraud. Okay, let's see. Let me narrow it to today so that because there was a piece done on it just today. So let's say last 24 hours. Okay, this week, this past week, no. Okay, Okay, I found it, but I found it going back to 2016. So is it really what? Let me just I'll just give it to you anyway. It's really just to document that space. All these are fraudsters that are now putting on new codes. Okay. So what were we talking about? Yes, the excuses for Tinubu. Bayo Onanuga, the Director of Media and Publicity, APC Presidential Campaign Council. So let's just take that from the top again, since I broke it up just to bring you to the Abati piece. The All Progressive Congress APC has debunked the rumors that its presidential candidate, Ashwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was rushed off stage at his rally in Minna, Niger State, due to health concerns. Bayo Onanuga, the Director of Media and Publicity, APC Presidential Campaign Council, said this in a statement shared on Tinubu Shettima official campaign website. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, I don't know where this is tailored off to. Pardon me, it doesn't actually give us anything other than that, because the next paragraph then says the people's so the preceding paragraph, Bayo Onanuga, the Director of Media and Publicity, APC Presidential Campaign Council, said this in a statement shared on Tinubu / Shettima's official campaign website. So that was, and then the next paragraph to come after that says the People's Democratic Party PDP crisis is far from coming to an end, as Governors Samuel Otom and Yemson Wike shunned the party's presidential campaign, presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar at Makurdi. So I'm not quite sure. So you see, that was why I paused. I'm not quite sure. They've now not told us whatever reasons they were intending to tell us. I could share you the screen and you see it. But there it is. There it is. So let's go on to we read out two more and then we see if there's anybody available in the room to take it on. The most greedy people in Nigeria are domiciled in APC, P2B, and are playing desperate politics. The Labour Party presidential candidate, Peter B, has revealed the best way to fight corruption. Correspondents report that the former governor of Anambra State made this known in an interview when asked how he would deal with the issue of corruption. Obi noted that corruption has been a major issue with the opposition parties, as they often project their parties and candidates as not being corrupt. According to Peter Obi, Buhari is not corrupt in terms of Nigerian corruption. However, his personal integrity does not translate to the All Progressive Congress APC integrity. The Labour Party flag bearer noted that the key ingredient of corruption is greed, and the most greedy people in Nigeria are domiciled in the APC. He said other ingredients of corruption include personal acquisition and appointment of family members in various major positions in government offices, adding that the best way to fight corruption is through institutionalizing our governance processes. Meanwhile, APC in Sokoto State has okay, so it tells us of so there it is right there. I agree with the latter half of what he has to say, because that latter half of what he has to say is something that we have agreed as an understanding on this platform, that the best way to fight corruption in Nigeria is to have strong institutions. So he has that understanding too. But then, of course, that understanding not difficult to reach, but the implementing of it, of course, is what has always held the country back. He said other ingredients of corruption includes personal acquisition and appointments of family members in various major positions in government offices, adding that the best way to fight corruption is through institutionalizing of governance processes. So I'm not quite sure governance processes, but certainly institutionalizing strong institutions. No, it's not even embedding, creating strong institutions is really the solution to corruption. There's no other magic wand. It's not the EFCC, because when you throw the EFCC, the IPCP, or whatever, once you start to throw those at corruptions, that is to tell you that the corruption had already occurred. So the way to stop corruption is to cut it at its source. And the way to cut it at its source is to have strong institutions there. That's the only way. So forget all of the noise making. Femi Fani-Kayode mocks Atiku over a promise to hand over presidency to the Southeast. So let's go to the fun bits. Former Minister of Aviation Femi Fani-Kayode on Friday attacked the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar over his plan to bequeath presidency to the Southeast. Atiku had, at a campaign outing in Anambra, wooed supporters and promised to be the stepping stone to the region's presidential ambition if he becomes Nigeria's president next year. The southeastern part of the country has protested exclusion from the national politics, a consequence of which ignited secession agitations in the region. Fani-Kayode, who reacted to Atiku's comment in a Facebook post, described the former vice president as arrogant. Imagine Fani-Kayode describing somebody as arrogant. The APC chieftain mocked Atiku over failure to win the presidency, having run for a couple of times. He also challenged the vice president to apologize for his reactions to the killing of Deborah Samuel. He wrote, "The insufferable arrogance and sheer effrontery of this man is as repugnant as it is appalling." Sorry, let me have a sip of water. The insufferable arrogance and sheer effrontery of this man is as repugnant as it is appalling. Do the Igbos need you to become... And by the way, if you think about it in that way, it's somewhat... do the Igbos need him to be the forerunner? Are they not full members of the country anymore for them to need an article to go and clear their path to the presidency? So I think this is what Fani-Kayode is talking about. He wrote, the insufferable arrogance and sheer effrontery of this man is as repugnant as it is appalling. Do the Igbos need you to become president? You have been trying to be president for over 30 years and you have not been able to make it, and now you are saying you'll be the stepping stone for someone else. Just how deluded can you be? Your advisors have been so unfair to you. You are like a naked man. Pardon me, hold on. Yes, just how deluded can you be? Your advisors have been unfair to you. You are like a naked man running around with no clothes on and telling others that you are the stepping stone to getting them new clothes. Please gather your senses together and hear the following. When the time for an Igbo presidency comes, no one can stop it. So, but that time is not now, I suspect is what he's saying. And by the way, Fani-Kayode very much an in-law of the Igbos, and there was a time, especially when he was running around with that light-skinned girl, where he was never out of Igbo land, claiming to be their relatives and their claiming to be their relative and brother and whatnot, doing the brother thing, hanging around with Nnamdi Kanu and all that. But now, of course, Fani-Kayode, anybody's bitch who has $1. So just how deluded can you get? Your advisors have been unfair to you. You are like a naked man running around with no clothes on and telling others that you are the stepping stone to get them new clothes. Please gather your senses together and hear the following. When the time for an Igbo presidency comes, no one can stop it, and they will not need a fading, weak, corrupt, deceitful, dishonorable, treacherous, anti-Southern religious bigot, ethnic hegemonist, to be, I don't know, man. Oh, the Oxford that Fadi Kayode went to did not go through him because it's the most uneducated and unlettered Oxford person that I've yet come across. It's just a buffoon. It's just really just a buffoon. Please gather your senses together and hear the following. When the time for an Igbo presidency comes, no one can stop it, and they will not need a fading, weak, corrupt, deceitful, dishonorable, treacherous, anti-Southern religious bigot, and ethnic hegemonist to be a stepping stone for them. Before you say you want to help Igbos, first help yourself. And secondly, apologize for your atrocious, insensitive, and beastly behavior towards the Christian martyr called Deborah, who was murdered and lynching. That should be murdered and lynched. Who was murdered and lynched, and you refused to condemn, and whose families you refused to commiserate with. The best you can do today is to drop your ambition, lie behind Ashwaju, who gave you a platform and support in the past when you had nowhere to go, and get your scabby, bleached knees and beg Wike. So it just go on a tirade. It goes off on a tirade. I think I'll save this Ruben Abati. Oh, let me just bring you this Ruben Abati one. This is a throwback to 2016, by the way, but I saw it pop up in the news cycle somewhere. Just to tell you then, all of these people that are claiming to hold the feet of politics to the coal in Nigeria, they're just criminals themselves. So this is, let me just check the date. Where's the date for this? So this is October the 26th, 2016. A day after they were arrested, more details have emerged about the two appointees of former President Goodluck Jonathan who were detained by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. Ruben Abati, a former presidential spokesperson, and Bala Mohammed, a former minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, were arrested by EFCC operatives on Monday, few hours apart. On Tuesday evening, EFCC sources told correspondents that Mr. Abati received 50 million naira from the embattled National Security Advisor, Sambo Dasuki. This source said Abati admitted receiving the amount and explained how he spent it. Mr. Abati reportedly told investigators that he spent the 50 million naira on media relations that had to do with his work as media advisor to Mr. Jonathan. When asked for evidence of how the money was spent, he reportedly said some details were not documented. He said media relation details are never documented, a source said. So they were it was giving money to spend and not to produce receipts. So this is essentially what he's saying. Absolutely ludicrous. And this is Ruben Abati, by the way, on Arise TV, and there's always shouting at politicians, are you corrupt? Are you corrupt? Explain how you got the money. This is the Ruben Abati that is chasing Tinubu around to find out the source of his wealth. Yes, Abati reportedly told investigators that he spent the 50 million naira on public relations, on media relations rather, that had to do with his work as media advisor for Mr. Jonathan. When asked for evidence of the money spent, he reportedly said such details were never documented. He said media relation details are never documented. Mr. Abati is expected to remain in EFCC custody for the second night. The commission on Tuesday officially said Mr. Abati was answering questions on his role in the NSA funds. He is currently presently telling operatives of the commission his role in the alleged mismanagement of the nation's resources through his office, the anti-graft agency said in its Twitter handle on Tuesday. On his part, Mr. Mohammed was arrested for alleged land racketeering. So a lot of land racketeering from anybody that governs that FCT space are Nasir El-Rufai equally as culpable. EFCC sources said the agency was acting on petitions from the public about how he allegedly sold government lands to some individuals and collected payment in cash. He was also asked to justify his wealth. Like Abati, he will be spending a second night in custody. So Ruben Abati, of course, part of the Sambo Dasuki loot. So there it is right there. There it is right there. And here they are right here. Thomas, I see you. And Solly, I see you. So Solly, what's going on? Where have you been? Solly?
Yes.
Kilonchele, where have you been?
Well, I've been traveling.
You've been traveling. Where are you now?
Oh, I'm back in Netherlands.
And where did you go to?
Eastern Europe.
Business or pleasure or babes?
Pleasure.
Which part of Eastern Europe? Which part of Eastern Europe?
Those Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia. Yes.
Was it a case of spot the black man? Were you the only black man on the street?
No, actually, I saw some black people, but not a lot. I think I saw 2 or 3 black people. But I'm not really always conscious about it. I just walk around and I don't really look at skin color. I just do my own thing.
All right. How was it? All these. Did you travel alone or did you travel with your partner?
No, I travel alone. I've been traveling alone since I was like 17 or 18, so I'm used to it. So yeah, it was nice. Funny enough, there was so much snow there, but when I came back to Holland felt colder.
Yes. What inspired the travel to those countries? Because they are not the usual traditional beaten tracks, are they?
Oh yeah, the women are very. For example, Western women are very.
The women are cheap. They are cheaper, Abi.
No, they are not cheaper. Western women are very masculine. Eastern European women are very feminine. They are not too aggressive about everything. And yes, they are cheaper. They are more appreciative and they are more respectful. They are basically like African girls, but white African girls. So Western women are Western women, and I don't really like Western women.
Is it a meat and drink sort of thing for a black man? Feast to your heart's content?
If you know what you are doing, yes, then yes.
What did you feel a sense of safety there?
I felt it was more strict, like if
more
you wanted
more Soviet-like, Abby.
More policey, more like, for example, Holland, you can do whatever you want. You don't really have that, like, okay, if something happens, I felt safe, but at that moment when they returned this Lord of War guy back to Russia, and I know Russians don't play, they mean what they say and they don't care. I ran away from Eastern Europe because they can do whatever they want. But it didn't feel hostile. I felt safe. I didn't feel like anything was going to happen to me. I went there alone.
There was no racism or anything. Were they coming up to you to take pictures? Because that was my experience in
Istanbul. That's usually Turkey.
Yeah, I had that experience in Istanbul. We went to the Blue Mosque, and people were pushing my wife out of the way and saying maybe they thought I was some Hollywood something. Because my wife, I thought they would push me out of the way to take pictures with her, but they were pushing her out of the way to take pictures with me, which was it gave me jokes on her for quite a
Yeah,
few days, you know.
it's
So
because they are not allowed in Europe, so they don't usually have
mm,
contact with a lot of foreigners, especially black people. The only contact they have with is maybe like on TV, maybe very, very rare series or something that they just put one black man. They appreciate it a lot. Then they are footballers, so those are the only close things they get to black people. So they always try to take. Some of them have never seen a black person in their life,
mm.
so they always take that opportunity. But in Eastern Europe, they were not. It wasn't like I was working like I was in some remote village in Holland. Basically, it wasn't like
Sorry,
this.
Latvia, a lot of them were moving to this country some 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah,
Every pub you went to, it was a Latvian girl behind the bar.
yeah, yeah. They are very beautiful, very nice also. So that would be good for them to be at the bar. But I think the economy is getting better. But is one thing I've noticed is that monarchies, where you have monarchies, it tends to be richer. Where you have a democratic government, it tends to be poorer.
Is that what they
So
operate in Latvia, a monarchical system?
no, it's democratic. All those most of those Eastern European is democratic. So yeah, they are usually poorer. Even Romania.
Did it still feel quite Soviet-y?
No, it just felt very unkept because I noticed if I'm going through some alleys or something, but it's not even just the alleys, it's everywhere. Nobody is taking care of anything. So that's why I said it's a democratic system because the government who does not care about the people. So I see a lot of spray painting everywhere, a lot of vandalism, a lot of I don't care attitude everywhere, in public areas compared to Holland. So I know, okay, that's when I noticed that, okay, democracy is when you can do all these kind of things. Monarchy, you can't be siphoning money and doing all those kind of things. They'll remove you, So, yeah, it's just a lot of I don't care attitude. Yeah.
All right. And sorry, which other country? You said you went to about 3 places.
Yeah. No, I didn't go to Estonia. It was Lithuania and Latvia.
So what's the difference between Lithuania and Latvia?
Lithuania is more like less of those like and in Latvia they have very old buildings, very dilapidated buildings. So from Soviet times. In Lithuania, you have more new buildings. It basically looks like like an average European country like Sweden and co, but they are still poor. So it looks better than Latvia. Latvia just looks very dilapidated. A lot of the buildings, except if you are going to the hotels or you are renting a new apartment, and compared to their wage there, new apartment is very expensive for them. But most of the place looks dilapidated, and that's their city center. So the ones on the inside, there's nobody there. It's just a bunch of empty houses. Cheap property though. A lot
No,
of cheap property there.
that's what I was going to ask you next because a lot of these breakthrough countries,
Yes.
a lot of the smart money is investing in their capital cities, just picking up cheap apartments and whatnot, and then in 10 years' time,
Yeah, yeah.
you are spending, you are throwing them back in the market for $1 million.
Yeah, I met this French.
Are those opportunities still there?
Yes, I met this when I was in Dubai. I met this French guy that was working for European Union or something. He said that's what he did when Romania had their revolution and everything. He went there and was buying cheap
I had that
properties.
thought when Ukraine was coming out, but I never moved on it. I had that thought when Czechoslovakia was coming out, but I never moved on it. But I still have that thought. Those VR countries, those
Yeah,
key. I'm inclined to.
yeah.
If I can buy like 2 apartments there, I wouldn't object to that.
Even land, if you can buy farmland, because outside the city is still okay.
You
Inside
can
the
get it
city,
for 30,000-40,000 pounds. Easy.
outside the city, you can get it 15,000, 20,000, 25, 35, and you keep it for years because it's not even in Europe, it's in Schengen, which is like tier 1. So
Yes.
eventually people are going
So
to move
those
there.
Schengen countries, if they're within the union,
Yes.
because you can just all you need is just maybe about 10,000 pounds, and then you take a mortgage on it, and then you throw it in the Airbnb market, and it pays for itself. And then 5 years later, you have a look again to see
No,
if you are keeping it or just throwing it away.
the Airbnb market won't work because there are not a lot of people visiting the country as of this moment.
In
So
the
it's
capital,
better.
no. If you go to
The
the
capital.
no, you cannot invest in the interiors now. In all these emerging countries, you have to go to the epicenter of the capital.
It will
Do
be
you see what I'm saying?
one man. The population in Latvia is less than 2 million. Population in most
I
of those.
know, I know, but the amount you'll be spending is relative to whatever is there. Do you understand?
Yes, that. Oh, yes, that's
What's their
possible.
capital city? What's their capital city?
Their capital city in Latvia is Riga, and capital city in Lithuania, I think, is Vilnius.
Yes,
So
I know Riga, so it has a world position, and I look it up actually. I don't expect that to buy an apartment in Riga, you will be earning money, But
the brand new ones, I think they've been going for around 80,000 to 130,000 euros. So in
euros.
pounds, yes.
So
And
that's at the center of the
at
country.
the center, at the best points. Other points is like 60 to 80K, but you want somewhere good, the best points.
Still within the capital, Abi.
Yes, still within the capital. Around 80 to 130K euros. So that's around maybe 70 to 100K or 90K pounds. To get the best of the best kind of property there, at least minimum price. So yeah, it's still good. Outside the city, you can still get properties 20K, 30K, 40K.
Yeah, no, those ones are
those ones you buy and you hold.
No, those ones you have to leave for your children. But I mean, because I don't think they are making any. But no, it's those opportunities. Because we were just talking yesterday that we have to start talking about all these opportunities, and there is one right there. So sorry. Finally, what inspired you to go to those places? Those places.
Oh, I've always been meeting people from there, and they've always been telling me, if they have 16,000 euros, they can buy a house. I'm like, where is this place you're talking? So over the years, I've been gaining knowledge about it, meeting people from there, getting some of their girls to come and meet me. I said, okay, let me just go and see.
Where are you picking these girls from? On Instagram, Abi? I mean, on Tinder, Abi, or something? Well, are you
Tinder, Instagram, both of them.
Yeah, you are sliding into DMs.
On Instagram, they will find my account. They will like my pictures.
Why would they like your picture? Whose picture have you been using on Instagram? Are you one of those catfish? Have you been using my photo on Instagram? Sorry, to get babes. Look at this guy. All right. So that was good fun. So good to have you back, Solly. Where are you spending Christmas?
I don't know yet. I've been thinking about it. I don't know.
It's too late to buy a ticket or no?
It's never too late. It's not even Christmas. I don't really celebrate Christmas after I found out it was a pagan holiday.
How is Christmas a pagan holiday?
It was developed from a pagan holiday. That's not when Jesus died. Jesus didn't die December 25th.
Yeah, but I think I know that vaguely. But how is it
born?
Yeah, but how is it?
If you do some research, it was developed from a pagan holiday that they just transformed into Christmas. That's the research I found out anyway.
All right.
It's New Year I'm thinking about.
All right. I've always really found that Christmas is for the children. Really, it's not really for grown-ups. But there it is. Good to have you back, Sally. So good to have you back. So let's go to the politics of it then. So the speculations as to why Buhari has not been campaigning for Tinubu, your thoughts on that? The PDP are saying that he obviously sees the writing on the wall. As we know, he wasn't especially for Tinubu. So what are you there making an offer to Buhari not campaigning for Tinubu?
I think he just doesn't care. He wasn't in support of it, and he can't be asked. He can't stress himself. He doesn't want to put energy where he does not want to, like he has been saying since. He just wants this presidency to end so that he can go back to his farm. He doesn't want to do all this campaign, especially for somebody that he doesn't have the, he's not somebody he would have wanted, actually. You know, maybe at first when he wanted to become the president, he would have wanted it, but over the time, you would have preferred somebody like Oshibanjo. And it seems at one point in time, he was giving Oshibanjo the confidence to push for it. But, you know, he just wants to go and retire. And I feel like he also has the confidence that Tinubu can go at it alone. So that will make him a bit lazier.
You know, I've never subscribed to this idea that Buhari is not campaigning for Tinubu, because you have to understand that Buhari is a sitting president, so he cannot be at every campaign rally, and he flagged off in person the campaign, and here he's the chairman of the campaign council, and he has farmed out his families to the campaign. Aisha, she's campaigning. All the daughters are campaigning in person. So where is the narrative that it's not campaigning? I don't even see that.
Well, one man. Anyway, if me, I was Buhari, you know, looking at the exactly, APC is the sitting power. Look at who they are contesting against. Not okay, because I won't say they are nobodies, but you know, it's just like Barcelona in their prime. You know, trying to go and play Arsenal or Manchester United. Manchester United was good. They had Ronaldo, but they wouldn't beat Barcelona. Arsenal was good. We had Thierry Henry, but they couldn't beat Barcelona. You know, there's nothing really to fight. So why put so much energy into it? They already know how they are going to win. You know, so I've been saying it since. It's a done deal. I'm tired of arguing here, or you know, there was a time they were saying, "Oh, Peter Obi has not. It's not yet time for him to go to the north. It's not time for campaign yet." Well, we are getting closer and closer, and we still see nothing about him in the north. So, you know, and when I said,
I'm sorry. He was actually in Kogi State just a couple of days ago, and nobody turned up. No, when I said nobody, I mean nobody. Not a single person turned up.
it would have been better if he did that when he started. At least then he could say, "Oh, it's because they don't know me. I'm brand new. I'm still trying to get these people." The next time he comes, more people will be there. The next time he comes again, more and more people will be there.
That's highly unlikely though, because the narrative around Peter B is that his core base, all of the noise that we're hearing around him are noises essentially from the southeast. And as soon as he steps out of the south, nobody turns up.
Yes, but that will happen to any politician who doesn't have, you know, backing, who doesn't have support, who doesn't have grassroots support, which is what he should have been trying to build months ago. Instead of going to the south from church to church where everybody already knows you. Tinubu did not start in the southwest. He went to the north and was campaigning since. I think even before Obi announced his candidacy. So you go to where people don't know you. You make yourself known. Is a better strategy than waiting till last minute. So this is just proving to us more and more that this guy is not going to win the election. But the support from the southeast is going to just increase because they believe that their faith and their which is not a bad thing to have, their faith and their, what's the name of this, you know, when you try to use your
will.
Yes, they can will Peter Obi into presidency, you know, but is only a strategy for someone who has no other solution, unfortunately. And that's the only thing they are hanging on to, which will not work. You know.
All right. Let me take you to the space. Hold on. I'm just thinking where to take you to. Article was in Anambra State yesterday, and it was warmly received by the governor there, Charles Soludo. Anambra State, as you know, is Peter Obi's home state, so a lot of controversy around that. But that wasn't controversial enough. As if that wasn't controversial enough, Article at that space added that he is going to be the stepping stone for the Igbo presidency. So the Igbo should back him to be president now. And then after he has had his 8 years, he will guarantee them the presidency. So Anybody taking Atiku's words for anything, they are fools because it's one of the most treacherous, if not the most treacherous Nigerian politician. So that's one. But what Fani Kayode is highlighting is the audacity and the lack of respect embedded in that statement. What entitles you to be a forerunner for anybody, and how are the Southeast so diminished that they need you to be their John the Baptist? So that comment by Atiku saying that he's going to forerun an Igbo presidency. Your take on that space, Solly?
This just shows Atiku's disconnect, to basic human decency. He just says some things that they are very tribal, which shows where his mind is when he goes to. We are all tribal anyway, but like weaponizing tribalism. Went to the north. He said, "Do not vote for Igbo. Do not vote for Yoruba." Who is talking about that? He doesn't know what time we're in. Who cares? I don't think majority of the ordinary Nigerians really care. He's coming and saying, "Oh, I promise you." He's trying to use the Tinubu strategy. This guy, I lived in Lagos. Lagos is my life. I would say if I want to say my Nigeria is Lagos. Living outside Nigeria made me realize that I don't even know Nigeria. The politicians in Nigeria, even local government chairmen, were better politicians than this Atiku guy. They are just so disappointing. Every politician outside that, in my opinion, Rivers, Lagos, Ekiti, Osun, almost every politician, and maybe Kano, almost every politician out there, I feel like somebody just gave them the position. They didn't even really try to get it, because I see no intellectual movement. I see no strategy. I see no game plan. I see no surprises. No shock.
But is that not a strategy? Trying to
It's copycats now. One man, somebody looked at your own work and copied the same thing. That's not strategy now. That's why he used it in such a bad way. He's trying to use the Tinubu strategy of, oh, we vote for and they will give us it won't work, bro. It won't work. If you know so much about tribe, you know that there's a friction between the north and the east. Trying to even make promises, it will not gel. There was not really any friction between the north and the southwest, that much. And they had some kind of connection with, religion, which, somewhat helps in this election, because it makes these northerners overlook that Tinubu is from southwest. Southeast, I would say they are mostly core, should I call it Christianity, because there's Catholicism. I'll just say pro-Western religion, pro-Western religion, Western European religion. So it won't gel. So he's a bad strategist. Now, this is another thing, the difference between Tinubu and Atiku. Tinubu knows that he's not the best at everything. If you like, shame him. You accept the shame. Okay, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, who wins? You shame him, you laugh at him, he will just hire somebody that can do it. Put that person beside him. All these gaffes that he's making, I'm sure he's just trying to do it to show that he can do it. The Tinubu that I know doesn't talk too much. Never used to talk. He just used to do.
Yeah, but you have to talk during an electioneering campaign, surely.
Yes, but I'm saying, compared to these other candidates, you could have won without saying much. I'm telling you, in my opinion, he's just performing. He's just doing performance. He can win without talking much. There is nothing that even I'm telling you, a local government chairman could beat these guys. A local government chairman in Lagos could, because people really use their brain to fight for positions in Lagos. They use their brain and they use strategy. I don't see this, and these are presidential candidates in these other parties. When I said PDP is gone, people were arguing with me before. PDP is gone. I know when PDP went in Lagos, I saw the transition. So I know when a party goes, PDP is gone. They are gone. Labour Party may even become bigger than them. This is our evolution. Things change. There's nothing that is not impossible, especially when it has happened in Nigerian history. History is always repeating itself. So you go with what has happened before, you know. So that's just my opinion.
All right. Let me take you to the Yahaya, not the Yahaya, well, it's Yahaya Bello's home state. But it was really Peter Obi's campaign in that space. And like I said, it was barely a campaign and barely anybody turned up. So a lot of reasonings and a lot of trying to justify it and or whatnot. Some of the reasons that people came up with was that the state government, which was led by Yahaya Bello, they weighed against the campaign and made it difficult. And somebody even was saying that it was only until the early hours of the night before that they gave them permission to hold their rally. But a senior functionary within that rally has come out into the public space to tell us that no, that wasn't actually the case, that the government, the state government in Kogi State, they did not actually stand in their way in any way, that the rally was just poor for logistic reasons. So what are you then making then of it's just what we have always said, that as soon as it crosses the border towards the north, then we start to know the weight of our Peter Obi's campaign. So the youth in Kogi State, they've given their verdict. What says you, Solly?
Was there or is there any video or picture of the event?
No, there are pictures. I can show you one. I can grab you one, but yeah. Say Peter.
Because there are two sides to a story. This one has one side. From the pictures, we can at least judge from there.
Yeah, we saw an aerial view of it. Because it wasn't today. It was actually yesterday, and we had an aerial view of it. So barely anybody. Okay, yes, this should do. Let me show you. It was barely anybody turned up. Barely, and it was even a small venue. Was the thing? It wasn't up to it. If you remove the party functionaries, then you wouldn't say 1,000 people turned up. So this was what purports to be, okay, let me switch it to this so you can say it properly. It was quite pitiable, almost tragic. In fact, almost pathetic even. Okay, look at this. Look at this.
It's not bad now.
No, let me show you. Then you tell me if it's not bad.
Even Tinubu started with this small crowd.
Look at that. Does this take you to Aso Rock?
Okay, no, this one does not. Not. But for like local government chairman, it's not bad.
Even would this take you to a local government chairmanship?
Not really.
So there it is. So as soon as it crosses the border to the north, we will know the quantity of his movement, and there it is right there. So to you, Solly.
As dedicated as the Southeast are, if see, that's the thing about when you are being too emotional about it and willing too much, using the power of will. I can will it. A smart person would have seen this coming if they were realistic, and they would have gathered all their people. This is strategy. You would have gathered majority of your people and at least use them to fill space. Even these professional companies.
Sorry, but they actually tried to do that, because they gave the coordinator for Kogi State, they gave him a whole bunch of money to hire a crowd a
crowd from where?
Because Enugu is not far from Lokoja, so they were meant to boss in a crowd from Enugu to fill up that space, but the guy just stole the money. So that was the guy just stole the money.
Oh my God!
It's unbelievable,
Unbelievable. I keep on saying this thing. If you go back to if you leave Nigeria and you go back to Nigeria and you still act naive, it's not a place for people to act naive. You have to watch everything. The solution to that country is China's type of security camera system. That will solve majority of the problem in Nigeria. One time, They will even need to force people to act right.
And by the way, that's one of the that's one of the security plans of Atiku.
No,
no, that's one of the security plans. They have this system in Dubai. I think they call it God's Eye, where as soon as you come into the country, there's a camera on you every stepping moment, every moment in time, and I think that's one of his strategy article.
You know, people always say they feel watched when they're in Dubai. Me, I never used to feel watched, so I used to, but yeah, I don't like that it's article that brought up that idea. You know, I don't trust that article. I won't lie. I don't trust that guy can sell Nigeria and everybody into it and put everybody in literal broad daylight slavery, and you know he will do it because this is still Africa. At the end of the day, we've had African leaders like this, but I don't know. I don't like that it's coming from Atiku, but it's a good idea and good strategy. But yeah, let's get back to Peter Obi. You know, you have to know your adversary. You can't be expecting fair play. Sometimes when I hear them talk in their groups, I'm like, are you talking like you are in USA, or you are talking like you are in Nigeria? You know, I would not use a fork and knife in the Amazon forest. That would just be dumb. All this trying to play the fair game, all this trying to be expecting the best. You know, you give somebody money. Tinubu would have put thugs. Thugs will follow it. Oh, they don't like the thugs. They don't. But he's using it for a strategy. He's using it for a purpose. Whether you like it or not, at the end of the day, did he get his goal done? Yes or no? Once he gets his goal done, and this is just human nature. Once he gets his goal done, most people won't care how he got it done anyway. You know, even giving that guy money and letting him run away shows lack of leadership. You know, because there's no hindsight. Is it hindsight or insight or whatever? It doesn't have hindsight of things like that happening. It's like he doesn't know what country he's living in.
Hindsight. You've been living for too long in Holland. You can't even speak English anymore. Hindsight.
Hindsight. Yeah, it's true. That's how they'll say. But anyway, so he doesn't have that hindsight. You know, same way I see some people, they enter computer village and they enter it with their best clothes and they enter it looking like they have money. That's not how you enter computer village. You enter computer village with rubber slippers, t-shirts, and trouser. Simple. And you put your bag in front of your chest. You know, so it just shows bad strategy. That's why they are really disappointing. I won't lie. They are really disappointing. You guys used to laugh at Sowore, but man, I rate Sowore more than all these guys because they have no hindsight. I think Sowore knows who he's dealing with. He has that realism added to it, but he doesn't have clout. He doesn't have anybody backing him.
One man, can I interject?
Yeah, come in. I don't know. Sol is talking the usual yam. Yes, let's hear some sense. Emmanuel.
Good evening, one man.
Good evening.
Okay. Well, I would say some of the thing you read is not verifiable.
Like what?
Like the money you're saying that somebody stole. So I don't know where you're getting the news from.
It was hold on. It was from the Central Office of Labour Party. They told us yesterday that funds were released to organize the event for mobilization funds. And they also told us that supporters were meant to be brought in from Enugu, which was close to Lokoja, but then they are still querying how, despite those funds being released, the lead person in Lokoja in Kogi State is something called Audu. So they are querying him as we speak on what happened to the funds to make the crowd look so derisory. So he stole the money.
Okay, I don't know about that.
Well, you don't know. Well, there you are. Now you know.
Is that what you wanted to address?
I know, but I don't know whether it's verifiable. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
In as much as you're saying it here, We don't know whether it's verifiable. You understand?
Okay,
So,
so
but that
Hold on, sorry.
aside,
Yeah.
so concerning the rally that is happening in Kogi, and that is not reason why that the rally has not been, that the one earlier one was cancelled. It wasn't the reason anyway. But the other rally that have been happening in the north is it not rally? Let
Re-
assume you say when they cross from the east that it will start to depreciate somewhat. So all the rally that have been happening on that part of the north central, is
like
it not
where?
rally, and the northeast? The what that happened in the northeast, Taraba State, the what that happened in Benue State, are they not north?
Yeah, but those people they successfully bust in people for those ones. So, but they couldn't in this
One man,
instance.
one man. Listen, you can say what you can say whatever you want to
Why
say.
were the rallies in Ekiti and Ondo State? Why were they cancelled?
You know, they killed one Labour Party yesterday. Are you
Yeah,
aware?
no. The rallies were cancelled before that.
I know that the reason why that rally was cancelled was some security and intelligence gave some information.
In both states. In both states.
Yeah, they gave some information about some security hinges. You understand? But
They have security concerns in
that
Ekiti.
information, I'm just
Hold on. No, hold on now. They have security concerns in Ekiti, and then they also have security concerns in Ondo State.
one man. I'm telling you that
No,
they
I'm
they
asking now.
they
They have security concerns in two states.
you know, one man, they did not come out to tell you this. It's we that inside are telling you this is the reason why that incident was that rally was withheld for now. And even that they are trying to curtail it, something still tragedy still happen in as much as they try to, stop one or two things. Do you understand? They eliminated one of the candidates yesterday.
Where?
Where? In Anambra State.
Right. So
Yes.
what's that got to do with Ekiti and Ondo State?
One man, you shouldn't be asking this to me when you come to security. Did they tell you that it must be in Ekiti that it will happen?
Oh, okay. So are they not going to hold any rallies anymore till the end of the what I don't
They
understand
will
what you're
hold
saying.
rally. They will
Right.
hold rally because yes, rally will still hold. In fact, the next rally they are trying to plan now, the next one is the one that will happen in Akwa Ibom. So, but
Okay.
that one
So
they are trying
back
to
to
put
home
one
soil,
of.
Abi. Back to home soil.
Which one is home soil?
So
Is Akwa Ibom?
hold on. You are saying they cancelled rallies in Ekiti and Ondo State because of an incident that happened in Anambra State, but their next rally will be in Ebonyi.
It's not because of the incident. I said the security intelligence unit alerted that some measure need to take place before rally continue. I'm just telling you now. And in as much that they are trying to curtail that, something still happened. When did they cancel it? It was not 2 days ago, but
My
the
God.
incident happened yesterday.
Right.
Yes. So, but
Is I hope you are
and
listening. I hope you are listening back to what you're saying.
yes, one man.
It doesn't
In
cohere
a,
with it. With it doesn't. There's no rhyme or rhythm, no logic, no
one
rhyme, no
man.
rhythm. You are just talking. You are talking yam. You are talking.
Because I'm just
What are
telling
you?
you the truth now. I'm talking yam. I'm just telling you what is happening. I'm talking yam.
No, you
I'm
are
not giving
talking yam now.
excuses.
What are you talking? What you are
I'm
talking? Listen back to
one man.
yourself now. Scroll back a minute and listen back to what you're saying. Is
One man.
yam now?
I'm not
Yam.
talking. I'm not giving excuses of what happened in Kogi. I'm telling you the reason why the rally was postponed. Not that it was cancelled. It's postponed. Get it right.
We know why the rallies were cancelled in Ekiti and Ondo State. So let me tell you why it was cancelled.
Oh
The
yeah, tell me. Let me know.
the turn up in in Kogi State was so derisory. Even if they had had 3 times the amount of crowd, it would have still been pitiable. So they have to pull out of the next 2 rallies because they cannot afford those sort of images going out in succession because it would then color heavily their campaign. So they have to then wait till where they are sure that they had support and then have their next rally. So they have to skip the 2 where they don't have the confidence that people will turn out to support and go
This
to a
is what
state.
you're making of one man. This is not the reason.
That's more
One man,
plausible.
this is what you're making. I'm telling you the reason why it was.
That makes sense of what I just said. But what
That
I'm
is
talking
what
about,
you are.
yeah,
That is what you are
yeah,
insinuating. That's what
what you're
you
talking
are.
about is Akara and
One
Agege bread.
man.
Akara and
One man.
Agege bread.
I should be the one to tell you the reason, not you.
How
I
can
should be
you?
the one to tell you the reason.
Why would you be the one? Are you a functionary of the party?
I'm part of the members of what is happening inside there.
Look
So
at
I
you.
should be telling you what is the
Because
reason
you go
why
to some
it was
Twitter space,
cancelled.
because you go to some Twitter space, you're a member of it. What
Which
is going
Twitter
on now?
space?
Because
I'm
you go to
just
some
telling you that
Wait,
because
wait,
of the
who is this
security
Twitter?
measures
Is this
that need to be
Emmy?
put in place,
Is this
and that
Emmy?
incident still, one way or the other, still took place. You understand?
right.
So the timetable has not changed. The next batch will still happen, and Ekiti will still take their position in the rally and stuff. So let's get it right. Not you're saying that it's on when they cross to north, it will start the depreciating. But you have watched Taraba, Nasarawa, Benue, and a lot of places in the one or your state. A lot of them has happened. So, but you have bent on what you believe to yourself. It's okay.
Hold on. You know that I have their timetable. Let me see.
P2B should move mind from Kogi State.
Look,
Kogi is not for P2B.
yes, Kogi, it will go to where he knows he has popularity. That's just it.
Kogi people are for Tinubu. They are going to support Tinubu with Kogi people.
I mean, I was just glad that a senior functionary of the party, it told us that they were not bullied. So you don't have that to hide behind anymore. So it's unbelievable, unbelievable.
Of
But
course, we are not winning Ekiti now. We will just get our 25%. So
You will
for
do
what
that.
is that?
25% from where? From where? Which states?
We will get it. We will get it. Don't worry.
From which states?
It's Isaac Fayoshe that is giving them hope in Ekiti State and his brother.
We will get our 25%.
Okay.
Sorry. Where did you say they're going to next? Because I have their timetable on my screen now.
We will go to Akwa Ibom next.
Akwa Ibom.
Yes.
All right. Have you been to Enugu?
No.
Okay, you were meant to be in Enugu on December the 8th. Have you been to
One man.
Ebonyi? Have you been to
One
Ebonyi?
man.
Have you been to Ebonyi?
You are reading the old timetable, the one that Labour Party produced.
Look at this guy. Look at
Yes.
this guy.
That one that was everyday rally. So no, we're not following that timetable. We have a timetable we are following.
All right. All right. All right. Back to you, Solly. I don't understand quite what that interjection was. Back to you, Solly.
Yeah. I think it was just in defense of Peter Obi, emotional defense. But it's just like when you are supporting a team, you just you want to support them no matter what. Just like how I was supporting Arsenal for almost a decade till I give up. So he's just defending his candidates. But yeah, that was my analysis on the topic.
Why have you got a big mic, by the way? Are you a streamer? Are you a gamer?
Yes, sometimes I stream. I want to start gaming.
All right. Okay.
And
on Twitch.
No, not Twitch. YouTube. I know how to use YouTube very well. I don't understand Twitch. Twitch is mostly for those Americans, but I haven't really tested it much.
I think if you're going to be a gamer, Twitch is that's where the community is. I'm not sure that there's gaming on YouTube.
It depends on the game. If it's soccer, it's mostly Europeans.
What
And
are you? What's your game? League of Nations or
no,
Fortnite
FIFA.
or FIFA? All right,
Yeah.
that's how KSI started. He started with FIFA. Look at
Yeah,
him
I
now.
watched KSI when he started, when he had like 100,000 subscribers. I used to watch him then. You know, I was in Cyprus then, and my landlord,
You
his
know
son.
that guy is in the better part of close to $250 million now, just off the back of gaming.
Yeah, yeah. So when I was in Cyprus, the landlord's son came with a shirt of KSI's brother. That's when I knew that okay, these guys they've gone far, because their merchandise, they sell t-shirts, they do advertisements, they know how to they know everything basically on YouTube and social media, but mostly YouTube. You can make a lot of
You know,
money from
it'd
YouTube.
be very difficult to repeat that because they had first mover advantage. That guy had been on it for what 12 odd years when there was
Mm,
nobody in this space. It would be very difficult to recreate KSI, the Paul brothers, etc. It's just impossible now.
No, it's not impossible because just like when they say with girls, there's always a new 18-year-old girl every day. There's always a new teenager that has never seen it before. So just like LeBron James,
No,
you
no,
have
but
Michael Jordan.
no. What I'm saying is that because they've seen the success narratives of those early pioneers of the YouTube space, so
Yes,
everybody is in the space of every opportunity now.
I
So
agree.
so
I
so
agree.
yeah. So it'd be very you go
Yes,
for it still though.
but I'm
If
saying no, no, no. Me, I'm just doing it for fun.
and
I
what's the
know
name of that? What's the name of that Swedish guy? What's his name?
PewDiePie.
Yes, that one.
No,
Nobody can recreate those spaces anymore.
no, yes, you can. Look at Mr. Beast. So, it's just like music. It's just like, oh, we'll never have another Ronaldinho, but you just give it some time. There's always someone new. That's why music is always evolving. We always have a new movie star. Somebody who always make it. Look at this guy named I Show Speed. He just came out and they're already beating them. So the younger generation always have more advantage because they are coming up with the new technology. So if you notice, if you don't indulge yourself with technology for 1 year, you will feel like you've been left behind for like 5, 10 years. And these people are growing up with it. So they'll always be able to beat the old guys, you know,
All right. If you do,
eventually.
all right. If you decide to go for it, let us know. We'll try and promote you as much as we can. But I'm not sure we have a gaming audience or we have a bald-headed old man in this space. But there it is. But thank you, Solly. So
Yeah.
stay with us. Let me go on from you, Solly, and let me go in the direction of let me go to let me go to Solomon only because he's in Nigeria. So Solomon, you're up next.
Yeah. Good
All
morning,
right.
woman.
Yeah,
Good morning, everybody.
yeah. Good morning. Good to have you. Where have you been? Where have you been?
I went to the east.
Oh, all right. How is
Yeah,
mommy?
yeah, fine, 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 fine. I went for my dad's burial.
Oh God. Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Is this something recent?
Yes, it was just last month. Yeah.
No. When did he pass away? Your dad?
Oh, since April. So we fixed the date last month so that my uncles and my siblings outside would come back home
Oh, all
and
right.
for the burial.
All right, Pele. All right.
Yeah.
So sorry about that. So to
Yeah.
the politics of it, don't get carried away by crowds at political rally. So this is Chris Okote saying this. I'm not sure if it's an Easterner or not, but really, once upon a time, all we heard was a 1 million-man march and how all of these gatherings were indicative of the fact that everybody now wants to be part of the obedient movement. But now that after Lokoja, the crowds don't matter anymore. Sorry, what Solomon. Yeah, both Solly anyway. So are you Solomon too, by the way, Solly?
Yes, I'm so okay.
Okay, so we have two Solomon. So Solomon, what are you making of that?
Yeah, Chris Okotie, I think he's the one pastor that contested 1 year.
Yeah, vote
Um,
fresh was the name of his.
I used to go to his church.
His church was not far from my house in Oregon.
It was very nice church.
Yeah.
It's just all changed when he went into politics. The church became weird.
Yeah, this Chris Okotie is talking out of experience. Let me tell you, let me say something here. P2B is a very good man. Is somebody that, with the kind of mindset he has or he have, he can really do something. He will do something. Why somebody like me don't support P2B? It's not like he's not a good candidate. He's a very good candidate. But with the system we are in, the way the country is, they can't. He will not. The system is not conducive for him, or it's not. It's not. Cannot be conducive or proper for him to carry out the kind of governance he wants to execute in this country. That is why I don't support him. No matter how he tries to present himself, there are still people that will not want him to. So the system will not still want him to get into that office. That is why I don't support him. It's not like P2B is not fit or is not capable or he can't carry out the task, but it's the system. That is just the truth. So Chris now is talking out of experience. He's just saying this thing. What he said now is out of experience. Even though the time he ran for this for the office and now there are different times, but he still knows what he said. There's still sense in what he said. So it's not by crowd, not by pulling crowd in rallies. People might be jobless and they will want to just join your rally and do certain things to make the number come up. And because of that, let's not deceive ourselves. They still mobilize with money. They use money to mobilize people too. Like that one, they say they know they give shishi. I believe they give shishi in some states now. Some rallies they did, just like in Abia State. We saw the video of them sharing money after the gathering. So money too is still involved for people to come out. So let's not whine ourselves here and say that we know they give shishi. They know they give shishi. They give shishi. So Chris
Oh,
Okotie is talking out of experience.
oh,
Then for the code,
yeah,
okay.
go on. Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, for the Kogi space. See, Kogi people, I know Kogi people very well. I don't call they behave like that they have sense very well. But to me they don't have sense, but they will always want to do like they are very smart. Kogi people are not going to vote for P2B. P2B is not going to have vote in Kogi. Even that 25% self, I'm not sure he would really get 25% in Kogi State. Kogi State are going to go with Tinubu. That is the truth. They will go with Tinubu. Kogi is going for
I'll
Tinubu.
be very surprised if they don't. The youth coordinator for the Tinubu campaign is Yahaya Bello, and he holds that state with an iron fist. So I'll be very surprised if Kogi does not vote for Yahaya Bello, for Tinubu rather.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You see, in that Kogi state, most of the people, like I don't want to say majority of the people there, they are not really in line with Yaya Bello because of the kind of governance he's carrying out today. He's doing like a dictator in that state, and some people are not really. Most people in that state, they are not really in line with the way he's behaving. But them voting for because they say like the way I said now that they behave like Kogi people behave like they are very, especially Ibera people, like they have sense too much. So they look at Igbo people that way, and they will always bring in that tribal sentiment in this their voting. They'll say that Igbo people do like they have sense too much. So they will is one of the reasons, one of the criteria why they will not vote for Obi. Yeah, but this Yaya Bello, this thing too is going to still play him being the youth coordinator to still play in Kogi State there too.
All right, brilliant. So when you went to the east, did you see the second Niger bridge? Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. Yes, I saw it when I was going to leaving the east to Asaba. When I was leaving.
Was it an impressive edifice? Because but it's been opened now, not fully, but for the Christmas period. So it's been opened now, and this, by the way, is the first major infrastructure that's been put in the southeast for the last 50 years. So it's been opened now. So how do you run this contrary to the popularly held sentiments around, at least towards Buhari in the southeast?
To be honest with you, the previous bridge, the first bridge is more solid than this new one that they just constructed. The only reason why people are happy about the bridge is that it will just decongest the traffic, like, because now there is another route, because there's another route now, that is the second bridge. It will reduce the traffic, and it will reduce the way people, the kind of crimes that used to go on in that particular area. So, but in terms of being solid, the first one is more solid than this the second one. But at least it's something. It's something to thank. Is it to thank Buhari? It's not. It's something they are supposed to have done now. So them now saying that they are appreciating Buhari. After all, it was not Buhari that started the project. It was Jonathan. So they don't owe Buhari any thanks. They should even thank Jonathan. Like they said, Jonathan did not do anything in the southeast. They should still thank him, even though he's no longer in power, because he was not the one that initiated the idea, that brought the idea of starting that that second Niger bridge.
You sound as though you're coming down with the flu that everybody else has.
Yeah, this Hamatan in Abuja.
Can I interject?
Yeah, come in. Was that for
I heard a story. Oh, it was me. I heard the story that they were making toothpaste in Kogi, and they wanted to sell it, but somebody was importing toothpaste that was much more cheaper, and that was Peter Obi, and that's another reason why they didn't come. I don't know.
Where did you get that from? That sounds like oh God. But I don't know how true that is. But that really that goes to the heart of a lot of things. When they say Nigeria can be a production hub,
it's Dangote shut down his tomato this thing in Kano. It's not even in Kogi. It's in Kano. Yeah, it's in Kano. That article was from. No, that one is from Reno Mokri's page.
Yes. He's the one that said it. Exactly. Yeah, not tomato paste.
No, it's tomato. It's tomato.
Okay.
It's tomato paste. Yes.
Yeah, in Kano State.
So why did he now say it's the Peter Obi?
Yes, now because he said that people like somebody like Peter Obi, because he imports these things. So the I think, as like you said now, he imports them at a very cheaper rate, and people like Dangote would not. They had to shut down because people were not patronizing them again. Like they don't get the profit that they make normally. Before he's saying, I can hear you.
Finish. I just wanted.
I can hear you. No, go on. I can hear you.
Yeah, one man. That tomato paste, is it healthy for Nigerians to be importing it?
Why not? What stops that?
Okay, I'm just asking.
No. Why do you ask? What's your thinking?
Tomato paste is not really that healthy. The ones in tin can.
You know what tomato paste is? It's the one they use to make jollof rice, so not canned tomatoes. Yeah, tomato paste.
Yes, tomato paste.
All right. I'm not quite sure where you are with that, but back to you, Solomon.
Yeah, so the second Niger bridge is not something would like this Ohaneze now saying that Ohaneze went on their news. How did you put the phrase they made there? Ohaneze bent knee to Buhari over. That's what Ohaneze is supposed to do now, is to make peace in the East and not coming to beg and kneel down for Buhari to appreciate him for this.
Do you think my headlines sometimes, do you think they can be a bit excessive?
Is that how you see them, or you are the one you are the person that is that how you see them online, or you are the one that just
No, I do it mainly just to to get people in, to get people in.
Yeah,
Well, sometimes when I see your headline, I just laugh. Hello,
Sorry.
is that Saki Father? Saki Father, good morning. Are you trying to talk?
Yeah, go.
What did happen?
Yeah.
I did, bro. I did, bro.
Yeah, sometimes your headlines,
Mm.
like whenever you see where people see your headlines, you be like, even if people don't want to enter, you're pushing people to enter to actually know
What's
what
going on
is
there?
happening. Like, this headline, the headline is quite inviting, So even if you don't want to, you have
It's
to
very
enter by
catchy.
force because
Yes.
it's
Yes.
something.
But what I try not to do is to tell an outright lie. So if it has a close, a relative association with the truth, no matter how I just go with it. So there it is.
Like
Solomon.
immediately I saw
Yeah.
the headline, I was like, it appears today one man wants to flog the southeastern people very well. Like
No, the Southeasterners. Sorry, Solomon. I want to play you this short clip. Let me play it first, and then we discuss it. This is Atiku at his rally, but then play close attention to his security details as he attempts to walk towards the rostrum. Pay attention to this.
As I invite Atiku Abubakar. Ladies, thank you.
Okay, so they quickly cut away, but unmistakably, you saw there his security details trying to, not even trying, but actually helping him to negotiate a flight of stairs. So, I mean, all the speculations now, if that was Tinubu, all the headlines will be covered.
Yeah, this guy this is not, even if there's nobody that don't have health issue, but this particular scene now is not, there's nothing to point out now that there is his health, that he has that maybe he had failure in his health, like he was sick here. No,
I know 2 people were carrying him down a
they
flight
were
of
not
stairs.
carrying him. They were just like they were just like somebody coming down from staircase. Now you have to hold the what they call them, is it the, like, let me just say, the handle, the staircase handle. You have to hold them to come down from to step down from, on the staircase. So this thing now, we should not say that this guy is sick. He's not sick. There's nothing like sickness here or him having failure in his health. No, he was just trying to come down that the staircase so that he would march to the podium. So let's not just point at anything here and say this guy is not. No. That shouldn't be what we would say here. We should not say this thing.
All right. Okay, stay where you are.
Yeah.
It looks as though there may be breaking news. So I'm going to share with you now. This is breaking news as it's breaking, and I'm glad you are here as well, Saki Father and Emmanuel. So let me share the screen for. This, because we're struggling to keep the stories together, but this now, look at this. So this is fresh off the press, and details to come. But look at this. Breaking: Interpol arrests Simon Ekpa for terrorism. The leader of the autopilot faction of ESN, Simon Ekpa, has been arrested earlier today by Interpol, by international police, popularly called Interpol. He was arrested at Finland International Airport whilst trying to escape to Israel. Details later. So there it is. Just fresh
This
off
is
the
a big lie. It's a big lie, because this evening, around 11, before, like an hour before you
I was
started
watching
the
him.
show,
I was watching
him too. Live.
Was it live?
Yes. Now people were even buying super chats. People even called in. So all these things
But
are a very big lie.
You know, it may be a pre-recording. You know, that's how they did with
No.
Nnamdi
This
Kanu.
one. No.
Remember when they caught Nnamdi Kanu? Remember that time?
Solely. See.
All right. Let's blame somebody for that. So the person.
Can I say something? One man.
If you want like that,
hold on. The next name you see on your screen is the person responsible for that. So you can blame Kulata. So that's Kulata. That's Kulata's fake news. Kulata settled down with the fake news now.
Can I say something?
But
Solomon.
One man.
Yes.
One man is on check Nigerian news channels, TVC and Co.
They didn't arrest this guy.
It's there.
Okay, post the link. Post the link in the private chat.
Okay.
Let me say something. How many hours? Good evening, one man. Good evening, everyone.
Okay. It's not about his capture actually. It's
about people vote. Petitioning him.
Fake news. Kulata.
Mr. Thomas, you're trying to ask a question.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Don't blame. Sorry, don't blame Kulata. One man, there are some certain news tabloid that you have to be careful about when they post stuff. There is one that is basically used, by the obedient. So you should be careful about all those kind of. They always come up with stuff like that. Verify very well before you.
Yes.
They have their propaganda.
It's unbelievable. I'm blaming Kulata for that. For Kulata, you don't put our credibility on the threat. But so sorry. Back to you quickly, Solomon. Yes, that's Kulata.
This Simone.
Solomon, can I say something, please?
Yes.
Yeah. About the arrest. Why are we doubting? It could be televaxing like 5 hours ago, and he's been arrested a couple hours ago. How many minutes do they take to arrest somebody? So why are we doubting? It could be true. It could be true.
Okay, let's just put it in the space of unverified. If he has been arrested, then I think even in the course of this session we'll find out more details. But
I'll check Twitter now, because those people on Twitter, if he was really arrested, he will start crying by now.
If he was arrested, they will be all over the news.
I'm a big fan of Simon Ekpa.
Why are you a fan of Simon Ekpa?
The guy.
Solomon.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I actually wanted to say it is quite worrisome that you're actually going to that guy's platform to go and listen to what he's feeling. I think if you guys are listening to him, he will feel he has much viewers, and that is why he will continue.
Yeah, but you can't do anything to stop him.
What is even more worrisome is solely listening to him. What's your business?
No. Before your show started, I'm subscribed to him.
Even me, it was even Simon Ekpa.
Before,
it was people like Simon
Ekpa. I got that 30 minutes notification. I thought it was live, so I came to.
But one man, is Simon Ekpa not preaching?
Wait now. Let me tell you what happened. So I now clicked. I
can't
wait. I actually can't wait.
Only your head that they see. I don't see anything. See your long neck.
And it's wearing shades. It's wearing shades indoors.
Can you see it too?
No, I put eye drops in my eyes, so it's a bit watching.
Okay.
So I now clicked it. I said, let me check what's going on here. Next thing, the guy was just talking about. I told you they'll be talking about Biafra by the end of this day. I was like, but nobody's talking about Biafra though. And I saw all of them in the comment section saying yes, chanting and supporting. I'm like, God, just delusion. I was like, what is this? And I just clicked away because this guy is just siphoning money from them. They were just spraying money. I'm like,
let me. I want to say something.
He was like a pastor.
Hold on. When you say siphoning money, do you know that they estimate his fortunes just off the back of that, whatever it is that he's doing, $3.5 to $5 million.
One man, I can bet is more. See,
No, I think it's more.
if you have
It must have creamed at least a good 30 to 60 million dollars off the back of gullible from the southeast. Gullible from the
minus
southeast.
donations.
Everybody makes money off gullible from the southeast.
So
one man, this thing you said now is not true. And please don't say it, please. Don't say it. Don't say this.
Solomon,
that
you have no idea how much you can extract from the internet. When you now even have following that is ready to pay you, they will be giving him cash gifts. When some of these guys make money, they will just give him money. When some of these guys steal money, they will just give it. You don't know how this is how churches work. You know, it's a faith and belief kind of things. So forget all this small money you are seeing them collect. They will still be giving them.
What about there are people like Mayogun is an Yoruba nation activist.
Let me tell you, people that even look like that are even the worst. You see, it doesn't show off. It's not flashy. He acts like he's part of them, part of the layman, but he has thousands of subscribers that are donating thousands. Sometimes every stream. He knows what he's doing. He's relating with them. He's speaking to them. He's behaving like Fayoshi. This is how Fayoshi used to behave in Ekiti. Exactly like that. So don't underestimate these people. If they really want to get money from you, they will. It's not level of they are using logic. They are all using belief. It's like their own kind of church. You know.
There's something I want to say here, one man. Please, like Plato said that I'm a threat to Nigeria. I am not a threat to Nigeria. Let me tell you the truth. I believe in one Nigeria, but my Igbo interest with what has happened in Nigeria here and the way the Igbo people have been marginalized. Why I don't support P2B again is because P2B is coming to do Azikiwe kind of government, and I don't want it. We will do everything with understanding. We will not just come and ignore some things that we're supposed to address and start saying that we are one Nigeria. We need to look at certain things. We will address them. They will not start. Then we'll blend as one Nigeria, not just coming from nowhere and start claiming one Nigeria. So that is why I'm not supporting them.
Solomon, can I ask you?
Solomon,
I want to ask you a question. Solomon, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Apart from P2B from Southeast, can you reckon anyone from the Southeast that can garner the momentum Obi has garnered, irrespective of the party? Can you mention one person?
Where is this going to?
I don't understand. Which one is? Can I mention one person? Why? See, let me tell you the truth.
No, because you said that what Obi is doing is how do they even say it? That you didn't subscribe to it, that nothing will happen. So if Obi could garner this momentum alone with some reasonable numbers, without any structure or something, can you reckon anyone from Southeast alive today or future that will have this momentum?
Why does it matter?
I want to even ask him. I want to still ask him.
I'm not sure where this conversation is going. Sorry, Emmanuel, man. You're just taking us to some
I was very confused.
No. Thank you. Let's abandon that. You're taking us down the call the Sark. Sorry, Saki. Go on, Saki.
The question I want to ask him borders on the Simon Ekpa issue. So Solomon, you just admitted here that the Southeasterners are being marginalized, right?
Yes, bro.
Admitted here that they are being marginalized, maybe by the government, sort of, you know.
Yes.
What Simon Ekpa is doing right now? What Simon Ekpa is doing right now to the people of Southeast, you know, forcing them to sit at home, losing their businesses, leading to a lot of loss of life in the Southeastern zone. What will you describe it as, you know, if not marginalization arising from within?
See, let me. I have to remove my head in certain things. Me saying I like him, it doesn't mean that I'm a supporter of everything he's doing 100%. Just like this, like what you said now, this part of it, I don't agree to it. In this part of him trying to impose the sit at home in the southeast, I don't agree to it at all, because the thing even affects me too. So it's not about this side of his action.
Solomon, what was your experience of that when you went to the southeast? This sit-at-home narrative.
Yeah, well, in my state now, in Abia State, I can tell you Abia State is because that is the state I went to. I would say is the only state in the southeast that's not really, apart from Abbas side, that Abbas side, they are the only people that experience this sit at home. But you see, then maybe Umaya sometimes, but not every time. But you see, from Umaya down to my place, there is nothing like sit at home. People go to school on Monday. I have a boy in my house that goes to school on every Monday, because I was there for like 3 weeks. Every Monday he goes to school, and things people were even doing their normal activities in Abia State. So,
Yeah, the
but
sit-at.
in other parts, you can't travel. You can't travel out of the east on Monday. You don't dare talk of traveling. You don't try it.
The sit-at-home
Yeah, you wanted
in
to say something.
Sorry, Saki. What's the report back home about this sit-at-home? How are people engaging with it? What's the view of the people in the southeast? What were they telling you?
Yeah, they like, for instance, now like some days now, the days that they will hit maybe unexpected, like this place I told you now, some places that they will not observe that sit at home. When they might just, the people that will attack there without as in the people in that environment, in that side, in that community, without them knowing, they will just attack them, and it will be very, like the other day I have a friend in Enugu. That evening of I think on the 14th or on the 13th, that they said they'll be sit at home. That evening, she said she wanted to go to Inagban in Enugu. There, she's a student of ESUT. That she wants to get food around. So the next thing, as I hung up the call, like some minutes later, she called me. She texted me like, "Omo, that they just got attacked to that CCC." She even sent me pictures of injury, of the injury she sustained. She said that as she went to get food, that the next thing she started hearing gunshots, people started running. That's how she started running. That she put her head, that if she fell on the ground, her head was even close to a car that was a moving vehicle. God just made that vehicle not to move. That her head was in the tire. That if not for God, that vehicle would have smashed her skull. So these their attacks in some places, you may not expect it. You may say that, oh, they are not attacking, that they don't attack this place, but unexpectedly they will just attack that place. So on Monday, it's advisable you just stay in your house, and as long as you
So are they in favor of the sit at home? Are they not? And who are they holding responsible for that sit at home?
right now, I won't lie to you, they are not in, as long as that is in the part of the southeast I went to, they are not really. They talk about Simon Ekpa, but not in an aggressive manner. But they just say, because unknown government too are still carrying out their own activity. We don't know if it's Simon Ekpa that is in control of the unknown government or whoever. But it is unknown government.
What is the view or what is the southeast? The people living in the southeast. What is their view on Simon Ekpa or of Simon Ekpa?
It's not everybody that is in line or that agrees with his this thing that is going on now with this is kind of imposing sit at home on the region. It's not everybody that agrees to it, but you still have followers there, people who agree to the sit at home, that are willing to sit at home too. That even they've seen it as a normal way of life till their demands are met. Yeah, but the last sit at home now is was on 14th. I think for the year there will not be any sit at home again. Yes, according to his broadcast.
And what's the level of support for him there? What's the level of support?
Yeah, like I said, not everybody.
No, not everybody, but give percentages.
Okay. Let me say, let me just say, like, for me, the one I've seen, let me say, like, in 100%, I will give him like 30. I'll give him 30. It's not people. There
You
are
mean
plenty people that don't
30%
want.
from Southeast or 30% from Abia
I'm
State?
telling you, see, bro, 30% are supporting this guy. To be honest with you,
No, let me tell you. You know,
yeah.
when you talk about this IPOB Biafran agitation,
Simon
you know,
Ekpa, sorry to
no,
interject. This
yeah,
so the 30%, I mean, people that are in support of the, because I know the IPOB now, they are saying that they are no longer doing this sit at home of 18, but those people that are supporting IPOB, most of them are still supporting. In fact, they've neglected IPOB. They are no longer, most of them are not even in agreement. They are not in line with IPOB again now. They're not even, because they use some phrase that Mazin Abdikaru gave to them, that anybody you see that you see the ESCOs in IPOB talking against or working against, follow that person. So most people now use that phrase or use that word that Mazin Abdikaru said before they arrested him. They are using it now to work. That's why I can tell you that he have like 30%
no.
from the southeast.
Yeah. Anyway, what I'm trying to say in effect is that if you are talking
Yeah.
about this IPOB South Biafran agitation, you know, and
Yeah.
you scale it you rate it according to how the states in the Southeast are actually going towards it. I think the number one state you have to count is Abia State. They carry it for head, you know.
Is
But
he in
if you,
IPOB? Is he IPOB?
yeah, all these IPOB apostles, you know, people that actually believe
But
in
why are they not observing
IPOB.
sit at home? They are not observing sit at home from
No, no,
Ikwano. In Ikwano, they are not observing it
no,
in.
no, no, no.
That is, I'm talking about my own local government.
So,
In
yeah, they are not observing it now because the insecurity is not so much felt in Abia State. There are two states that this insecurity is so high in the southeast: Anambra
what you
State
said now
and
is
Imo
not.
State.
It's true, Sha. It's not a lie.
No, no, no. Yeah. Anambra State and Imo State. That is where it is too high. You know, so that is
And
why it
Enugu.
appears that Anambra and
Yeah.
Imo, yeah, Enugu just started recently. You know, that is why it
Yeah.
appears that Anambra and Imo, they tend to be sitting at home every Mondays because this security is so high. But in Abia State, I don't even hear about records of
No. Yes.
casualties, in Abia State.
Yes.
So that is why they are able to like come out of it. But if you come to Anambra State, I'm telling you the general feelings. Of course, you know that the trade hub in the southeast is majorly Anambra. So, and it is affecting their trade very well. People are moving to other states to establish businesses. So businessmen are just crying. People that are making money in Anambra are crying. And it is them that are pushing this thing online. These
All right.
accounts, they are reporting. Yeah.
It looks
Yeah,
as though
so
Simon Ekpa, sorry, Asake Father, it looks as though Simon Ekpa has been hearing about the fake news about him that is being spread by Kulata, and he has now done he has now done a video response. So let's hear Simon Ekpa response to the fake news that Kulata is spreading about him. So Kulata, I hope you are listening. You don't do fake news about this guy. He has guns. He's giving you a warning now directly.
This good afternoon, everyone, Biafra people. This is the 16th day of December 2022. I've come across messages from one Peter Agbakalo. Peter Agbakalo, a reporter and the senior editor with the Sun newspaper. I saw what he posted. This is me. Somebody from Germany is giving you all manner of all these Nigeria criminals in Germany, giving you information about Simon Ekpa, Interpol, this is about that. God is going to use me to end Nigeria. This evil Nigeria that is committing crimes that are known for crimes and terrorism. This evil Nigeria that is supporting terrorism. And all you people do is to support Nigeria because you are getting paid for the job and the evil journalism you do. Peter Agbakalo, this is Simon Ekpa talking, and you can see I am driving. But let me tell you, all of you will fail. You will see how you are going to fail next year. And at the end, Biafra will come. Thank you.
Okay, so that puts an end to that. So that puts an end to that. Simon Ekpa, the Interpol still after him, not yet arrested.
One man. I hope this guy has a very, very good lawyer.
How do you mean?
I feel this guy have ground in Finland because the confidence is talking.
No. I think the Finnish government, they actually back him because they cannot be doing this without their backing.
Yeah, he have
that
ground
confidence.
in Finland,
See, he has that aura of, I take him as
invincibility,
Not invincibility. He has this. He can easily be looked off, but he can easily cause damage too. At the end of the day, it reminds me of somebody like Charles Taylor. That kind of.
No, we see that guy as a joke, but it's a very dangerous man.
Yeah, yes, that's how I wanted to.
Because his game is being played in human lives, and that's always the thing. It's being played in human lives or with human lives. But Asake, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, actually, I don't know his citizenship status in Finland. I don't know whether he got it through asylum protection seeking in Finland. And when you are under protection by a government because you have provided ab initio certain damning convictions to show that you are being persecuted, from the land you are coming from, I think it will be very, very hard, once you are still under that protection, I think it will be very, very, very hard for the other country to initiate your extradition.
No, I think it's citizenship. He got it through marriage. I think he got it through marriage. If you look at his wife, some boxing lady like that, so that's his wife there. So I think he got his citizenship through marriage.
But one man, you can extradition, right? Extradition is not possible in this matter because extradition will have to be a collaboration of two countries. So it means in this case, Nigeria, Buhari himself and the federal government, so to say, right, will have to show an interest, and there will be a probable ground for Nigeria to actually, even Finland and the international community, to grant him.
And given the human rights record of the Buhari administration, almost impossible to get anybody extradited.
Even the question is, is Buhari will be happy? Is Buhari even ready for his extradition? When you look at Buhari's body language, if it is except probably he's doing something that is damaging, like Nnamdi Kanu has considered by Buhari. This Simon Ekpa, in my own case, what is he saying is basically propagating and projecting and preaching Biafra. Is it not Biafra that the people of the Southeast want?
No. I think
it's most likely going to be Tinubu's problem.
No. I think Simon Ekpa.
Hold on. Let's hear from Saki.
In my view, I think Simon Ekpa is still doing the same thing Nnamdi Kanu was doing, because as you can see, he's talking even against the Nigerian government. He's still calling Nigeria a zoo. He's talking all those things, trying to say things about the government. So he's still doing the same thing, So I feel there is no way I will believe that I can't.
I just read now that Simon Ekpa is in the military in Finland. I think he's one of their reservists.
Yes, he is. Yes.
So definitely,
one man.
Definitely, nobody can.
Yeah.
When you have that kind of background in such a country, then nobody can really do much. But if an extradition would be possible, right? The extradition would have to actually be initiated by the federal government, by Buhari administration, then does Buhari administration actually do they care about what Simon Ekpa is doing? Because when you look at Nnamdi Kanu, they had it out for Nnamdi Kanu, and they wanted Nnamdi Kanu, and they got him. If Buhari and the goons, if they want Samuel Ekpa before Buhari leaves office, I can tell you one man before January, February, they will get him. But
they will not get him, bro.
No,
They
they will easily, but I don't think
see,
they. I
it
don't
was
think they're
getting Nnamdi. Okay,
Yeah,
I
go
can
on.
hear you.
No, I don't think it's worth the effort to get cybernetic power, because snatching Nnamdi Kanu in the manner that they have, they feel, and in many ways it has blunted the whole Biafra, that IPOB narrative. The whole thing is that Samanepa is somewhat of a comical figure anyway. So the moment they snatch Nnamdi Kanu, that ended that Biafra. So the whole thing became just it's just a joke now, really, isn't
And
it?
you have to look at where Simon Ekpa is coming from, right? You have to look. Simon Ekpa is an offshoot. Is to say now it's an offshoot of Nnamdi Kanu, and who actually probed and enabled Nnamdi Kanu to where he is today by extension, Simon Ekpa being his offshoot. The same narrative, because we have to say the truth, one man, because you cannot build something on nothing. So now that they actually want to back out of this Simon Ekpa and the Biafra and IPOB narrative, is because of Peter Obi, because they know the damage this is causing for Peter Obi. People will not come out.
No, it's not.
For Peter Obi's situation, I can tell you
sorry, enigmatic. Are you suggesting that they are letting the Simon Ekpa narrative run and play because that dulls the Peter Obi space? It takes, because the fight really is with the Obi space, not the Nigerian state. Simon Ekpa.
Exactly, because why do you think the southeastern people are worried about Simon Ekpa? Even the hierarchy of their leaders, calling for his extradition because of their political project with Peter Obi, right? These are the same people that when Buhari was initiating several military interventions like Operation Crocodile and this, and they were basically up in arms against Buhari's administration. And Buhari is just
is that how to fight agitation?
Buhari is just going to put his arms and be watching them unless except Simon Ekpa start throwing virtues probably to him and his administration. You will let them.
Woman, can I ask a question?
Yes, hold that question for a minute. Okay, let's go to Thomas. He's in his car ready to drive to work, but he wants to make a contribution to the platform before he sets off. So holding up the culture in Australia, Thomas. New haircut, new glasses. Look at fine boy on the hunt. Sheila, you call them Sheilas, don't you, in Australia, the girls? All the Sheilas are in trouble. Let's
thank you. Thank you, one man. I have an observation and advice. Guys, we are not sounding very well. Talking on each other, please. We are not, it sounds horrible. If you want to interject, if somebody is trying to come in and that person is not giving you a chance, just let it be. Like 4 voices is just crazy. Please, guys, let's just observe that. My observation, one man, that's my observation and advice. What I really want to talk about is, I sent you a video on, since we are in that space now, that's why I just want to say it and just let you continue your show.
Do you want me to play you a short clip of the video you sent in?
That would be good, one man.
And
God bless you.
You run a commentary on it. So, like I always say, my Instagram is available for anybody that wants to send anything that's up for discussion. He has to go through the editorial phase, of course. That is to say, I have to approve of it or not. But Thomas has sent this in. But let's see what we're making of it. We just play about a couple of minutes. It's essentially the arrest of the military bomb making spaces of the Biafra people, something. But Thomas, let me play a clip of it. It's just that space. It needs to end. It needs to end. We don't want Biafra, so just let it rest, where we say it. So let me play a short,
Let them have it now.
Ebony State Police Command, once again, we have dealt with some hoodlums.
The video.
Of the inglorious IPOB/ESN that have been terrorizing the entire nooks and crannies of Ebony State and even beyond. Our crack detectives, made up of the tactical teams of this command, had an encounter with them within the boundary area between Ishelu local government area and Onitsha local government area of Ebony State. And the hoodlums were operating in a Toyota Sienna van loaded with a lot of exhibits, arms, and ammunition. And when our men sighted them, they picked race. They were trying to escape and trust these gallant operatives. They engaged the hoodlums, and what we had at the end of the day was the recovery of this vehicle, which was stolen at gunpoint from the owner some few days ago along Ishelu axis. And a harvest of all the exhibits you are seeing here. What we have here today is a complete bomb factory, the biggest so far recovered in the whole of the Southeast. In fact, these IEDs are capable of destroying a very large building and doing a whole lot of massive killing of any living thing around the area. You can see the components ranging from gelatin, very large quantity. I will show you, after this briefing. We have a very large quantity of it. There are safety fuses, primed. They collect all these and fabricate it themselves. In fact, from our EOD expert in Ebony State, one of these hand grenades they manufactured is capable of wiping out the whole of these premises and killing everybody here. Even though they don't have shrapnels, the gelatin is so powerful that the pressure and the shock can kill everybody within the perimeter where it is thrown. So I am going to showcase all this to you. You can also see the uniforms of some of our colleagues that these miscreants killed during several attacks at police stations. You see their uniforms, their other accoutrements, boots, and all that. And even our smoke gunners. You see a lot of the short range and the long ranges, a lot of cartridges. By the time I show you all this, you can believe me that what the tactical team of this command has done this day has saved the day for Ebony State and even other neighboring states where they carry their onslaught to. So we have recovered the Sienna bus that he's even the commander, because many of these IED.
Okay. So maybe we stop it there. So you get the gist. A bomb making factory, by the Nandekano people. So yes. This is what I'm saying. These games that they are playing is being played and paid in human lives. Thomas.
Oh, thank you, one man. God bless you for having me again. That is why sometimes I'm very crazy about this Biafra narrative and the IPOB and the ESN, what they are doing to my people from the Southeast. Because Southeast people, they are my people. They are Nigerians. This has to stop. Making explosive, killing Nigerians on the name of one stupid country. I said it again, stupid country. You can't be shedding blood.
Even was Thomas, imaginary country, because it doesn't actually exist. Imaginary country.
You can't be killing our people for any stupid country which has not been ascertained as a Biafra is a country. No, you can't kill my people. Southeast people are my people. No, making factory explosive. One, if you watch it to the end, many flags of Biafra, many booths. They even kill police uniform. Their guns were taken. Police tapes was no. Come on, guys. No, we can't take that in that country. No. That is why I hate all this secession, Yoruba nation. I don't want any blood of anybody to be shed for any country that is not even tenable, that is not even actual. Please, guys, because I saw the video yesterday, I sent it to one man, and thank God we are in that space now. That's why I just say, let me just open that space. No, you can't continue doing this, killing Nigerians. Southeastern, they are Nigerians. They are my brothers and sisters. You can't continue killing on the name of one stupid country. I don't care where you come from. I don't know where you are fighting for. I don't know what you are fighting for. Maybe marginalization, maybe anything of any such. No, he has to stop.
Thomas,
killing our policemen, killing people.
Thomas, Baba, let me ask
you
something.
Please.
Yes.
No, let him finish now. You know, I'm waiting on the line, please.
No, hold on, Tony. Yes, yeah. So you can come in, enigmatic.
Okay. I appreciate this your sense of patriotism. Is it not the same thing that we are actually saying now? Because look at, just imagine this kind of rhetorics, and then this kind of narrative about if Peter Obi does not win the election, they're gonna burn Nigeria. Or can you imagine what that is setting in some people's mind already? When you know how fragile the situation is already in that neighborhood, and you are still making this kind of threatening statement and these rhetorics. How does this help them?
That is why I said one day that when Des came here that it's going to be bloody if Peter Obi don't win, I said it. If you want to burn Nigeria, stay in the southeast. Don't come to the southwest or Lagos. We will not take it. No, we will not take it. That is my outburst this morning. We will not take it. Nigerians from the north, from the west, from the south, we will not take it. And look at this. This is the preparation of burning Nigerian down. On the name of if Peter Obi don't win, or in the name of Biafra, I don't care any country. I don't care Yoruba nation. I don't care Biafra nation. I don't care Yoruba nation. You can't continue kill ourselves on the name of any country. No, we will not take it. And I know Nigerian police, Nigerian military, ready to deal with them in the language they understand. Thank you, woman. May God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. So I think a lot of the sentiments, if not all of the sentiments shared by us, when you see those graphic sort of things, and if you watch the fullness of that clip, they actually engaged in the police authorities. They engaged the police authorities who were able to overwhelm a few of them. When I say overwhelmed, lives were lost, of course. But then if you look at those bomb-making things, there were fertilizers, there were detonators, there were gels for mass explosion, there were assault rifles, automatic rifles, and there were spoils of wars in uniforms of security personnel that these people had done away with. So when we listen to all that space, Simon Ipano, this game is being played in human lives. Human lives. But thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So that was quite a powerful interjection then by Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. But Ahmed, you don't wash your in. He said, what is this? You wore this yesterday, and you are wearing it today again.
One man, I'm rocking it. I'm rocking it today again. Yeah.
You don't have a you don't have a suit and tie requirement where you work.
No. You can dress anyone how you want on weekends.
Oh, yes, it is a weekend.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. Somebody wanted to interject just then. Was that you, Saki?
It was Tony, sir.
Oh, yeah. So come in, Tony.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Good evening, everybody. And then I thank woman. I thank you one for your job. You are doing very great. Like this Do and Yoruba documentary you did some days ago. It's very nice. So they all now.
Oh, did you watch it?
Oh yes, I watched even the one you posted again. I watched it again. This 2.5 hours. I watch everything. I don't watch your show. Only that it show women society that at the moment. That's why I don't come on board.
No, I thought I thought that piece between Kulata and
War Peace
and War Peace, I thought it was so strong that it needed to start.
Kulata is a big star. Kulata is a big star. I nearly killed myself that day because because of my old brother War Peace. I was so surprised, but later on I know that it's that. I was even trying to come in, but the studio was so full because I went to attack him. Because what the hell?
No. It wasn't. Hold on. It wasn't about attack. You know what happened then was what happened then was that War Peace had a bank of knowledge, and Kulata had a bank of knowledge, and Adanle Koko also had a bank of knowledge, and between those we were trying to pull together what actually seems a coherent sort of documentation of that historical space. So that was why I cut it up and stood it alone as a video by itself. But so I thought it was very good.
No. Why I call the Kulata the star, a big star, is because Kulata was able to organize the discussion, and then he was always approaching it with smiles, smiles, so that I try to calm down. He was trying to calm a War Peace down. You know what I'm saying? I know that War Peace listening right now. And then at the end of the day, Kulata concluded that because those our history were not documented, that it's just by hearsay, but at the end of the day, that we can't, we are inseparable. So nobody can separate us from Yorubas, and nobody. And then at the end of look, Yoruba is just a language because Obafemi Awolowo, that somebody touched on him. That's why I was trying to be mad just now. That Obafemi Awolowo and the Chief Nahoro, they want to adopt also Yoruba in the old Midwestern region, in the old Midwestern region. Okay, so that we can be having we have a Ijebu, we have a Ba. We have the Oyo is the main one, but we have all this Ikale, we have Ondo, Ekiti, etc., and the Esa, the Urobo.
All right. So sorry, Tony. With your permission, I don't often like to re-legislate sessions that have already gone, but give us your
I know. You did promise that you are going to stage it again. You did promise. But what I'm trying to say is we're all the same. Had it been that Yoruba were taught fully in our place, because we all grew up with all the, with Yoruba terms now. Because if a Yoruba person is speaking, an average, Edo or Urobo person will and the jaw, they will know. You can see Asari Dokubo instead of Tokumbo, they will call you, Dokubo, kind of. You see, Adebayo, Adesuwa.
All right. All right. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah,
so thank you, Tony.
Now back to my reason for it, for the digestion now.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Regarding to this topic. So first of all, that if there's no war, no peace. That when I'm coming in here, I always bear in mind that you have good friends here on this platform.
Take us there now. I want to move it on.
Like Japan and engineers. You don't want anybody to hold them.
No. I don't. Just take us to where you want us to be, so I can move on. So sorry, Tony, but no, I don't.
Okay, sir. So sir. So enigmatic, my brother. So I want to tell you that the way you are measuring Buhari. Did you see what happened today in the USA, where a Ghana president had to be speaking, on behalf of Africans? I mean, what the hell is that? So that means that Nigeria is not working, and it will never work. So that's why we are saying that what the hell? And then when you say, oh, Buhari, this guy, usually I always say that probably it's not alive, but it's no, it's it's
No.
ill head,
All right. Oh, no. All
that
right.
is ill head.
All right.
Then I'm wondering why.
So sorry, Tony. You are scrambling my brain. So don't scramble my brain. So sorry, Tony. But I wasn't quite sure what we were even talking about. Let me move the conversation on swiftly and take it to enigmatic. So enigmatic. Let me come to you and let's try and get things back on stream. So let's get things back on stream. And the opening then of the second Niger Bridge and Buhari and the Ohanese space gushing in their adoration of Buhari. So now, this guy came in as an Igbo hater, but then he has done the most for the Igbos in the last 50 years. Enigmatic.
Well, does that still mean that the Igbos wouldn't hate him? I doubt it. Because if you look at their comments, you will still be surprised at what actually will make them actually have that soft spot, at least a little bit, for this guy, and then that will actually take us back to the history of even their, because he wouldn't think about their voting pattern or whatever. They gave him the lowest and the least of votes in the federation in his both presidential election 2015 and 2019. Regardless of that, he's been able to deliver for them. And this is the same region that they've always, at the presidential level, voted for PDP. And PDP, if I'm not wrong, I think this Niger Bridge has been proposed for to be built, I think, since the 80s.
Yeah, it was under Babangida that they actually they began to take it seriously. So going on 50 years.
Okay, going on 50 years. They've had how many PDP presidents that they basically voted for, right? South and Southeast contribute in large number to PDP's votes. And then now it takes a president, a Fulani man, Hausa man, or whatever you call it, a northerner, that they so much hate to fix the road or to fix that bridge for them. At least they should give him kudos. Politics can be funny sometimes, but they just have to eschew bitterness and then give the man his flower the way they say it over here. He deserves the flowers. You understand that wouldn't change their mind. They will still hate him, regardless. Just as nobody will be expecting them to love all of a sudden Tinubu will probably, when he becomes president, the South and the Southeast, they're still going to hate him, regardless of the fact that he never contributed anything to their failure. Or he's not the one that is controlling their 13% derivation fund. He's not the one pocketing it. He's not controlling their governors, past and present. He's not controlling anything in their states. But hatred is just more or less like something that is hereditary to them over there.
Oh God, no, you can't say that. You can't say that. Come on, man.
To what no. Did Buhari do to them? Buhari did not do anything. They just take hatred. What has Tinubu done to them?
But Buhari did a lot to them, by the way, going as far back as the Civil War. Who is stood alone as the one that went most aggressively against that space, and he has always been against that space all the way through his positions in Nigeria. So Buhari hates those people. There's no doubt about that.
Does Tinubu hate them? Why do they hate him? What's Tinubu's sin?
I don't know. If you really ask me, what I think they hold against Tinubu. They are the vestiges still of that. What they feel that Awolowo did to them during the Biafran War. I think that's the narrative that they still used to. That's the prism that they still used to look at the Yoruba space.
Okay.
And Tinubu a representation of that.
Am I wrong to say it's hereditary? Why would they have stuff against people almost every time? Awolowo, I wasn't even alive when Awolowo was doing his thing. But all of a sudden, you know,
You,
someone
you,
that
you, you, you know, a lot of the things, sorry that I keep interjecting you, enigmatic, but a lot of the narratives in that southeastern space, because when you think of the southeast, they say they are the most traveled, but the bulk of them, they born, live, and die within their spaces. And a lot of the narratives around the Civil War is passed on from generation to generation from their prism of how they imagine that space played out, and a lot of the attribution. When they talk about the Civil War, the hatred towards somebody like Yakub Gowon, who was the president at that time, is completely at odds against versus the hatred against Obafemi Awolowo, who was just a functionary of government. So a lot of the attribution goes to Awo, and that story gets regurgitated around fire camps. So you know the space. So yeah, I think there's a lot of that. Yeah.
How long would they keep rehashing that kind of hatred? So when I use that, when I say it's hereditary, that wouldn't be a mistake, because if I, for instance, if I have a child now, right, and I have to tell the child some 30 years of stories of hatred, and I probably implant that in him, and then he demonstrates that, with certain manner of loathful impunity towards probably some set of people. That is my problem. That is hereditary. It means they are transferring that from generation to generation. That is inheritance of hatred, which is bad. How long do they want to keep doing this? And that brings me to the fact that if they have this sort of hatred for Buhari, right, since wherever you call it, the Biafra War or the Civil War, man, a lot has gone under the bridge. They need to move on with all these kind of rhetorics, and they need to focus on
Mr. Life is good. Let me say something to you about this Southeast. Not liking Tinubu and Buhari. These people, are they, especially Buhari, look at the way he came into governance, the way he became the president, and look at the kind of thing he has done, the kind of problem he has caused in this country. The Southeast it is his personality they don't like. It's not like you don't come and say that it's just because of. It's not because of the words, anything. It's his personality. His decisions. He doesn't make good decisions.
Personality, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to tell. That's what they don't like. You don't say like Atiku. The Southeast people like Atiku. Let's forget about this.
Hold on. Is it what's Solomon? Okay, they hate Buhari's personality, right? They went to the polls.
Because
they voted overwhelmingly against Buhari, but Nigerians voted for Buhari. They need to move on and focus. Then now they have another chance.
Sorry, just 1 microsecond, enigmatic. Okay. I'm not sure that you can say that it is Buhari's personality that they don't like, because even in 2014, before Buhari became a civilian president, they voted massively against him. So that was where that infamous 5% narrative came from. So even before he came into government and he waged against them, they were already against him.
Buhari was once a head of state. With the way the country went, apart from, if not for his vice, as of there, I think is it the Diabo guy also. With the kind of yes. The kind of decisions Buhari was making or was taking, was he in favor of the country? Did he make the country move forward?
Yeah, but
these are the things.
No, but all of that still all of that still cascades back to the Biafran War. So there are old wounds unhealed between the Southeast and the man from the Sahel.
When I see people like that, people in the older generation, older than us, we can understand that. But people like in their 40s, in their 30s, in their 20s now, right? And they are still holding on to that,
You know that Chimamanda Adache, she's still in that space. If you listen to some of her commentaries,
when you listen to people like that, you want to question yourself: what is the of exposure, education, and then are they really going to widen their horizon and understand the fact that
Yeah, let Saki come in after Enigmatic. Enigmatic, land your point, and Saki come in.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot keep doing this because at the end of the day, you will look so ridiculous, you will look so primitive. Your idea will be it will be an insulated cocoon at the end of the day, and people will look at you like you always claim you always want to play the guilt trip. You always want to victimize us. Are you the only set of
Can I interject? You
No,
know,
no. Can you hold on? I said Saki come in after Enigmatic. Yeah.
So when we are saying this, now 2023 is around the corner. They have issues with the Hausa and Fulanis. Now they're having issues with okay, my question pointedly is what is Tinubu saying too? Would they say Tinubu is involved in the Biafra war? Because, for instance, if this guy becomes the president and then they've derisively hated him before he even becomes the president, of course we know they're not going to vote for him. And then after post 2023, and they start talking about marginalization, and then they will ask you, what did this guy do to you? You know, when you put the politics aside and you look at since 1999, not that you voted for APC, not that you voted for Buhari's political party or Tinubu's political party. So what is the source of the hatred? I just want to know for those two.
I think it's to do with the civil war, but Asake come in.
Yeah, enigmatic. Let me start by also reminding you that it is very important, to always be conscious when you make these categorical statements that the Igbo said Tinubu. I've always corrected it on this platform.
That's a
Whenever you
fact.
make that very categorical statement, no, wait, it's not fact. No, it's not fact. Whenever you make that categorical statement, it's a very strong statement.
That's a fact.
At times I feel somehow. I'm an Igbo. I don't hate Tinubu as a person. I don't hate Tinubu as a person. I'm an Igbo. So when you make that very categorical statement, I think
but Saki Father is not about you.
Hold on.
In general.
Can you Solomon?
In general.
Solly, you must stop doing this now. Let him land, please.
Yes. Then coming to the issue of the generality of perception, the perception of the generality of the Southeasterner towards the Buhari administration, You refer to 2014. Remember that the Southeast has been largely PDP states. They have been all the states in the Southeast almost they are PDP states, apart from Anambra. Prior to that, 2014. Then 2014. Remember that Goodluck Jonathan was still in the picture. He was contesting for that election. So naturally, Goodluck Jonathan being a Southerner, a Southerner, and at the same time, Goodluck Jonathan came to express to Igbos that, see, I answer Azikiwe and I answer Ibeli, which sounds like Igbo name. Naturally, there is every tendency that, those Southeasterners will gravitate towards him. And you look at his appointments, you see there are a lot of Igbos. There are a lot of Igbos that served under Nathan. There are a lot of Igbos that served under him.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait, I'm coming. There are a lot of Igbos that are top people in his administration. So it was quite easier for Igbos to perceive a kind of sense of inclusivity in his administration. So it is very, very easy for them to gravitate towards him more than Buhari. Then Buhari won the election. When he now became the president of the country, there are certain utterances, there are certain statements that when you make, people will always remind it. People will always remember such statements. For instance, when you say you don't expect me to treat people that gave me, is it 3%? The same way I would treat people that gave me 90-something%. For instance, when you make this kind of statement, you have already started categorizing and decategorizing. So in that very sense, people hear those, and when they hear those things, they register it in their hearts. This is how this government is going to treat us. Then you look at appointments. In this administration, it appears there is like lopsided appointment when it comes, it appears, that is the feelings when it comes to the southeastern zone. Then you look at the military response in the southeastern zone prior to the election. Remember, prior to the election of Soludo in Anambra State last year, most recently. Remember that there was a time they even started saying that they might declare state of emergency in Anambra State. Given, I don't know whether you remember that time. They started to the extent that Obiano went to Abuja to meet Buhari that time. Because I think that very statement came from the, what do we call it? These
Malami,
Attorney General Malami, yeah. He said something like that. So the Southeast are like this. The insecurity in the East. I mean, in the Anambra State, there has not gotten up to what is happening in part of some northern region, and you have already started talking about state of emergency. So the people are feeling that slightest provocation in the Southeast, it is very easy for government to like levy military response. So the feelings is that it appears that the government is not like being like sensitive to the feelings of the people. So when they look at this, and I'll give you another answer. I'll give you.
No, hold on, Saki. All of that is known.
Woman can I interject?
Yeah, can you hold on, please? All of that is known, Saki, but the overarching, there's a mutual distrust between the Southeast and Buhari. There is a mutual distrust, and a lot of it, because Buhari, he often references the Second World War. I mean, not the Second World War, the Biafran War, in his commentaries about the Southeast. And a lot of it dates back to there. That's when the distrust came from, and they're still doing that fight.
Well, I don't know about the what do we call it, the Civil War. I don't know what I can't say much.
Do you remember what he said about Biafra? Do you remember what he said about Biafra? He said that do you recall? When he said about the Biafran agitation,
I think I recalled when he was granting interview, and he said like he will teach them in the language they will, something like that, in the language they will understand. Is it what you are referring to?
No. That was latterly when they were talking about the Biafran agitation. They were saying these people, they have no concept of they have no concept of what that space was, and they were being fed a wrong narrative by their seniors in the Southeast. He went on to say about the lives that were lost, and these people, they don't understand the cost of what they are talking about. So he was speaking from his direct involvement in that space. And then latterly, in a separate interview, he was then saying to the Southeast that he would deal with them in the language that they understand. And a lot of people immediately identified the Biafran reference right there. So he seems still in that mind space. He's still there. He sees them as Biafrans, and they see him as a killer.
I don't know whether what is happening now is the way the southeastern space perceive the administration. I don't know whether it has to do much with what happened during the Civil War. That is not what I don't know.
Please, where did you grow up in? Where did you grow up?
I know that during the administration, there are certain things you don't say as a leader, even if you don't mean it. But when you say it, people, like when you say dot in a circle, for instance, people might begin to misread it. When you say something like, these people gave me 3%, and these people gave me 50%, I'm not going to give them equal attention. It is, you are conjuring up certain image of feelings of something like this person. It appears is going to like be partial to us, and those things are registering in the minds of the people. So I wouldn't say like the way Enigmatic is saying it, that the Southeasters hate Buhari as a human being. No, I wouldn't like go to like making that kind of categorical statement.
Father.
But I will only say But I will only say,
Okay,
remember something happened. I want
you wouldn't say that, Saki, but is there an argument for that? Is there an argument for that belief that the Southeast hate Malam Buhari? Can you see, in other words, can you see how somebody will conclude that?
Yeah, well, my own assessment, is more of the way they perceive APC as a party. You know?
No, not APC.
Sorry, can I interject?
Can you hold on now, please?
You can't be going back to APC every time, because why? Look, you can always say APC if APC had actually contributed anything politically, to Southeast, because Southeast from 1999, right? Even when Obasanjo came out, when Obasanjo was contesting with the Southwest candidate, Chief Olufalaye, they voted against Chief Olufalaye for the PDP candidate. So since 1999, they've been voting for PDP. The only presidential election that the South, the Southeast, and some part of South wouldn't be voting for PDP is going to be this electionary cycle because of Peter Obi. So if they want to actually have hatred for any political party, it should be PDP now and PDP's candidate and Atiku. But instead of seeing that towards Atiku, is towards somebody who is not related with their shenanigan, Tinubu. And this is what we are talking about. We have to look at the
Enigmatic.
Hold on. Let me land it.
I want to
hold on. Let Enigmatic land, and then let Ife enter the conversation, because I think he's keen to come in. But Enigmatic land. Yeah.
Because what is happening with Tinubu now, right, is what happened, right, or was, quote and unquote, with Buhari. Immediately Buhari won the election, the hatred shifted to the whole of Northerners. They called derisively. There is no, tell me one derogatory language that was not used or that has not been used to characterize an average Fulani on the social and anywhere. Now that has basically shifted gradually now to the Yorubas and to Ashwazi. Hold on. For instance, if Ashwazi becomes the president,
hold on. Take the question. Take the question. Yeah.
Let me land it so I can take it together. For instance, if Ashwaji becomes the president now, what do you think is the feeling of an average Southwest person, a Yoruba person, towards you Igbos again? At the end of the day, you'll be in the limbo for the next maybe 4 or 5, 8 years. And then I know Ashwaji is not going to be like Buhari, who is going to be vengeful. He's going to try his best to bring you guys together. But for instance, if he chooses to go the Buhari route and deny you guys of certain appointments and certain things, then you guys will say marginalization when you actually didn't, probably wrong when he was actually running for the office. There's something you can say, okay, we're just gonna campaign for a candidate, but you can see all these optics and people are watching. Hausas are watching and the Yorubas are watching the way you are derisively did their son and how you are doing their son now in the Southwest.
Yeah,
so go ahead with
Enigmatic is important. Yeah, it's important again to correct you. This platform they call is in Niger Watch, that platform sort of. I know that if you go to that platform, majority of the people that come to that platform are largely Edo people, right? Edo people, and you see a lot of people, bringing a lot of propaganda against Tinubu in that very platform. Those people most of them are still Edo people. Then there are other platforms you will go, you see some Southerners bringing negative propaganda against Tinubu. But now you chose to only fixate on the Igbo people, saying that it is the Igbo people just hate Tinubu. You are characterizing all these other people.
I said, what is it? I said South and Southeast. And I said, and look, I said South. I said some part of South. I wouldn't say maybe 100% of South, but I said South and South.
But now you're saying 100% of South.
And the caveat was that those two regions, they've always voted for PDP. If their issue will be with any political party, it should be with PDP not otherwise.
All right, all right. Enigmatic, let Ife come in. I think he wants to put a different perspective on it. Ife, come in.
Yeah, Ife, go ahead.
Yeah, a totally different perspective. The question I want to ask is, before the Civil War, was there a shout of marginalization from any region in Nigeria? You see, this issue of war, if there's no conscious activities or
There
conscious
was a shout of
dialogue.
marginalization, sorry. There was, but it was not pronounced like this.
Thank you. So now, the fallout of any war breeds what we are having in Nigeria today. Here in the UK, if you see an average Scottish and an average English, they are more or less hating each other. If you see an average Irish Catholic, even when you're applying for a job, they will say, are you applying in the Northern Ireland to a Catholic region or a Church of England region? These are the things war breed in any society. The Hutu and the Tutsi of today, they are just trying to make amends. The only problem Nigeria is having is the actual maybe conscious or unconscious grandstanding, not to try to revisit these things and try to more or less equalize the space. The same thing we are talking about. Some people are taking generational hatred. Look, I'm telling you, if you go to Republic of Benin today, the majority of Egunde and the Yorubas, they are at loggerhead. There was even a time the Yoruba protested against the Beninois government that they are marginalizing them. Same thing, if we go to the Middle East, that's even the epicenter. You find the Arabs. Okay, what we want to say? What has the Iranian regime has to do with the Israeli regime? So the aftermath of war is never good. Even in Qatar, that they are doing the World Cup. Qataris are not.
Where are you taking us to? Where are you taking us to? Yeah.
Because Enigmatic was talking about taking generational hatred.
Yeah.
Look, it will continue if these things are not revisited, at least to address that space and see if everybody can come in terms with it. And that's what, unfortunately, Nigerian government is not doing, Now, going back to hatred for Buhari, hatred for the North, hatred for Yoruba. See, was this hatred there under Yar'Adua's government? At least Yar'Adua was in the North, was in Northern.
There was, but it was not dispronounced.
It's not dispronounced. Now,
there was.
Now, the problem with Buhari is Buhari does not know how to. Maybe it's too much for me to say. Does not know how to breathe with his tongue. What's it called? Maybe space management. And being that he was a player in that war, then they will still. You cannot remove all these things from that space because it has not been addressed.
One man, can I come in?
Yeah, but that's exactly what's being said now. That the narrative of the Southeast and Buhari is
because you are talking about Chimamanda, you are talking about Chimamanda.
Yeah, but she's in that narrative too because her pronouncements is always towards the Civil War.
Ife, I have two questions for you, Ife, please.
Yeah.
2 questions. One, the first question is it not time for them to tamp out of that Biafra Civil War stuff and move on? Because you see a guy of 20
it will be hard for them. Sorry, it will be hard for them to.
One. Then number two. It will be hard. Number two is you mentioned Yar'Adua, right?
Yeah.
Yar'Adua was in which political party?
PDP.
Okay. What region vote for PDP most?
Southeast and South.
Okay, that answers the question. You can go ahead.
Okay, now.
One man, can I come in?
Yes, Patrick.
Okay, very good. the narrative that have come over time started before the war. That's the truth. This position that you call Fulani now, that the Fulanis are occupying now, that looks like they are oppressing everybody. The Igbos were in that position before the war. The civil service were dominated by the Igbos, the military, business, corporate society, everywhere. The first vice chancellor of University of Ibadan, indigenous, was Anipoma. It was like that. And that was why they supported the unitary system, thinking that they will sustain that position. Unfortunately, the balance changed. What happened? Some set of Bende Igbo guys and Easterner guys came on board and killed everybody except the leaders of the Igbos. The Northerns lost the best crop. Nigeria lost its best mind. When I listened to the interview of Abubakar Tafawa Balewa in the US, I asked myself, how do you kill this kind of a person? You are talking of corruption. Now you have killed them. We now know that those people never really had anything. Balewa family, the wife is there, poor. You understand? Ademulegun was killed by his Igbo Odli along with his pregnant wife. And that was the point.
Okay.
Wait,
Now,
I want to, the narrative, that was where it started.
Yeah.
Then,
No, Patrick, you
let
see.
me give you some information.
Yeah.
Sorry. Then
yes, I also want to give some information too. Yeah.
After killing all these northern generals and after killing all these northern leaders, Awolowo escaped because he was in prison. Akintola was killed. Okotiebo was killed. Ezekwe and the rest traveled out of the country. That gives us a now that they were aware of that coup.
No, Ezekwe was already out before.
That was
he was
it.
on
Now,
a medical vacation.
Okay, was there any Eastern leader that was killed during that coup? None. And that was, it's not my mind. I'm telling you what's going on in the mind of the Northerners. And let me tell you what people didn't know. When Irosi took over, what they did was they arrested some Northern officers. Because the generals that were now topmost in the army were the Igbo guys. They arrested the Northern. People like IBB were arrested and kept in Lafenwa there in Abeokuta. The coup that brought in Mohammed Yakub Gang was plotted by soldiers and young officers. It was Ogudipe that was the most senior officer. He was supposed to be the head of state. The guy ran away. That was when Gowon had to step in. It was plotted because if not for that coup, they would have killed people like IBB then in Lafenwa. So they did not saw that as the Igbos coming for them. And mind you, the people that were killed, that killed these northern leaders, they were not even detained. They were still in the army. After the coup, after Irosi took over, he didn't put them on trial. He didn't kill them. He did nothing to them. They were not even detained in the guard room.
Sorry to interject.
Sorry, let me finish. The guy granted an interview telling them why they had to do that, justifying it. Now,
sorry, Patrick, hold on. If you are saying something that is that somebody feels is factually inaccurate, so let Solomon come in. Maybe he might.
They were detained. The anger of the only problem, the only thing Aguiyi did wrong was he was giving them their pay. They were still their allowance was still paid to their account. But Aguiyi was just 6 months in the office, and he will not just come out and start trying them immediately. You know, these things have procedures.
In a military coup, somebody.
Let me tell you something. Let me let you understand something.
Them immediately and set up a court martial. You don't keep them because if you keep them, there might be a counter coup that will release them. But that was not my narratives. Now the North had to react. If not, Babangida, Abacha, the rest of them would have been killed in Lafenwa. So that was what led to the coup, the war. The war broke up. Everybody lost parties. The northern people lost their leaders. Even in the civil war, Biafra lost a lot of people. The Nigerian army lost people too. What Eddie Martin said was the truth. We have to move on. You can't poison the mind of people and hate everybody.
Hold on, Patrick. Hold on, Patrick. Do you think the narrative of that space is still embedded in the politics of today? Do you think there's still vestiges of that Biafran space in the politics of today, especially the relationship of the Southeast with the Buhari government?
I think it's some political leaders who are trying to take advantage of those things that are just using it. You understand? It's some political leaders, because when if Buhari had been in PDP, I'm sure they won't have this kind of narratives about him. Buhari reached out to them. The first vice president of Buhari was Umezioke. Then he used to Okadigbo. Did not try to help to make things happen. The vice president of Shagari was an Igbo man. The Senate president under Buhari, other Shagari regime, was from the Southeast, because that time Cross River was in Southeast, now Joseph Wayas. The speaker was from the Southeast in one government. The vice president, the Senate president, the speaker from the Southeast. Yoruba had nothing.
Was a speaker now, right?
Umezoke was the speaker. Joseph Waya was the Senate president. Ekweme was vice president. So how else do you want them to tell you that you are welcomed?
Mr. Patrick, do you know that they voted for every Hausa man in PDP? So if
my brother, that one will not surprise you. Even Ojukwu ran, Ojukwu contested. They didn't vote him. The so-called this one that Odumego Ojukwu is the Messiah. Waiting there for that song where one man they play. You understand?
Another savior.
Another savior. The another savior came from. It was released by Shagari. To come back, I was in Enugu, I was in secondary school. He started Ikemba Front. Ikemba Front became like what is this guy in Lagos now that they call MC Oluomo? That's the point. Anybody that was in Enugu in 1982-83 should contest what I'm saying. 81, 82, 83. Ikemba Front became like MC Oluomo group killing people. I remember there was an attack at Ukpo Junction that they killed a lot of people. Anybody who feels
was that Ojuku's hatchet man?
It was Ojuku now. Ojuku was Ukemba of Unewi. Okay. So he had a group called Ikemba Front. That Ikemba Front was a political group. They were thugs. I have a neighbor who was living in my brother's boys' quarters, who was a staff in NTA. The man came from the US, became a staff in NTA. The MPN, this man was Ibrahim Tahir, was the one that was organizing MPN in Southeast then, along with Ojukwu. They were feeding them with wrong news and narratives. Do you know that this guy resigned online, live television? He was reading the news on NTA Live. The guy resigned. He said, "Excuse me, I cannot continue with this false news. I hereby resign." Remember, anybody who lived in Enugu should contest this. If you were in Enugu 1981, 82, 83, 84, contest what I'm saying, 83 precisely. So it was that terrible. Ojukwu, they didn't even vote him. Even in Senate, he contested in Senate with Edwin Owodiwe. They had to rig him. In Oji River, they had to rig him to win Edwin Owodiwe. This thing I'm saying, I'm putting names to it, not news that they told me. I witnessed it. So why didn't they vote for Ojukwu? When they started Abga, why didn't they vote for Abga? It's just that their political focus is not defined. It's based on hatred. This is the truth. I know they will hate me for saying it, but that has to change. When you hate other people, you are hurting yourself.
Yeah, Patrick, how are they going to change? That's the question now.
Oh, if they hold themselves well enough. This man who has reached out to them through Kadigbo, he has reached out to them through Mezioke, he has done Second Niger Bridge, he has done more projects in Southeast than all the PDP leaders put together. And anybody that think I'm not saying the truth should contest it now.
So now, sorry, I want to interject.
So how do you want? You want him to hang himself? He said the man has turned Nigeria to what it is now. It is the hatred that we have for ourselves that is turning Nigeria to what it is now. As I'm talking now, they are hating me. I am not Buhari. I am a Fulani slave, I am a monkey, I am a zoo, I am anything you call me, no problem. Am I Buhari? Am I Fulani? That's the kind of hatred this guy that was in that jail has brought. He got to a point, say, if you are going to a Yoruba man's church, you are not a human being. And you people think that is good. And you think Buhari is the problem.
You know, Patrick, a lot of what you are saying is embedded in that Soludo essay, you know, and this is where Soludo was trying to, and is still trying to deviate the Southeastern politics from. So I don't think we can, I think what we can do, because
Hold on, please, can I interject?
yeah, hold on, you can interject in a moment, but I
No,
think
one
what
man will be the first person to interject.
No, but let's hear from Fatai because we've not heard from him at all. But
Okay, Fatai.
what I was going to say was that Ife was asking that how do the Southeastern move from that mindset to a different space, and I would suggest that if we as a people go behind the narrative that Soludo is trying to present, that's a pathway out of that mindset that we all agree they should come out of. But Fatai. We thought you left us. Fatai.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Fatai, take this question with your narrative so you can go on with it. Yeah, and everybody can say it. Everybody on the platform can say it too. Now we've seen why they hated Buhari. Now it has shifted to another region. Now, why do they hate Tinubu? You can put that in your statement too. Let's go ahead.
Okay. I think Patrick's everything Patrick was saying on the data, it's mostly I mean, it's like it's there. Factually, most of them is factually they are there, but I think the inferences are a bit. It's not. I mean, we don't need to stereotype the Southeasterners. You know, Nigerian history has always been full of twists and turns. There was a lot of like yesterday I was saying, like when everybody was saying Southeast, they don't know how to play politics, and I said no. Before the Civil War, Southeasterners were major players in Nigerian politics, and that is fact. They were really powerful before the Civil War. Actually, even the English Cameroon going to joining French Cameroon was because of disaffection with the politics of Southeastern. So there's a lot of things there, but all of these things came down from the way the independence was, where we got independence. It was so twisted. The Northerners were very the British, whatever, let's put them British. They were twisted towards the northern people. And the southern people, they had to wrestle some power to themselves. It might contribute to how the Southeasterners tried to the Yorubas back then, apart from Awolowo, they were not as powerful as they were not so much. But the Easterners were very much into politics. They were very advanced in this political thing before the Civil War. So they were into a lot of things. But the coup didn't lead to the Civil War. The coup, what Soludo was saying about restructuring, it dated back before the Civil War. There was a meeting between Ojukwu and Gowon, and they all mistrusted each other. The government didn't go through with what they agreed to. I don't know where they agreed to, whether in Holland. I don't remember the country, that's not the country. So there was a lot of the Southeasterners were waiting for the implementation of what they agreed to. But of course the government was just playing them. So when they realized that it was all a joke, and gradually the civil war started. The civil war was, nobody could believe it. It's just like that's why till today everybody is so scared, because they didn't start like it was going to be a war. It was just little step here, little step there. It's difficult to blame any side for the civil war, because it's just but the reason that the Southeasterners have a little bit of a hatred for Awolowo was because Awolowo helped the government to devise the ending of the war, because it gave the brain that cut food from coming to the southeast to the Ojuku's army, and that led to a lot of people. I mean, that was the first time this Kwashoko, everything was all over international media about Africa. A lot of people died. The civil war cannot be minimized. I don't think it's right to demonize the Southeastern as like they are in their blood. They are
Yeah,
hatred.
Fatai, and
Human behavior,
that's my
human
position.
behavior is complicated. Human
Oh,
behavior.
oh, 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 all right, Fatai. You are right to caution that they should not be demonized. But if you know these memories now are going backwards. It's going on how many years now? At least 50 years now. So what is the pathway out of this narrative now? Because that narrative of the civil war is still somewhat the dominant narrative in the southeast.
Woman, can I?
Hold
Sorry,
on, hold
Fatai.
Woman,
on,
sorry.
hold on.
Woman,
Yeah.
by the time Buhari is out, it will go down. Don't worry.
No,
By
but
the time Buhari is out,
It
will
won't
go
go
down.
down. It won't go down if it's replaced by
Or
Tinubu.
if Obi wins, it will go down.
Well, if Obi wins, then it will.
If Obi wins, it will. If Obi wins, it will go down.
It was not the green Jonathan.
Because if Obi doesn't implement restructuring, it will be like your people, your child was there. It's your problem. If Obi wins, it will fix a lot of things. But the only problem is that Obi's campaign has too short time to act. They were like Tinubu is being building for the last 20 years. It's kind of like technically it's difficult for Obi to win. This is the only problem in this election. Personally, I would prefer Obi to win, but I don't see how it's going to win. Tinubu is going to win. It's been building up this thing for a lot of time. But Obi has been very smart. He's very unlucky guy, with the way the whole thing has come. But if he's still on the ground, he probably will have a shot at another time. But if Obi becomes president, he will implement it. If he doesn't fix the Southeastern, then it's his problem. It's not anybody's problem. But the Nigerian history is very complex, and
If Obi does win, Fatai, it will be very difficult to continue to sustain the Biafran
of course,
narrative.
they can't sustain it. Everybody will be ridiculous. It's not. I mean, if Tinubu wins and doesn't do anything to Yoruba people, it's not a Hausa's problem or Igbo's problem. It's your son. It doesn't do anything. Who is going to do something? So that will kind of like, it will go away. But and also the other factor is that even the civil war itself, there was a lot of foreign influence. There was a lot of foreign influence, and that's what a lot of.
Who's the music man? All right, sorry,
There
that's
was
Solomon. Yeah.
there was a lot of foreign influence. All was just getting discovered. The colony, whatever people they didn't want to leave. There was a lot of things going on there, and these our leader, they didn't really. I think they weren't really open. So what they didn't really understand so much, but Tinubu understand. When I don't even understand when people were making fun of Tinubu when they made the metaphor about the church right, how to prevent the church rat from eating the poisoned Holy Communion. But that's always been the Western strategy towards Nigeria or wherever, or even they are victims of colonization. They come like they are doing you a favor, but they are giving you poison.
All right. You're going to a different space, but
I know.
Woman.
Yeah. Okay. Come in, Ife. Yeah. Come in.
You see, he actually said my mind now. You see, when you are giving some a product that you don't know the constituent that made that product, you can never maximize the use of that product. The fallout of what we are seeing now is part of how the foreign interest played into the Nigerian space, because within ourselves too, we were begrudging ourselves, The WikiLeaks document that was released and showed that the problem we've been having in Nigeria and all other African space is just resource control. And if we cannot sit down together and say that, look, our problem is just everybody wants to control the resources, let us put our house in order and look at what is best for us in the international politics. We are just, how was it called? We'll be circling around all these things And that's what this guy in Kigali, what's his name, has been able to do in his own space, Rwanda. You know, that's what he has been able to do now, and they are benefiting, either we like it. But unfortunately for us, if it's not Yoruba against Hausa, it's Igbo against Hausa, Igbo against Yoruba. And when we are divided, the Western influence will be there. And the way it is, I don't even see us overcoming these things, because even the independence we are talking about that we got, it was recently I'm now finding out that it was because the Soviet state started, what's it called, educating African leaders, that the Western the West came together and said, look, let's give these people an independence and still control that space. Now, if you look at the international politics, they are complaining that the Russian foothold in Africa is becoming increasing. Why are they complaining? Because they know the tussle for resource will not be only for them, to be for everybody. Even China is there, Russia is there, the West is here.
All right, go back to the Biafran space though. And Saki Fada, you can come into the conversation as well, and Adewale too, because there was a time that on this platform we always ended up in this space, but that narrative around the Biafran space, I feel that I don't want to say victimhood, but I feel as though the Southeast has wrapped itself too heavily around that narrative and is holding that region back but then the whole country back by extension. So is it time to jettison it? And also, has Nigeria fully addressed that Biafran space? Has there been a proper national healing for that Biafran narrative?
Woman, sorry, can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in, Solomon.
Yeah, see, to me, the Southeast have healed from this Biafran stuff. Even though the Nigerian government has not formally, they've not really done what they are supposed to do in making sure that everything is in order, but they have healed from this thing politically. The only people that I feel that haven't healed from it, that still keep it in the heart, are the Northerners. To be honest with you, I'm not just saying like this thing I'm saying now concerning Northern. It's under probability. It might be it, but might not be. But it has high tendency that they've not healed from this thing, because in this presidency, even like this Obi movement now, the people that would make Obi not to be president are the Northerners, not even other regions, not even the West, the Southwest. It is the Northerners, especially their elites from the north there, because they will be the ones that the death of this Tafawa Balewa and all this thing, they will recall it, and how close what is his name?
There's a mausoleum to Tafawa Balewa somewhere in the north. There's
yeah,
like a
what is his name? How Emeka Kaduna Zogu was very close. He was very close to Ahmadu Bello. In fact, I think he was even his first hand guard or so. So, and Efejina, how he was still close to, I think, to Tafawa Balewa. So this thing, it is not from the Southeast. The only reason why it looks as if people that Southeast are still still undergoing or still thinking about the pain of that Biafra war is the fact that they've not held that post of the president in this country.
But the popularity of that narrative, as we saw under Nnamdi Kanu and now transmuting to Simon Ekpa, it seems to be the hot topic still. So you can't say the Southeast has moved on when we see what is playing up with Kanu and Ekpa.
See, one man, I can tell you they've moved on. And in terms of like what Egdimati was talking about, Tinubu, and Southeast is a region that they believe in somebody who is transparent, somebody who is, I don't want to say close to holy, but somebody who is, would I use the word righteous? I know, even though that nobody is 100% righteous in life, but somebody that is that
Which
will I
region do
say,
you say
no
believe in
stain.
holy people?
What are you talking
No,
about?
no.
Somebody
I
that
am telling you. I am telling you what, why, how you see this southeast
Which region do you
no,
say believe in someone
candidacy.
that is holy?
no, you are,
But
that is wrong, because if you are
so
talking
I'm
about,
That's
telling you
wrong.
facts.
Ikpeazu is
Eze,
holy. Ojikalu is holy.
tell me how many governors in the
Mbadinuju is
southeast
holy.
that is holy. What are you talking
Tell
about?
me
Look at
one
their
Southeast
politicians.
governor
See, I
that
am
is
not.
holy.
I am not supposed to use the term holy. I don't.
That's
Right now
even
I
okay,
can't. I
not
can't
holy,
really
that's
think.
even okay. Let's not say holy. Tell me one that is even okay.
Okay. I'm using the word
That
okay. As
behaves
it
like someone
stands
who
now,
has
we
interest
all
of
know
people
that.
at mind.
Like I said earlier, yeah, Obi is somebody that is very, very okay.
That's the only
That is,
one they have. That's the
it is
only
not
one.
only that in the political space we have people that are not in, because of the way Nigeria
Mention one
government
governor
has.
now.
Wait
Okay,
now,
Obi
let
is
me say
one.
something.
Mention
We
second
have.
one.
Wait now, we have, because of the kind of politics, or the kind of way Nigeria is, we have good people people with integrity that are supposed to be in the political scene, but because of
No,
how
and I
bad
understand
Nigerian.
you are saying Obi now because of this argument, because on the substance of it, right? We can see even question Obi's holiness, quote and unquote, that you're actually
No,
preaching
you
over
can't
there.
have. I
Because
won't
since
see. Let me tell
99
you
to
why.
date,
Like
if
I
you go
told you
back to
here, I can't
Southeast,
support Obi because of the
okay?
system, how the system is.
So
That is why, because the
when
system
you
will
are
not
saying
allow
the
him.
hate, hold on. You mentioned something in the course of your conversation, right? You said
Yeah.
the Northerners are the ones that will not make Obi president. Now, flip it now in retrospective, right? Who do you think, right, will not make, if there's a chance, if let's assume the only chance, the only lifeline he has to be a president are the South and Southeast people? Do you think they will make Ashwaju Tinubu the president, or an Atiku when it comes to that?
When you bring Obi okay,
No.
Obi will not. Let's say you say it will remove Obi from the
Yes. And then
and
the
Asiwaju and.
lifeline he has is South and Southeast. And Atiku is in the picture.
So yeah, this you would. So what your question now is, it is between if it's between Atiku and Tinubu, right? Is that what you mean?
If his lifeline to become the president lies,
Yeah.
right, in Southeast, right?
Yeah.
And then there's
Yeah.
somebody like an Atiku, right? Who
Okay. Yeah.
who is the protagonist now in this situation? What do you think will happen?
The Igbo people will, I know what the answer to this question is that the Igbo people will support Atiku.
Okay,
That is yeah.
but what will be the excuse for them? They will say holy or whatever you are saying now.
See, this one now, in this question, this angle you are putting now is not supposed to, is not really making sense. But let me give you why they will support Atiku. Atiku is somebody that, see, Tinubu is the kind of government, they are not in line with the kind of way he plays politics. Do you understand? And
Is
if
he
you see,
playing his politics with them?
Atiku is fairer than Tinubu. Is fairer than
Is he
Tinubu
playing his
when it
politics
comes
with
about.
them? Does he have any face in Southeast? Has he influenced anything at
You
all?
can't see,
In
he's coming
Southeast?
into the national.
I'm just saying
This
it.
one is
But
not.
I want to rationalize why they are saying, okay, we hate him because it's not this, it's not that. Has he actually influenced? Does he have any? When we call face in US, I mean, what is his interest in Southeast? What has he done in Southeast to get them so angered like that, or to actually say,
Apart from marrying a woman from there.
Just tell me.
We're in a country. We're in a country where he was a governor in a state, and in that state, Igbo people were in that state. Do you understand? We had Igbo people in that state. So
If you want to
definitely,
say that, if you want to say, don't go there, because I can go there with you till tomorrow, and I will tell you if they really actually on the serious note, if they actually say, okay, Igbo people are in Lagos, are Igbo peoples in Lagos not doing well? Why do they keep going to Lagos? What is the population of Igbo people in Lagos? If Lagos is that bad for them, if the North is so bad for them, what is the Igbo population in the North? What is the Igbo population in Lagos? Not even Southwest now, right? So if that place is so bad for them,
and then Ashwaju is their problem. Why are they migrating to those areas almost on a daily basis? Are they not prospering? All the guys, for instance, Des is in Lagos now. Nashville was in Lagos. Every Igbo guys that go to Nigeria, they go back home maybe 2-3 days to see their parents. They go back to Lagos. So if Lagos is that bad for them, what are they doing in Lagos? So what is the
Can I answer?
It's because Lagos was once a federal capital territory, and because of the infrastructures, because of the kind of development that is in Lagos there.
Let me give you an idea. Do you know that Kolkata was once the federal capital of India, and yet that is one of the poorest part of India now.
Calabar was once a capital.
Calcutta, that place where you have Mother Teresa, was once the capital of India. So that somewhere was capital does not make it the epicenter. Why is Calcutta not better than Chennai, Delhi, and New Delhi?
Sorry.
Because we have a good governor in Lagos that manages it now.
Is Awka not the capital of Anambra State? What has been the development in Awka? Tell me. So when you are making this kind of argument, right, you have to actually
enigmatic. Can I ask you a very simple question?
Can
I ask you a very simple question? Do you know the state of the Southeast after the Civil War? Infrastructural wise. You had stories now. You had stories about the destruction in the Southeast. How properties were destroyed, how buildings were decimated after the Civil War.
Okay, what I know.
Imagine that there was no war at all in the southern eastern zone.
What I can say to that
Imagine
is
that there was no war. No, wait. Imagine that there was no war at all. Imagine the rate of development that might have been experienced in the southeast.
What is stopping the development? That is the question.
No,
what is stopping the development now?
Wait. Yeah, what? Oh, no. Every development you see in the
war.
Southeast.
I want to go away from this Civil War thing.
Let me finish now. Stop saying this thing you are saying.
So let me tell you my
hold on, enigmatic. Hold on, enigmatic. Saki Father, he doesn't have the voice to push over people. So let him have it, and then you can counter Saki. Go on.
I was talking with one of my relatives, I think yesterday. I was like, this story of Civil War came in, and I was like telling him, how I wish there was no war. We could have imagined where the southeastern development would have been. Every development you are seeing in the southeast now, if you enter Onitsha today, those buildings, massive buildings you are seeing today, are private efforts. It appears that for a very numerous number of years, it that most of the development appearing in those southeastern regions are private sector driven. Private individuals are making their buildings on their own. I don't know. You've been in the southeast. There is no government. Physical presence of maybe government headquarters, like government institutions, the way you have it maybe in Lagos or Abuja, or even in Port Harcourt, or even in Benin. You don't have that in
government institutions like what?
Like what now?
Government institutions like you don't have a University of Nigeria Nsukka in Southeast.
I'm talking about
government institutions. Give us example of government institutions that are supposed to be there that are not there.
No.
That in a state like Oyo State.
See what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not talking about like schools. I'm talking about like, say, this parastatal. They say the headquarters is located in the east.
Tell me which parastatal has headquarters outside Lagos and Abuja that is located maybe in Ibadan or somewhere.
No, I'm not talking about.
Tell me which parastatal.
Ibadan is not that
tell me which federal parastatal.
But Ibadan is not that developed.
No, you are talking of federal parastatal now. I'm asking you that apart from Lagos and Abuja, tell me any state in Nigeria that has the headquarters of a federal parastatal.
I am not talking about states. I'm talking about region.
Okay, tell me other region that apart from Lagos and Abuja that has federal? Does the Northwest have a federal headquarter or something? Or does it
This
is it does South does South have a
this
federal
Kaduna,
headquarter or something?
this
military base
this
is in
thing,
Kaduna.
military
Those
base
are
is in
not
Kaduna
headquarters
now.
now. The army headquarters is in Abuja. The army headquarters is in Abuja.
Look,
are there no military bases in the southeast?
The military base in Southeast is the one they have. The one that is there, they are burning it and killing
No.
people that
Where
were there.
is Division 1? Where is Division 1? Where is Division 1?
Division 1 is in
No,
Kaduna.
where is Division 1?
82 div, 82 div, Division 1, first div is in
Where is
Kaduna.
Kaduna? Where
82
is
div,
Kaduna?
wait now, 82 div is in Enugu. Those are divisional office. Those are division. Division is not headquarter now. The division office, the division must be a division of an office.
Even Mr. Patrick, beyond that, right? The mistake they are making is that they keep fixating on their obsession. They have this obsession about other people. They question your governors. What are those governors doing? Wike came, he came to announce that there have been 13% derivation that has been paid to I think some state governors.
And what did Igbeazu do with his own?
But you will see some state governors, you will see some people from certain states. If there's a pothole somewhere in Lagos, you will see them on social media going about that. But their own state is in ruins. They won't talk about that. That is where you guys need to start. When you go to ABJ, you will see sprawling apartment. You see a lot of stuff being done by Igbo people. Same in Lagos, same in Kaduna. Look, El-Rufai came to Kaduna 8 years ago. Go back to Kaduna and see what he's doing in Kaduna State. Go to Kano State. Go and see what Ganduje is doing in Kano State.
And the man that they say was stealing dollars
in the north and see what they are doing. What are the governors in Southeast and South doing? What is Delta State Governor Okowa, one of the richest states in Nigeria? What is he doing with his money? What are those governors doing? Wike is in history now. I think Wike has opened their nyash, quote and unquote. Look at what Wike is doing almost on a daily basis with his own funds. What is Ikpeazu doing in Abia State? What are they doing in all those states? So question your governors, put their feet on fire instead of focusing on other people's states. And then 10 years, you say...
hold on. This narrative about there being no federal presence in the southeast, Saki Fada, what exactly does it mean? What does it mean?
Yeah.
Saki Fada.
No. Like
the president that is in other places.
No. What I say, like government. How do I put it now? Like if you come to Lagos, we have some headquarters, right? If you come to
there's
no federal headquarters in Lagos.
Hold on, such as.
I think in Lagos there is.
None.
Well, I can't just.
They've all been moved to
Abuja. They moved everything. They moved everything.
Yeah.
Woman, you know, when you talk about the federal president, what about the institutions like universities and all that? Those are also federal presidents.
No, he said he doesn't want to count those ones.
But the first federal university even I think was built in was it not UNN? So
but you know, Woman, you know, when the federal government is making budget annually, they usually have certain projects in some geopolitical zone in the federation, right? Now, example like Buhari may decided, you know what, I will use the power of equivalency to take that project to somewhere in a remote village of Maiduguri or somewhere in a state that voted for me. But those are the kind of presidents I think that gentleman was trying to talk about, that being marginalized and not bringing those projects to them. But the Niger Bridge, the second Niger Bridge, is also a federal government capital project. But at the same time, that shouldn't be the only project that it will be celebrating. I've listened to everybody's. I've listened to everybody's analysis so far. You know, Yuba used to say, "I hope you guys forgive me." Any bad or more. If you are, you have 3 siblings in your household, and it looks like your parents have a favorite among you. you will feel marginalized. Now we keep referring to the Civil War. Civil War happened because of silly mistake of our past leaders. They were not foresight enough to know that we are one. That their decision at that moment will haunt the rest of their kinsmen in the future. Those players are no more any longer. Now, those people agitating for Biafra, I will put it this way, in my own little knowledge, their agitation is valid because they felt that they are not part of the country. However, their elite, their leaders from Southeast left that struggle, the agitation in the hand of people that have no political power or connection. Wars are not won on the battle. Wars are won by two people sitting down together and making a proclamation. Now, for the younger generations that are taking up arms against the government and are saying this is what they want, this and that, and killing uh, one another and all that, I would say we should. They are ignorance. They lack history, and at the same time, they are not ready or willing to learn. Now, power is one thing. As you guys were talking, I was trying to go work. I went online just to search, just to know a little bit about this country of ours. And Fulani people, they're just a minority in Nigeria, but yet they control the political power in Nigeria. Hausas, in terms of populations, are much, much bigger than Fulanis. The same thing with Yoruba. But you see, population without power, or should I say, they are unable to capitalize on their numbers. What is happening in the southeast is unfortunate. Right now, there's no in the whole election period that we are. Only three Yorubas, I think only three, if you count Showore, I think only three Yoruba have a list of those candidates. Almost six or seven of them came from southeast, south, south. I think about four or five from the north. I'm trying to generalize everybody. And with that huge number of contestants coming from that region, south, south, and southeast, I expect them at least to put it together, at least put somebody forward. In the southwest, I would say Tinubu is the only leading candidate. Prince Adewale is just there just to mark a register. But then you look at the fact that why can't they put their head together and put their best foot forward? Their agitation is valid, but they are going about it in the wrong way. You
Sorry, my
see,
brother. Look at what
okay,
the Southwestern leader in APC did to make sure there was Tinubu that emerged. They had several meetings just to buttress what you are saying.
Yeah, those meetings were held in Bisi Akonde's home.
Yeah.
Yeah, he read it. Yeah.
I mean, if you look at it, the South South and Southeast also had their own meeting too, but they backstab each other. They all want power. Now, we're talking about the hatred towards Buhari earlier. Buhari is not a Democrat. I can tell you guys that. He's not. His handler perhaps must have talked to him. You remember when he was campaigning in his first time? They termed him as what do they call him? There's a name they usually call him there. Him being a former military officer that is coming back to haunt those people that he was unable to put in jail the last time and all that. But when it came this time around, remember, this is democracy. Nobody just come out and say, hey, this is the decree. No decree anymore. And his handler, at the beginning, the first time, they did a good job and tried to portray him as being a Democrat. And his mistake, his political mistake now, is him being definitely silent, especially those horrible, events. Somebody died, somebody got killed, and yet there's no single word from presidency. It shouldn't be like that. And these people, I'm talking about the southeastern people now, capitalize on that, and they use that against him. And he also make a what can you call it, a political gaffe when he said that They didn't vote for him, so how does he expect him to, you know, listen to them or something like that? But you don't say that as a president. A king won't say that to his subjects. So sometimes you have to bite your tongue and your lips, hold your pain to yourself, and do what you have to do. But fortunately for him, he's no longer contesting for any political office, right? But what I expect the people of the Southeast to do, honestly, secretly, I pray Obi win. If he wins, then maybe. But as it is right now, it will take a miracle for that to happen. Why do I wish that he wins? One thing, if he wins, all this agitation will be over with. Remember, before Jonathan became president, there were a lot of issues in the South, right? The warlords, the Tompolos and the what do you call him? This other guy, his head looked like my own head. Huh? Uh, he has a I was name, but
Dokubo,
Asari
Asari,
Dokubo.
God bless you,
Dokubo, yeah.
the Asari man, yeah. But you see, these are the same man that is being romanced by the federal government today. Why? They tormented the government, but the government saw, the potential and then that they could use them. And fortunately, Jonathan became president or vice president, then moved to presidency. Now, what did that ended up? The agitations were no longer loud as it were, but they're still agitated. But at the same time, it's not like when South there was like a den of criminals. Weapons that you can't even find in the military were there. Being paraded and all that. That area became a no-go zone, right? Can you imagine South now or the Delta, the call South now becomes Evo. Why somewhere in the
Is
Anambra
Adewale?
and Maiduguri now becomes the most
Adewale?
notorious. Yes.
Yeah, what have you had the time to think about this? That okay, now with the reality on ground, we've seen Buhari's hand and how he's dealing with them, right? And we've seen his body language, and quote unquote, let's just assume now, right? Basically, without considering that Nigeria is treating them bad, but let's assume Nigeria is treating them bad. But you know, take it, reduce it to their regional level, right? What
Mhm.
are my question is past and present, what has been the effort of the governors and the politicians? For instance, and that's why I give scenario of Air Rufai. I know how Kaduna used to be like, what it used to be like. Go and look at Kaduna today. Go and look at Kano State today. When Akpabio became the governor of Akwa Ibom State, of course he has his own issues, but he changed the topography and the political landscape, right, and the economic fortune of Akwa Ibom State. He did his part. So what are the governors? So when you want to blame the federal government sometimes, or you want to blame Nigeria, reduce it to the regional level and look at what the governors and the politicians are doing, or what have they been doing all these years. And then number two is, why is it that it is, you know I don't know how to say this, but in Yoruba language, when they say "Ẹni tó ń sunkún ó ń lójoojúmọ́ bí ẹkún akọkọjẹ," something like that. So when you go to the north, why do they always have issues with them? Because when I, what they actually say is that when you leave, when they give you all their rooms, they give you the accommodation to thrive in their land, and you want to denigrate your host community. That is there too, and that is what is playing out in Lagos. Is playing out in some part of the north. And then when you see that, okay, all of a sudden they don't like you anymore, ask yourself the question. It shouldn't be the question of what are they doing to you. What are you doing to? So it can't be a situation of only you every time. If you have everybody pointing the same hands to you, or the whole group is pointing at you, then it means something is not good about you too. Think about that.
Enigmatic. Enigmatic. Can I
Valid
come in,
point.
please?
So
Valid
let's say,
point.
yeah. Let's land that point,
Va-
Wale, and then come in,
valid. Valid.
Joel. Yeah.
Valid point. It's both way, but you still cannot compare the power and the mighty of the federal government in any geopolitical area in Nigeria. When the federal government decided to invest heavily in any region, they have a propensity to, you know, being, or should I say, they have a viable path to economic growth. For example, federal government want to build a silo or want to empower farmers in certain area. There's a chance that those people will benefit. Now, come to think of it, we are not yet practicing full federalism in Nigeria, the one that gives the state the autonomy. If the federal government doesn't give the state the crumb of the money, I'm talking about allocation now, they will be at their mercy. Now, somebody talk about Wiki, about the 13% derivative fund that was given to the oil producing states. You see, uh, there's a debt in the land. And these people, they have no way of employing people other than to bring them to the civil service. They don't have the thinking capacity to think they can empower the public to create employment other than just to keep bringing people to the civil service that had no value. You know, once that tenure of the government of the day finishes, then they let people go because they can't afford, they can't pay them. Now, your point is valid. The state governors has to be held, accountable. However, we still cannot compare that when the federal government decided, okay, you know what, this is where we are. I mean, if the federal government decided to focus on the Benue state alone for agricultural development, the people in that area will feel the impact of whichever fund that the government is pumping into those areas. But then those people that I keep talking about where the shoe is pinching them, the way they are going about it is in the wrong way. You see, you come to the round table, you put your best foot forward, and you bring your best. I mean, you don't go out and employ half shoe lawyer to advocate for you. You go out and bring the best for you, right? That's what I expect for the people of the southeast. Unfortunately, they are elite. They sit back and let their house continue to burn. And in as much as we hate Nnamdi Kanu, he brought this into the next level. But unfortunately, what is happening now is you see a miscreant parading themselves as, the mouthpiece of the struggle. Somebody like Simon Ekpa and, people of his like. It's unfortunate. And what is happening to Nnamdi Kanu is as a result of how I believe he has learned his lesson, number one. And number two is that henceforth, everything doesn't have to go in the political route. You can as well romance politics while you also do your strategizing, underground and, making your connection before you know it, things just happen. But we want things done now. Things doesn't happen that fast, especially when it's very, very complicated. Like the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria. A lot of things has to do with constitution. You have to tell the constitution part, and if you don't, it may backfire. And you don't want to do things that will end up, you know, uh, crumbling in the future. So you want to make sure things are done. If I expect them, even though they kept wailing and crying about this, it shouldn't be through violence, bloodshedding, and all that. It should be political number one. Then secondly, then you have to um, uh, uh, romance. Sometimes you have to, pardon my language, kiss ass sometimes to get things done. I'll give you an example. I don't think there is a bromance between Tinubu and what do you call the president now, Buhari. I don't think there's a bromance between them. But you see, but they are this thing. Their alliance is based on mutual benefit. Okay, and then both of them rubbing off on each other. Now, at the end of the day, this one finishes time, then I will go there and do my own time. See, it's all about political expediency. Sometimes it may require that for you to hold your nose and swallow that pill for your generations to benefit from it. That is my point. Thank you, guys.
Oh, all right, thank you. Joel, you
One
wanted
man,
to
can
come
I
in?
put one comment on what he just said?
A brief comment, and then we go to Joel. I
Yes,
think Joel
I
was,
agree.
yeah.
I agree with you completely, but it still boils down to the point that they should hold their governors accountable. A good example is what God Buhari was trying to do in Arara market. You know, he was trying to take that market off the grid, because that market, I remember when I was working in the bank, I used to travel from Abeokuta to that market to buy shirts. I will go to the market, buy the material. There are so many tailors there that could make very solid shirts. So when I bought those shirts, they'll help me make like 200 package shirts and send it through the bus. If I bring it to the bankers around there, they think that I import those shirts from Europe. The federal government tried to do something by taking that market off grid. But what's the governor doing? The last time I saw that market, I felt like crying that this was the same market I used to go to around 1995, 96. That market is gone. Whereas that market used to produce so much, the amount of money that comes out of that market was huge. But if the government if their state government is not working and trying to improve that, then it's a pity. That's just the truth.
Just on that area market, I think Buhari actually he created some clean energy something there, didn't he? For the markets and the complexes, energizing economy initiative.
Yes,
it did
but
something
the
there anyway.
infrastructure is bad. The market, the road, the water, it is the government that is supposed to do that. That market is now flooded. Anytime you are going there, in short, you will roll your trousers to it will become short. The whole place is muddy and messed up. Whereas we used to go from Lagos, from Abeokuta, from Ibadan to that market to buy shirts and sell in Lagos.
One man, you know, the crux of the matter is they need to, like I said, they need to reduce. Of course, you know, when maybe you help me interpret this. Tó bá ní kí nǹkan máa ṣe orí ẹ, tó bá ṣe orí ẹ, tí o fẹ́ fi orí yẹn sílẹ̀ kó bàjẹ́ tán ni. You have to be creative and find a way out, you know, to live your life. Look, we understand the fact that the federal government and then Nigeria as a whole, quote and unquote, and that's why I say let's assume that the whole country is even against them, right? Look at, because when I like to create scenarios, and then I'm not saying this because he did it, but look at the period when it was so obvious that OBJ was hell-bent on taking Lagos from Tinubu, right? To the point that he had to withhold Lagos allocation. The guy he has to find a way to survive as a governor, because at the end of the day, it's going to be a referendum on his government, on his name. It's not going to be somebody else's problem. It's going to be his problem. You sought for the job. So find a way to placate your people and to placate your administration one way or the other.
Enigmatic.
So now,
Enigmatic.
oh my God.
Enigmatic.
Yeah, go ahead.
Enough of the shenanigans, please.
Who is this?
Enough of the it's Jewel.
You can't
enough of the insults. Look, I've been listening to you guys. Look, let me tell you. You do not know the geography of the Southeast.
You are not talking to your.
You do not know. You do not know. You do not know the geography of the Southeast.
Hold on. Sorry, Enigmatic. Give Joel the chance to land, but Joel, keep it 100 the language. But
Okay. So my thing is this. I hate it when people don't have an understanding of even the common geography of the Southeast, and they come up here and they keep talking. You're asking how have the Southeast been marginalized? Let me tell you, there is something I read on how the map is being constructed, right? When you are drawing a map and you draw a country or a continent to be smaller, there is this psyche. When people see that, they'll be like, oh, I think these people are just a little place. It is happening in Nigeria. Today, when you talk, you'll be like, oh, the whole of Southwest is more than the one state in Southwest is more than the whole of Southeast. How did that come by? That is where the marginalization come from. In the Southeast today, we have been so decimated. Who are the Igbos in the South, in the old former Eastern region? It goes up to Abo. You go towards, you come down south, it goes towards, it goes into River State. You go towards Akwa Ibom, you still have Igbos in there. But what did the military do? They systematically reduced the number of states in the southeast, reduced our population by map. So today, most people in the south that are Igbos, because of some political convenience, tend to deny their Igbo-ness. We have seen that with Wike. We have seen that with Okowa. They only come down to say they are Igbos when they are about to contest for election.
But the Midwest was never part of Southeast now.
No. I'm talking about the Igbo. Hold on, please. I am talking about
what you are getting
wrong. Can I finish?
Was never part of Southeast now.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Can I finish, please? Can I finish?
No, you are selling a wrong narrative now.
No. I am not telling a wrong narrative because
it's wrong. It's wrong. This is your claim. Please point out to your reference.
Hold on, please. Hold on. Let me finish now. The person that conducted the first coup in Nigeria, was Cardinal Nzogu. I have heard you guys talking Southeast. Where is he from? He is from present state Delta State. That is the person. Cardinal Chukwuma Nzogu. Go and listen. Go and verify. My point is this: that we have been so we have been so cut away from the realities on ground. Now you ask about the federal presence in the Southeast. And I'm going to tell you this. The Southeast, I take it, and I agree with the enigmatic, and I have said it on this show before, that we have corrupt leaders in the Southeast. However, what can their allocation do for their states? In Anambra State alone, we have over 4,000 erosion sites. Every government comes and campaign about it. Nothing is being done about it. If you go extend that to the whole of the Southeast, you might be talking about 10,000 to 15,000 erosion sites. These are land going, lavishing every day. The state government cannot do those. The state government cannot do those. We are talking about a Niger bridge. How many years did it take the federal government to construct the second Niger bridge? That is the point we are talking about.
Now, what do you think we should be done to rectify, to correct all these errors you're talking about?
The issue, this is the thing. The Igbo presidency is a step towards solving that problem. However, if we have a true federalism where everything works, the dredging of the Niger has been on the table for over 40 years, for decades. We know what that will bring. And for someone like Edmatic saying that Igbos are in Lagos, the Igbos are in Abuja, why do you think there is?
You know the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, right?
Hold on, please. No, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. At least that one, they have been working on it. At least I've been in Lagos State. They have been working.
Right.
Can I finish, my brother? No. I say Lagos State. At least that one. Hello.
I think his system dropped.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is this, right? For everything that happens in the Southeast, it takes forever. Even with this same bridge that they built, we are going to be told. Almost all the federal roads in the Southeast. In fact, it was until I think it was OBJ's time that they had to remove all the toll gates. If you come to the Southeast those days, everywhere you go is toll gates. But meanwhile, when you go to the north, you hardly see one toll gate. That is the point. So when you say
that is true, actually. You hardly see a toll gate in the north.
You hardly see it in the north. But when you come to the south, and especially when you come to the...
In fact, there are no toll gates in the north, even. It's not a case of there's none.
And one man, well, even if you come to Lagos...
These people have been milking us for God knows, and we say we are not slaves to these people.
One man, sorry, I come to this show.
Hold on. Let Joel have the floor. Good to see you, please. But yeah,
even in Lagos, the reason why it seems like that they give Lagos special concession. It's because Lagos is the former capital. And Lagos has media. So by the time you say anything, they are already out talking about it. Hey, Bamio, CO, they remove it. But when you talk about marginalization, because the Southeast has been marginalized, the Southwest is also marginalized. But the thing there is that the leaders of Southwest are okay with the token. They're okay with Lagos. So when you talk to someone from Southwest, they'll be like, okay, Lagos is our settlement. Why do you think that the Southeasterner leaves the Southeast to go out there? Why? Because they are in trade. There is no rail. Buhari built a rail from Kaduna to Niger. Meanwhile, the Southeast is not connected to rail. 3-point-something billion. In a country where we want progress, in a country where we should be building ourselves, we are building a rail from Kaduna to Maraba. Meanwhile, in the Southeast, that has many economic blocks. Those economic blocks are there.
The rail between Port Harcourt and Maiduguri is ongoing.
It's on. The one man, I was thinking that should be a priority. I don't know if you get where I'm coming from. It's taking even when he was campaigning. This is what he said. He came and he said, "Oh, that we were asking why is the South is not connected to this standard gauge." He said, "No, because it was because of me. I told Buhari that we have to do one to the Southeast." Can you imagine? And they now say that they're building a narrow gauge towards Owerri. That one, the money has not been approved. So it is not even ongoing. It is just talk. We have been seeing this talk. When Buhari came into power, Buhari did not even help matters with his 5% tax message. Have they been dealing with marginalization? They've been dealing with it. But when you come and you want to rub it on their faces,
we understand all these things. We understand all this you are saying. My question now is, look, when you have challenges, right? When you have issues, would you just keep moaning about that issue, or you look for a way out? That the question now is, look, we are seeing governors that are being creative at their own level. We are seeing politicians, political leaders coming together at their own level. We understand the fact that, okay, and I gave more or less like a hypothetical, excuse, like let's assume like even the whole of Nigeria, including the federal government, they are against the Southeast. Now, what is the South? What are they doing to get out of this quagmire? That's the question. We understand all this. Buhari does not. We want till tomorrow. Until
I think he said.
Buhari is not going to be easy on anybody. But what are these governors doing? Since 1999, 23 years ago, there's no progress.
My brother.
Blame any politician for that?
My brother. Listen carefully. The business of the Southeasterners requires them to either export or import. Show me one facility in the Southeast today, including international airports. If I want to travel in the Southeast, I will come to Lagos. Is that not extra fun for Lagos?
What are the governors doing? What are the governors doing?
The governors cannot do anything about the airports.
Do you know Ekuremadu at a point was number 3 or number 4 in Nigeria? Emeka Ihedioha was similar. You guys have had a lot of political leaders who can move things with the federal government. So listen, probably I'm thinking from my own. I do not blame people for some choices I make that does not pan out well for me. I go back to the drawing board and see a way out. That's what I'm talking about.
You cannot have a way out. Look,
please, I got Saki. Joy, please hold on.
No, hold on. Let that conversation flow through first.
So we understand Buhari's body language towards. Okay. Let me give you a simple scenario, and I'll keep mentioning this guy. It was very clear, even to his haters, that Buhari wasn't going to support him during the primaries. He had to divide. He had to find a way out, right? To play his own game, to kick Buhari out of in the box, and he became the winner. So that's how you think out of the box when you see your enemy. So okay, Buhari is the enemy of the Southeast. Are they just gonna just lay down flat and be complaining that Buhari is pushing them down almost every day? What is the way out? You guys are electing governors, senators, and politicians on every 4 years. What are those governors doing? Look at Ariara Market. Ariara Market. What has that guy done to attract a federal government? Have you seen Ariara Market lately? Have you seen most of these things in the Southeast? What are you talking about? So they should start from home first. There was a governor that was not paid by OBJ. He found a means to generate IGR and to pay salaries and do everything he needed to do as a governor. That's why you need to think out of the box. So blame these politicians first. Buhari, you understand Buhari's game. Buhari is not for anybody but a Fulani man and people from Niger Republic. We know that, but you can't just rely on blames, on price, on wine. I don't believe in that. I would rather find a way out of my issues. I don't rely. So I'm talking about it now. You are talking about, let's talk about the panacea to this. What is the way out? That is the narration.
The way out, my brother, is simple. The way out is that there must be a concerted effort. If you want this agitation to quell down, you must have to have a concerted effort towards rebuilding the infrastructures in the Southeast. That's the panacea. I'm not saying that the presidency is the solution, but the infrastructures in the Southeast, the ordinary Igbo man does not even care about the governors or even the presidency. The reason why you see the Igbos talking about Peter Obi right now is because they apart from Mbakwe, we've not had any leader in the Southeast. I have said this thing time with a number. But even at that, what kind of money do they have? What kind of allocation do they get? Let me tell you, in a place like Imo State, I think it was Kano State. They said Kano State has more local governments than the entire. I think in the entire Southeast. What are we talking about? And these allocations are given via local governments. So when you're talking about Kano State, they get more resources. We allocate money to empty lands in the north. Whereas in the south, where they have, I mean, if you remember what happened between Tinubu and Obasanjo, what was it? He wanted to have more local governments. One of the problems was he wanted to have more local governments. Then when they refused him to have local government, he now developed what they called development areas. Because when you come to Lagos State ought to have, even if it's 50 local government, I do not care. Because of the amount of population they have there. So that is the issue. When you want to address the issue of the Southeast, it is not saying, oh, what are the governors doing? The governors can only do their bit by the time they pay salaries and do all these other little things. The money is already gone. Tinubu was able to pull what he pulled because it is Lagos State.
No, do you
if
think
Tinubu was in Ekiti,
Buhari will change his attitude even given the next 16 years towards Southeast? Do you think so?
No. The issue, Nigeria is bigger than Buhari. Nigeria is bigger than Buhari.
Do you think in the next 16 years, my answer is he wouldn't. Now, when I know
Buhari is not going to be in power for the next 16 years. That's my point.
No, just quote and unquote. When in my mind that I know, okay, this my neighbor is not going to change his attitude or whatever. And instead of me just complaining on a daily basis, I would rather go back, and find a way out of such a situation.
Come on now.
Joel, let me buttress your point. Joel, please, let me buttress your point.
Go ahead.
If you look at economies that are well-to-do, they are situated around the coast, they would have a seaport and they will have an airfield. Check all the world. You see, in the case of Southeast, they cannot push what Tinubu is doing because there's no functioning seaport, there's no functioning airport, and also there's no functioning.
That's not true. That's not
true. Wait. It's true.
It's true. One man. There's no functioning international airport.
So now,
in the Southeast.
Yes, the Enugu International Airport is not functional.
Wait,
it has been there for a long time.
Please
go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. So now, what you are talking about, Tinubu was able to pull is because by geographic advantage, Lagos State is situated such that even Nigeria cannot abandon Lagos State. As the North were
Exactly.
shouting, they cannot abandon
Exactly.
Lagos State. Okay, let them close the port in Lagos State. Where would cargoes
The goods
land in
come from.
Lagos? Or
Exactly.
automatically all the commerce in Nigeria is done for, So to now finish off that point I raised now, if in the Southwest as a whole, which state can boast of what Lagos State is doing? If you remove Lagos State from the Southwest, even
It's
we of the
dead.
Southwest are talking about Southwest is dead, because even the Ogun State
Ogun
that we are
State,
talking
Ogun
about
State.
is Ogun State is leveraging on Lagos State because of the port.
Hold on.
Thomas,
So
wait,
no, can
because
you
of the port.
hold on, please? The Calabar Rivers and Onne ports, they are fully functional. Fully.
No. One man. They are not.
They
Ah,
are.
one man.
They
One
are.
man. Even
One
one man.
man.
See, one man.
Joel, wait,
In
Joel,
20.
wait.
Go
Joel,
ahead. Go ahead.
They
Go
are.
ahead.
if
Kulata
you go
talks
to
about it
if you
endlessly
go
here.
to Republic of Benin, the economic capital of Republic of Benin is Port Novo, because the port of Republic of Benin is situated in Port Novo, where the what's it called? The same thing. If you go to Ghana, it is where the port is situated. Everywhere along West Africa, it is where the port is situated that you have the economic activities, and that is where the state that generates the highest money. So that's the way I see it. Yeah.
Now, what you are doing is you are basically rehashing the problems, but now put it on the personal level now.
Okay, now personal level, do you know why it is hard in Nigeria? Because all these things we are talking about is in the exclusive list
Exactly.
of the
It's backed by law.
Nigerian Federation.
So you mean the governors should just fold their arms and cry and whine and
You
profane?
can't do anything about it,
No.
enigmatic. You can't do
The only
anything.
thing they can do for me, if I'm
And
in
find
their, if
excuses
I'm
every time.
so no. So now the question is, why haven't the southwestern states too been what's it called, radical or revolutionize the southwest? If they are if we are this genius, because Ekiti state cannot stand on its own, Osun state cannot stand on its own, Ondo can, maybe because of it they would be able to cope, but I believe they cannot stand on it.
In
The only
fact,
state
if you remove Lagos State from the southwest,
southwest is gone.
is worse than the
It's
southeast.
dead. It's dead.
Please, let me sorry, let me add this. Let me sorry, let me add this. Please, when people are talking about Nigeria coastal line, please, it's not hard. Just Google, check Nigeria maritime line. All the things you guys are just saying is really wrong.
What do you mean? What do you mean that is wrong?
Which one is wrong?
The Nigeria coast maritime line. The Nigeria ocean starts from not even Calabar. It starts from Bakassi down to Calabar.
No.
But hold on. I do
Okay.
shipping every day. I'll send you writing this thing.
So what's your point? What's your point?
Listen, Bakassi,
hold on.
Calabar,
Yeah.
Port Harcourt, Warri, Ondo, Lagos, Ogun, Benin Republic, Ghana. There's a reason why where he goes, that's how port duty get expensive. There's a reason why duty is so expensive in Ghana and it's cheaper in Lagos.
Okay.
Lagos being the only port is just admission purpose only. Nigeria government have any, they know their reason why it's like that. So if port stop in Lagos, Ondo can function Lagos, Ogun can function Lagos, the southwest in full capacity. So all this effort is saying port because of Lagos. Port
I don't even know what is. I can tell you much about Ondo.
Now, truth to power. The question I want to now ask.
What I'm asking you that you fail to answer is that just these governors should just where.
No, I'm
go to the office and come back.
I'm just saying.
What are you talking about? What are they?
Hold on. Hold on. I'm talking about the Nigeria coastal line. How the water come in, the Red Sea. Water ship don't pass through ocean. They pass through sea. the seashore, the edges they follow to Nigeria. It starts from Bakassi, Calabar, down to Lagos, Ogun, then Benin Republic, then Ghana, Togo. I'm just telling you the seashore line. Ondo can function if they allow them to have port. Don't forget, there's Ajip is drilling oil there. They have a massive embark port that can take oil out in there.
Look, my brother, look, look, let me tell you this, please. I don't know where you're going with this, your coastal line.
No.
I know all the coastal lines in Nigeria. What I'm just telling you is just this, please. What I'm just saying is this: for you to be able to set up anything on those coastal lines, it has to be with the federal government.
Federal government.
Is it right or wrong?
We understand that.
Okay, so now, secondly, which port in Nigeria do you think is the deepest port?
It's not
is it not on there? Is it on there?
On there, right? So good.
Right.
Even the one in Lagos State, they are talking about dredging the one in Lagos State because certain ships cannot come to the port. It is part of the delay system that we have there. So let us leave.
They are dredging on there too.
Oh, okay.
In fact, it's one of the largest ships to come to Nigeria. It berthed on there.
Okay, on there. So and that one is natural. You get where I'm coming from? That one is natural. In the United States, if you're talking about ports, you have port in Miami, you have port in Maryland, you have port in New York, you have port in California, you have many ports, even down to here, Alabama.
As small as this Britain is, Britain has more ports than Nigeria.
That is what I'm talking about.
Come on, well, you're not drawing equal measure now. Britain is one of the largest economies in the
planet. You get the point I'm making, right? The point I'm making is this, right? If you say it is expensive, it's expensive, what is the duty of every government? Is to make sure that those things are functional. But you can as well make people go there. You can make companies go there, investors go there, and give them like subventions, tax breaks to be able to operate in those areas.
I think people are drifting away from the core.
No, we are not drifting. We are talking about how to solve the problems on the coastal line.
Hold on, everybody. What you're doing, Joel, is you are painting a false narrative.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these things that you are saying, not only are they fully functional, a lot of them functional optimally, and a lot of the ones that are not functioning optimally, they are moving aggressively to have them function optimally. The Warri port is being dredged. The Onne port is taking some of the largest containers. The Rivers port is the largest exporter of cocoa in Nigeria. So all of these ports, they are serving the purpose. So it is left for business to drive traffic to that space, but all of the facilitation that government can make has been made.
One man. Go and ask the normal person selling in Aba.
Well, it's up to him then. It's up to him.
You know the reason why? You know the reason why?
Right.
It is cheaper, right, to bet in Lagos and pay a truck run your. Let me finish now. Run your container from Lagos down to the east. It is cheaper than allowing a ship to bat in Port Harcourt for you to go to Port Harcourt to pick up your goods. That is the issue we're talking about.
Hold on, everybody, hold on. Why is that so?
The issue there is this, because from my own understanding, it's the issue of demand and supply. Right? If you have more people coming to that port, then technically the services there becomes cheaper. When you have few people coming,
hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. There's no special rate at the federal level for transacting business in any of the seaports in the southeastern, south areas. So there is not that. The infrastructure for ferrying goods from the port in Lagos is not better than the infrastructure. In fact, it's worse than the infrastructure for ferrying goods from any of the ports in the southeast and the south. So what is why does it work out cheaper to go to Lagos than to use your own seaport.
One man, like I told you, right?
Yeah.
We have developed that side, just like you're asking me about. If you ask me about Lagos Airport, it's the same thing. It is cheaper for a company or a vessel.
You said that, and I asked why.
Yes,
Yeah.
I do not know. I think it is administrative, strictly administrative.
It cannot be.
No, you know, one man.
Okay.
No,
okay.
Hold on, enigmatic. You see the point.
Okay. What is it?
Let me tell you the point that I'm making, and then you say if you disagree or not. So, in terms of whatever licensing or fees that they have to pay at the port at the federal level, we cannot say that it's cheaper or not at the administrative fee space. So that's one. The next thing then is the size of ships that can come in. So especially in Warri, in One, and in River State, the size of ships that can come into those spaces, they are the level of ships that you would need to ferry all these goods anyway. So that's two. So those facilitations are in place. So now from getting from the port to wherever your goods are, then we are talking about the infrastructure, which essentially is the roads. So the road from the port in Lagos, I don't have to tell you stories about that. It takes you days, not hours, to get out of that port. So it's not as though to transport from the ports in Lagos is more effective. So that's not in question. And I cannot imagine then that the roads that link to the ports in the southeast, that they will be any worse. And I imagine that they will be better than the roads that comes out of the port in Lagos. So all of these things are in place. So why is the traffic not being driven there?
One man, the issue that, like I told you, the reason why I told you it is administrative is just simple. The road leading to One Airport in Port Harcourt,
right,
it's freer than what we have in Lagos at Apapa.
It's free.
It's free, yes. If
Right.
you go, it's not the One Road. If you go to the One Road, that's what I'm talking about. You have easy traffic. But when you go and meet those in Aba trying to import through Port Harcourt, if you ask them, they pay a higher fee at the port, not because of the road, not because of the truck, at the port. So it is discouraging to import from One than it is to import from Lagos.
It's not true. That Joel, please, it's not true.
Okay.
Let me say you and pay sleep right now. Why are you talking like this?
So who is saying this? Who is saying this? What piece?
Yes.
Okay, what piece? Let me know what I'm talking. Tell me the reason.
That's my job. See, from Lagos to Benin now, but clearing just transportation from Lagos to Benin is 1.4 million. From One to Lagos, 850.
Okay.
One to about 400 to 500, depending on the truck. Clearing on is cheaper than Lagos. But the problem you're having on there is not by Nigerian government power, it's by the chief authority power, people that are mass Costco. They decide where their container goes to. You can't force it. It's just just like airlines. If anybody decided to land in Lagos, land in Abuja, there's nothing you can do about it. That is controlled by a shipping line company. And the three bigger shipping line is Maersk, Costco, and this China something. They control that. And they have vast interest in Lagos because they set up establishment structure in Lagos. So it's just few ships come to One.
So am I right to say it is administrative?
No, not Nigeria. It's not. You're not right. See, I ship things through One sometimes. Depending on what I'm shipping and the client I'm shipping to. Then when I ship to One, they get it faster, pay cheaper, and you have to wait. For example, now like flights go to Lagos. I can go to Lagos 4 times a week. Then sometimes they go to Abuja one time, maybe only Thursday. So you have to wait for that Thursday to board your flight. Same thing, but some people they cannot wait. They now like you have connecting flight in plane, you have connecting flight in cargos too. That will not be expensive for them because they cannot wait. Because they have to wait for 2 months when they carry that goods and they want the goods to leave the next day. So don't blame that on government, Nigerian government administration system. It's the dealer himself.
No, I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say so.
Wait, let me quickly talk.
Okay, go ahead.
You see, the question, what I would say is on the government is this: every government has the power to legislate, to force any international body to
Exactly.
act
What
to
is this
its own
talking
base.
about?
One, before the during colonial system, all these sports we are talking about were functioning to their maximum capacity. After the Civil War, that was when everything became systematic. And Edo State has a port that they wanted to build. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
Gele is
because
still there.
yes, yes. But all these policies are affecting everybody. So we cannot remove the hand of the government because
It's not the government.
this infrastructure we are talking about that the international bodies have now. Yes,
Hold on.
enigmatic.
Have you been to Bayelsa State before?
No, but I served in what's it called? Delta State. So
Okay.
that is
Let me
West Road. According to what I heard, they say it's only one road that enter Bayelsa.
Okay. Do you know how many local government Bayelsa? Do you know how many local government are in Bayelsa?
11 or 12.
No, I think there are 8 local governments.
Eight local
Okay,
government.
8.
Do you know Bayelsa is one of the richest states in Nigeria? Do you
Yes,
know that?
but there are no infrastructure to show for it.
So would you blame federal government for that?
I will not blame federal government.
So
And
that is what I'm
this,
saying.
yes.
Look,
Now,
we can
enigmatic, you know where the
blame
problem is now.
anybody.
Yes,
Probably
now, enigmatic,
because
if I were, yes, based on what you've been saying, what's the solution?
Maybe the way I was trained, right? I do not like, I like action and I like
Yes,
taking
I agree too.
responsibilities,
Such that,
right?
even if it's from the little that has
Yeah,
been given, things can still be done.
You know, a lot of these are subsisting narratives that people are hiding behind are being debunked now. So we started from a space that there was no infrastructures being placed in the southeast.
Man.
Hold on, and then we've come up with a raft of infrastructures that are being put in the southeast, and then we've landed in a space to say that those infrastructures, they are not supported. So we've now gone through that to land that they are supported. So
One, they're not supported, please.
They are supported. No. If I say they are supported, you've just described that the drive from on there is a lot smoother and easier. So that's support to support the port that is there. So at what point is it down to business and the state level for them to take on the baton?
The question is how are when Buhari was actually maybe forced some few days ago to blame the governors. We cannot always point.
I mean, it's dredged the thing. The large ships are coming in. They've built roads around it to support the structure. The federal space has done all it is to drive the traffic there. And the container economy is a southeastern economy. So how much more do you want? How much more?
Kulata, please let me say this. Let me tell you this.
Sorry, before you come in, I think Adewale wanted to come in just before
yes.
Then. Sorry.
I think there's a confusion. Are we talking about economic stagnation or political marginalization?
Both.
See, we don't. If you're talking about both, then we begins to examine the role of the federal government in ensuring both are okay. Now, in terms of political marginalization, I think you can blame them squarely on the people of the Southeast. But for economic growth or economic development, the federal government has to have hands in how that region is developed. Because I heard people talking about, because our attention shifted to one sector of the economy, about the building port in the Lagos state and all that. To me personally, just 1 second, guys.
Okay, Adewale, let me continue from where you stopped. Maybe you come
so
back.
not only infrastructural upgrades, even fiscal incentives. So fiscal incentives will be concessions in terms of lower rates, lower taxes, and some economic packaging to stimulate that space. And I'm talking about the Calabar rivers and One ports. You know, they've done a lot there, a lot.
One man. Let me ask you this one question. Let me
Yeah.
ask you this one question, please. Right. So if we have all these things set out, right?
Yeah. Right.
The government, the one of the responsibility of government is to make sure that goods and services are performed and timely, right? Why is it that when you bring in goods from Lagos, it takes you some days to clear it, whereas you have other ports that are lying fallow? That is the reason why I tell you guys that it is administrative. Before the Civil War, go and look it up, go and verify. Most of these ports were functional optimally. What happened after the Civil War? Why is it that today everything is going to Lagos State? So are they going to, you say it's the shipping company. Which shipping company? Would they dictate to us what we're going to do in our own land?
Oga sorry, Oga
That is my point.
Hold on, Oga sorry, there are 4 organizations that no president in the world have autonomy over. First of all, shipping coastal line. Second, airspace. Third, oil price. Fourth, FIFA. You cannot fire the NFA chairman, or Buhari cannot fire the NFA chairman.
Definitely.
It cannot. It's under FIFA. Your
Yes.
coastal line, you cannot put a ship on the river and start sailing to sail. You cannot. You don't own it. People own it. Also, Panama Canal, Suez Canal, they build it. People build it. You pay for your own coastal line. Airspace, you cannot just have a plane and fly on the air. That's why they said they can take you no-fly zone. People own that route. You have oil, but you don't determine the price of the oil. People will tell you how much you will sell your oil. Those four things in the world is above any government. You have to only negotiate with them. If the shipping line decide not to come to Nigeria, there's nothing you can do about it. Then you sit down and discuss with them, negotiate with them.
Can you ban them from coming to Nigeria?
All right, Joel, let me quickly show you something. This was just as early as last month. Let me show you this.
I have to go now. Just let me say hi to everyone for being part of the program. But
well,
2
when
minutes.
You have to rush off. You don't spend enough time with us here. Why are you rushing to?
Yeah, I handle some meetings.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's usually offshore meetings. So basically. So before I leave, let me just say this: we can. And probably that's my nature though. I like results. I do not like excuses. Right? Give me results. When Lagos, when FCT was being moved out of Lagos to I think to ABJ, then there was this cries and hues everywhere that it's done for Southwest, it's done for Lagos, right? It takes ingenious leaders to be creative and to bring ideas to drive their economy, right? If you take Lagos out of Southwest today, from what I know, at least I know of Ondo and Ekiti State, those states will survive. Do not forget that there are roles that these governors should be playing. In South and Southeast, I think Southeast too, South and Southeast governors, they've had this PPP, this PPP avenue that they could have actually leverage upon. There are several MOUs, but they are not actually working on that. Why are those? So they should hold those governors at the regional levels, hold their feet to the ground instead of crying to the federal government every time. So I wish everyone well, and let's have a good weekend. One more thing.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Enigmatic. So thank you, Enigmatic. So gentlemen, let me play you this clip. This is speaking to that port space.
Ports across the country, the focal points at this week's.
This was last month, by the way.
The of ports across the country, the focal points at this week's briefing at the presidential villa, in the bid to ensure a decongestion of the Lagos ports and make other ports efficient and competitive. The authority says deliberate efforts in infrastructure renewal and modernization is making the Eastern Corridor more attractive to investors.
The ports of Tinkan and the ports of Calabar and One are now ISO certified and will ensure the other port locations are also certified. And because of this, we have seen a tremendous increase in cargo traffic in One. Year to year, in terms of percentage, One is the fastest growing port in terms of business and activity in Nigeria currently. And we are happy to see that. We're happy to see that a port outside of Lagos is becoming active. And it's not just active in terms of importation, it is also active in terms of exports.
The managing director of the Nigerian Port Authority identifies some challenges, including the incessant theft of buoys in Nigerian eastern ports, with consequent financial implications.
Shipping lines have been writing to actually indicate that that is one of the things that will make them come to the eastern port. So the buoys have been deployed at in the channel leading to Warri Port and also in Calabar. And we are working to ensure that we maintain them and they remain there. Of course, some of them, nature takes some of them away. They go adrift. But those that go adrift, if they go adrift, you'll be able to monitor and find them because they have transponders that can make them easy for you to identify where they are. So, but some of them mostly are stolen and turned to scraps, and that has affected navigation in those channels, and it had made it difficult for vessels to operate in those locations.
He further adds that the authority, in collaboration with the NLNG, is at an advanced stage in deploying the vehicle tracking system to check activities of vessels who turn off the automated tracking system to carry out illegal activities on the waterways, including oil theft. The MPA boss is optimistic that with the international certification of ports, smooth operations of export terminals, and the coming on board of new ports, including the Lekki Deep Port and Badagry Port, Nigeria is on course to become a maritime hub in Africa. Adesua Omorwan, Arise News.
So there it is. I mean, what more do you want? What more do you want? That's just
One man.
Yeah.
One man. If you listen to that news very well,
yeah,
they just said they just did. Now, I've not been within the news space in the past 3 weeks to a month because I went to Nigeria. So maybe this stuff are coming up. But before now, I knew that those ports were functioning at a very low capacity. And that's the point we're talking about. So let us see how this progresses. You get where I'm coming from? Let us see how you just said it's just last month. So let's see how this progresses and affect the lives of people over there. So that is that. That is that for the waterways. For the southeast, like we were talking before we drifted, it's a whole lot of things that can be done in the southeast, and all these things that we talk about agitation will just calm down. Those people out there, they need opportunities. They need to like when I come and tell someone from the southeast that, hey, that the federal government is not here, they don't care about us. If they look around them and they don't see one, not even the federal roads that is being done, it is believable.
But can I interject you?
Go ahead.
You see, we can't continue to make excuses for the ineffectiveness and inefficiency of our leaders. So every leader from each region is guilty of this thing. You see, we can say everything is in Lagos today and decide to ignore the effort put in by the Lagos government to make sure those things are there. Now look at Lekki Deep Sea Port, for example. Now it's tactically Lagos State was blackmailing the federal government into that project. See another airport they are doing today. You know how many years they've been fighting of this thing? That fighting was as early as 2000 to the point that they forced the hand of the federal government to do all those stuff. Now, see, federal is normal that if some people are making money from the way they structure something that they want to continue that way. But it's for you to find ways of responding to the market. I was giving an example in the forum now because when someone said it will never exist if the federal if they take Lagos away, I say the person should just stop. If you don't know, you don't know. It will only exist based on what they have, not what they do not have. Now look at what is happening in the Ekiti State now. You know, I was the one talking about cassava revolution here, the cassava shade. They were trying to attract so many people, even attracting Dangote everything. Do you know where people were criticizing Fayemi for building airports? People never knew, the people didn't realize the reason Fayemi was even building airports. You know, when they established a Kunderi farm, for example, and it was difficult to even move those products to these guys that are manufacturing milk. What's the name? This cowbell or what they call it themselves. Now they look at that economy that okay, we are going to get allied airport that will be focused on that thing alone, because federal government was even making renovation of the carriageway difficult for the state to do. As some people were saying, oh, railway, all those kind of things, it is easier to talk, but the government decided to do this thing. Do you know that in the next 20 years, the landscape of that economy of that state will change based on the initiative they are taking today? So that's the way I want you to see this thing. Now, when we are talking of situation in the Northeast, for example, now, I made an example. No, we have Innocent Motor now, good, which is a very good idea. What stopped the Southeast from establishing some industry and find alternative model of taking their product to Lagos? For example, your government will decide to say, okay, I want to specialize in textile. Textile is not at Lagos seaport, but people still prefer to bring textile from China to sell. Those are the things that is affecting the development. It's not because of administration. See, we can give these excuses of administrative from now to tomorrow. It won't achieve anything. Look at Dangote refinery that you are thinking about there. When Ondo State was still dilly-dallying, still didn't know what to do, Lagos State hijacked that Dangote refinery from there. Bam, before they right in their own while. And that thing was supposed to be in Ondo State. So those are the kind of things you should look at. Not that, oh, federal government. No, federal government is not pushing those things to Lagos. It was Lagos government fighting to hijack everything. And the development of Lagos we are talking today, people forgot that there was a Western region and there was a Lagos territory that was purely administrative. It was the industrialization championed by Obafemi Awolowo. It was that industrialization that caused migration of people from the region to Lagos, not because the center was at Lagos. Now, look at when they moved the federal capital territory to Abuja in 1991, 1992, when they were saying, oh, all those businesses should move to Abuja. What happened? They could not survive because the incentive was better for them in Lagos. So, see, if the Southeast Standard today decide to say, okay, Lagos, we are done with you. We will be exporting to you instead of staying on your land, and you create your industry there. Honestly, you can find a way. We have countries today without Atlantic Ocean, and they are even doing better. Like Ethiopia, for example, now, they are landlocked area. So it's not as if there can't be any alternative. It's only that people believe in quick, and the policy in Nigeria allows for what we call containers economy, whereby you go and bring something and dump. Until Dangote, see how people were importing cement even from China, for example, at the landing cost of less than 200, and you'll be rebagging for about 3,000 that time. But immediately Dangote just concentrates everything. Oh, they are saying federal government is favoring Dangote, because Dangote is the only person that do backward integration in Nigeria instead of carrying cement from China. So see, we can trade the blame from now to tomorrow. We won't achieve anything.
Yeah.
See, we should focus on our governors. Those governors, look at what Wike did recently now. Look at how he exposed this guy that is a VP to running mate to Atiku. See the way Wike exposed that guy. So what are they doing with the money at their disposal? So to me, let's forget about this favoring Lagos. No, that's not the truth. That's not the truth. It is the Lagos state that is
please. No. Look, let me tell you, Lagos State has some special concessioning. Let's as the former capital. Let's make it look like.
Who gave that concession?
You say?
Who gave them the concession?
It's from the federal government.
How?
So let's look, please, my brother.
Let's make two examples now. For example,
let
one man. He's changing the narrative. That's what I'm saying. I told you that Dangote was supposed to establish refinery in Ondo State. What happened? Lagos hijack.
Lagos did hijack it.
Ondo was demanding so much from Dangote, and Lagos gave him free hand.
Exactly. Is that not part of what we are saying? Is that not why can't Ondo say that foresight and look beyond the immediate gain? Why can't they think about 20, 30 years ahead? That immediate gain is what they were looking at. Now, I was telling you that Lagos State fought to get deep sea port in Lekki. Not today. They fought the thing for more than a decade to get to that place consistently. They fought for the airport, and they are getting the same thing now. Lagos State started fighting for independent power, and today we are benefiting. So the thing is this: are other people fighting for this? It's just like Awolowo there. Now the NTA you have today, who realizes that it was fed into a Western government, Western region TV station they hijacked and they turned to NTA in 1976. For example,
my brother,
some
my
of
brother.
the investors you see with federal government in Lagos today, some of them were from the federal for the Western region. For example, so Western region was doing very well in commercial activities like banking and some other things there. So it attracted people to Lagos. The Lagos we are calling today is different from Lagos that is cycled that Baraki Koyiu. Because we talk of Ikeja everywhere now, see where everybody was taken. Who developed all those Ikeja area, industrial area, to Ilupeju, to all those parts of Apapa that we are talking about? So when you look at those industrial area there, those industrial activity were what drove people to Lagos. Not because they established one seaport. You can put seaport in Lagos and it may be serving no purpose. So Lagos took advantage of that seaport. Awolowo took advantage of that seaport to deal with cocoa, to deal with the export of the product from the southwest. So it was opportunity that made people come to Lagos. And when Igbo man, not Igbo man alone, and let me just do a example, when they come to Lagos, they look at the size of the market, ignoring that okay, you can actually do this thing right from your from Southeast and export to Lagos. Because I remember that Awolowo that time when Awolowo when they established Enila, we used to call that cattle Enila. They were providing cattle for the need of the Southwest. But whenever they wanted to substitute, they would go to the north and use trade to bring cattle from the north to substitute. So look at it. You can still do something and find a way to bring your products to Lagos. So don't let us restrict ourselves to federal government. It is our
my brother. What I'm trying to make you understand is this: we keep referring to Lagos State. Stop referring to Lagos State. Lagos State is if you want to see ingenuity, look at other states that have fewer resources. You can use Lagos State as a benchmark. I even remember most of those oil companies, and because of insecurity, what did they do? They moved to Lagos State. I don't know if they still have their head office in Lagos State to date. So what was happening then was that if I am working in Port Harcourt, for instance, because I remember the first job I got was a driving job. I was driving this job. Wait, the minute I finished school, I was driving this guy. What was happening in Port Harcourt those days? And it happens to every other place. Any company that comes in from Lagos State. Most of the companies comes in from Lagos State. They're from Lagos State that they will now employ in Lagos State. They now start sending the representative or whoever they want to manage in other states. So understand how this thing works. It's not about saying it is Lagos. No, it's systematic. So what I'm trying to say is this: if we have to do something in Nigeria today and solve our problem, we have to decentralize. Forget all this grammar we are using. Kolata said that Port Harcourt has been exporting. What happened to the import part of it? So let's leave this matter. The issue here is
my brother, federal government is competition. Federal government is competition. And since we
federal government is competition, and you also agree with me that whoever that is in that power, this that means what happens.
Joel, I just told you something now. When Ekiti could not move forward on their own project, what did they do? The airstrip that Fayemi didn't want to build because it was Fayoshe project. It went ahead because he saw opportunity in reason with Fayoshe, because that airport belonged to Fayoshe. When everybody was criticizing, oh, you should have done rail, you should have done this thing. Everybody was saying, do you even know the cost of rail? Do you know what this thing? But just get an airstrip there that you could get the approval easily. Oh, people say you should make use of Akure Airport. Akure Airport, okay, we have federal carriageway down to Akure. So, and the federal government say, clear off our road. So he was left with no option, and he signed an agreement with the Promasidor to revive the Kunderi farm. They've signed agreements with Dangote to establish one of the biggest cassava processing plants in Ekiti. So they've signed a contract with different organizations to do that. Okay, they say, okay, what are we going to do to move our product? Okay, we are going to build the airport. That's an example. So it's an example of government that think outside the box. That's what
all right. All right, thank you, Ola. So I have a list of 60 projects, major projects being done in the Southeast. A lot to conclusion, some are at the final stages of conclusion. So the transformation of the Southeast is taking place right here and now under the Buhari administration. So a lot of these arguments and narratives, they are traditional and they are not contemporaneous. Because people are not keeping up to speed with what is going on. But the Southeast is being transformed.
Can you provide us with the information, please?
No, I posted it in the comment section. I'll post it again. But yeah, and it's also on the federal government's web page as well. So, but let me post it here. In fact, I'll post the 2 links. So transformative. In fact, even Southeasterners who go back home, they come to report it here. So it's beyond question. The Southeast is being transformed. We even heard from the Minister of State that was telling us that the Southeast is being transformed. You know, international certification for the seaports, all of these things. So I mean, I don't think there's any argument to say that the Southeast is not being transformed.
Yeah, one man, sorry. Yeah. When I came into the show, I went to interject, but now since we have moved past that, interjecting is like bringing the question back now to be like taking us back. But let me give my assertion on that. I just want Saki Father and George to listen. It's just a discussion, not a monologue, as Mama will say. This what assertion you always give about the war in the Eastern
you're not taking us back to Biafra.
I'm not taking you guys back. Just talk and
okay.
Not interject. The war that time before the war, that region was called Eastern region. It was not only just that 5-state Igbo states that was Eastern region. They have Port Harcourt, they have Calabar, Cross River, and Rivers. The war started in Calabar, ended in Benin. As soon as it got to Enugu, the war ended. So why are you always saying that the war destroyed the Eastern region? I keep wondering which local government the war destroyed. Which state? Which now is that state? Which of the states? Is it Ebonyi, Aba, or Imo? They really destroyed. I will not say that the war set the Eastern and backward. Even the Calabar, they started the war. They are still doing very well. There's no destruction there. That is one. Secondly, Joel came to say there are Igbos in Delta, then Benin. After because of the whatever they did, they cut them off. That's very wrong. You don't have to say that. There are not Igbo in Delta. There are Equatorial people and normal people in Delta. They are not Igbo. But again, you move forward and say Uzogu was that he started the war. Now it's not a Uzogu war. It's a Delta man. Now it's no longer Igbo man. But when you want to claim Delta, they are Igbo. When it comes to blame,
look, my brother.
Hold on, no, I'm not.
You did not listen to me very well. You did not listen to me very well. See, whenever I talk, just listen. I said that the same Nzogu that we are talking about, that for political convenience, that when they want to talk about the war, they say it's the Southeast, because I'm referring to what's his name, enigmatic. And I'm saying that presently, that the Nzogu comes from Anioma. And who told you that Anioma is not Igbo?
I'm telling you now. Let's be the last.
Igbo. Anioma, if you want to know the meaning of Anioma, I will tell you the meaning of Anioma. It's good land. It is Igbo. Wike is Igbo. Until after the war was when they started changing the name of their cities from Umokoro to Rumokoro. What is Rumo? It's Umo, Umokoro, Umu this, Umu that. That's what they had in Port Harcourt. So if it's on that, but I'm going to school you on that issue.
You're not schooling me. You're just, hold on. You're not schooling me. You're just repeating whatever the whatever people come up with. I don't want to use a harsh word because there's no word I can use to qualify it that will not offend you. But
oh my goodness.
Sorry.
So let
me just tell you one thing.
You don't have any right, or me, I don't have any right. You don't have any right to say Anyama people are Igbo. They are not Igbo, they are Anyama people, and that land is Anyama land.
Okowa said it. Okowa said it himself.
Hold on. And you don't have right to say Ikore people are Igbo. They are Ikore people, that's Ikore land, and they own that place. Because when we are talking to people, not talking to ourselves. Say things the way it is until it's proven different. Simple. Thank you, Roman.
You can say, well, look, what is on that note, right? If I say an Ademola in Kano State, it's a Yoruba man. In Africa, if we don't really know ourselves, in Africa, we identify with our tribe and names. So if you know where you're from, you can say, if I cannot see an Edebawari in Igbo land, and I say it's an Igbo person. We know each other through our name, through our language. So what I'm talking is that when you go to Anyoma, they speak Igbo. When you go to Abo, they speak Igbo. So whether you like it, you want to take the truth or not, I am not claiming them, but I'm just telling you what they are. I am telling you, Amechi, root to me, Amechi is Igbo, right? But if you want to say if they say they're not Igbo, I am not claiming them either. But I am just telling you the fact that that's who they are. And most of the time, the reason why they are denying the Igbo-ness is because of the effect of the civil war. So you can take it or you can leave it. It doesn't matter. I'm not here to argue with you. But if you want us to go to the nitty-gritty, we can go to the nitty-gritty, and which is about the language and name. And that is just simple. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant.
But language and name doesn't solve the complexity. By that logic, Rotimi is a Yoruba name. Yeah, it doesn't mean Rotimamechi is a Yoruba. Language is more complex than that. It doesn't.
My brother, in Rotimamechi's place, it's called Ikwere, right? Go there and listen to their names. It's not because it's Rotimi and Wike. Go to Yesom Wike. Nyem, give me Yemsom Wike. It's Igbo name. I can go on and on and on and on. I even schooled in University of Port Harcourt, so I can even tell you more. So the issue I'm not trying to make you understand is just this: whether we want to take it, we want to leave it. The Southeast is bigger than what it is today, and that's the reason why, if you are talking about the votes of Peter Obi and how it affected the other southern states, some of those Igbo people you see there are some of the reasons why Peter Obi is gathering those votes from all those areas. So whether you want to accept it, you don't want to accept it, it's okay. But that is the lies that we can keep denying ourselves. We keep telling ourselves these lies, and tomorrow we still face the same problem. Until we start telling ourselves the truth in Nigeria, we cannot make any headway. It's not because I'm Igbo. If I say an Igbo man in Lagos State, I will call it out. That's how it is. We say the truth to ourselves. We are not doing anybody any favor. Thank you.
Joel, do you think everybody you see that Bia Osa is Edo?
Hello, is that what now, please?
Do you think everybody that Bia Osa at the beginning of the name start Osa is an Edo man?
My brother, this is not what it's there for you as an Edo man to defend that. I am telling you as an Edo man, geographically and through the way we identify with each other. Okowa is even saying, hold on, my brother. Okowa is even saying that he's an Igbo man. Did you hear him yesterday at the rally? I don't know what you want from me, but if you say they're not Igbo, it's still okay.
Listen,
it's always been the case.
You police come with this buy and selling narrative, which does not hold waters. But like I said here, I'm not here to come and interject. I just lay my assertion. But I'll wait for a better day. We'll talk about it. Because all these things you guys are saying is very, 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 very.
War peace. Stop making a mess of this whole matter. Anyoma is Igbo. Stop making a mess of this matter. You know how Anyoma went to Delta State. It was because of IBB's wife. Stop making a mess out of this matter, please. It's getting nauseating. Let's leave it. If you want us to talk about this issue, we can talk about this issue another day. Who are the Igbos in the southeastern region?
Which people in Anyoma are Igbo?
It's which people in Anyoma and Igbo. Anyomas are Igbos. We even have there are even part of Ohanis in Igbo. I beg, my brother, don't talk too much.
You are too intelligent to speak like a person.
I'm telling you, it's not a question of speaking like this thing. I'm telling you that Anyoma is Igbo. They are part of Ohanese. Go and look at what is Ohanese. Ikwere is part of Ohanese. So stop making all these things, I beg. What are you talking about?
What is Ohanese? Is it a cultural group that somebody just wake up and make up in 1990?
All right.
What are you saying?
All right. Thank you. Gentlemen, I want to say you've now started the debate. What makes one Igbo the geographical region? There isn't anything Jewish about the geographical region, though. So yes, this that's from Plenty Water. So Plenty Water is an OG of this platform. It was at that phase when a lot of people used to come here to tell us that Igbo people are actually Jewish people. But no, so that just tells you how long Plenty Water has been with us. But gentlemen, I want to give everybody a 5-minute slot each because I noticed that sometimes a lot of voices they get drowned in the conversation. So I want to give everybody a standalone 5-minute slot for them to just speak to the conversation or anything that they've especially picked up in the news cycle of the day. So we kick that off with Fatai. Fatai, so to the conversation or what especially piqued your interest in politics today, Fatai?
Yeah, I think the appreciation of Buhari actually it piques the interest because a lot of people Buhari doesn't speak, but everybody. I mean, I've always thought that the only way you can really judge Buhari is to because he's a soldier, he's through security. Well, it seems like Buhari actually done a lot of things. He doesn't know how to articulate or he doesn't have good communication. I mean, you were saying some 60 projects that are being done in the southeast. I think history is going to be milder on Buhari than everybody's talking about. I mean, everybody's. I always felt that a lot of narratives about the current government is majorly media driven. And also, when people were talking about the seaports and all those things, and so legislation, government cannot legislate big, powerful corporations. You can. I mean, it's these corporations they worry a lot about stability of the region. If the other regions get more stable, Musk will move its infrastructure down to those places. So these people calculate. These people don't think about. They think about they are investing billions and billions. Nobody takes their billions to a place where you don't know whether some agitation is going to disrupt your business. So they would rather stay in Lagos because of stability. Um, but I think but I think a lot of things are going to start to turn around because look, Nigeria now has very good military. The Buhari administration has done a lot to build up the military capacity of Nigeria. We have to carry jets. There will not be all these organized bandits. Even all this agitation, domestic policing will pick them up all this agitation will over time they will quit, they will go down. There will be more stability in Nigeria. Tinubu is a very good deal maker. By all indication, he's going to win. He's going to do a lot of deals with the South, a lot of this level. I don't think there's need for so much to agitate about. You know, and the ones that are out of line, I mean, when the government has superior air power, there's no fight. The agitation by themselves will go away. I think enigmatic. The only thing I didn't like about enigmatic was like it was the conversation was getting too much stereotypical. But human beings, generally, everybody from every region, are very very complex. We can't reduce a people to certain behavior. Everybody's create. I mean, the good, the bad, the ugly is in every part of everywhere. You know, but it was very on point that a lot of the problems are due to bad management from all these governors and they're just stealing the money and everybody is not talking about that. Everybody is blaming only Buhari. The governors are stealing the money. What are they doing with the money? A little bit we learned from Wiki. Where is all the money? Everybody's stealing the money. Everybody and Tinubu also deserves a lot of credit. Tinubu has been a very strategic person. he introduced a lot of where he brought Oracle to the Lagos State accounting system. They cut out a lot of ghost workers. It was one of the major boosts to IGR generation. You know, but Obasanjo fought Tinubu a lot, but he withstood it. These things have happened over time. These many people have built up these things over many years. It's a very short duration for Peter Obi. Not personally, I would have loved Peter Obi to win, but the machine on the other side is too strong. There's no way Peter Obi can withstand it, you know. But whatever happens, if Tinubu doesn't make it, I hope Peter Obi makes it. And a lot of things. I don't even. The conversation has been so wide. I don't even know where to. I don't even remember anything to be able to talk about. And then Eddie Martin asked me a question like if Tinubu gets in, the all the hatred of Buhari will be transferred to Tinubu. But I don't think so. I think a lot of hatred that have been projected on Tinubu today is because of it's just purely due to rotation. The Southeast feels that if Tinubu gets in, it will shortchange them with regard to the rotation. Otherwise, I don't think the Southeast particularly hates Tinubu. I don't really see. It's not a. I mean, if they talk about Awolowo, okay, I mean, I could see why people have some emotional things with Awolowo. I don't think that Tinubu hasn't done anything to the Southeast. Southeast hasn't done anything to Tinubu. There's no major friction between the Tinubu, here space and the Southeast space. So I could understand for Awolowo, and I think Tinubu is a deal maker, is a street boy. We'll make a deal everywhere and everything. I think Nigeria will get better. That there are many people in Nigeria who are getting better in terms of understanding the world politics and how it's going. Because a lot of problems in Nigeria is not really local. It's a lot of foreign interest, and the local people just don't get what is going on, and they are fighting each other. A lot of things. I don't know.
All right. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Fatai. Fatai, stay with us. About have a look in the private chat, though. I left a message for you. So let's go to Saki. I'm not sure that Saki is still with us. But Saki, a lot has been said, but really, what piqued your interest both in this conversation and the political space this day?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Yeah, a lot of thing has been said. Like I said, the administration of Buhari did tried well in terms of infrastructural development in the southeast compared to the rate at which infrastructure has been built, like roads in the southeast during the time of Jonathan. So, and generally, the administration did well in infrastructure. I've always said, and I've equally said that the only space I feel they have not been able to manage very well is the intangible part of governance, that very intangible space like showing sense of belonging to every region, making an appointment that is based on merits and not maybe not appointment that will look as if maybe one is being nepotic, So those are those things. Then the issue of the war, what happened during the war and those things, I think Nigeria has not been. I don't think we have. Nigeria has. I don't know. I don't think the elite have actually done very well to make sure that the healings, that they are able to, have healing, so that we can continue to be talking about these issues all the time, so that the whole country should move on. I think Obasanjo, in his own aspect, has been trying so much to to show every area a kind of sense of belonging. When he was the president of Nigeria, he managed our diversity. Maybe he might not be perfect, but I think he managed it to the level he could. Yaradua could have also be the best thing that happened to Nigeria. When he was the president, a lot of people liked him. The Southeast bought into his governance, and the South, these unrests that used to happen in the South, the Niger Delta militants, he was able to manage that space very well, So I think anybody that comes in power as the next government should be able to, manage these things, governance is not only about building fiscal infrastructures. At the same time, you have to be able to manage our fault lines very well, so that no region will think maybe they are being shortchanged or something like that. So that is what I will say on that very space. So all in all, it is time for South to have the presidency. I wouldn't want a situation where the North has had it for 8 years and the North wants to come back again for 8 years. If we allow that, if that happens, it will be unprecedented, and it then means that it might also continue that way in future.
Do you think it will fuel the agitation for secession both in the southwest and southeast? If
Yeah,
article, yeah.
I think it will further divide us. I don't know whether the agitation, I don't know whether it's gonna fuel agitation to the extent of going into war again, or it will further divide us. There will be much, like, people will feel who like you. There will be more like animosity, whether expressed or implied, you know. So it will be like the Yoruba people. I also suspect would not like want it to happen, you know, would not like want it to happen. So they will also put some voice in it, because to them it's gonna look like are we fast, is the South fast becoming like a minority?
No, you see, if article comes in after Buhari, then it solidifies the notion that look at all your fan clubs, they are blowing kisses at you. Nobody blows kisses at me, Saki father. But if article comes in, then it will solidify the suspicion that the South is a conquered territory. There's no way to escape that thought. If article comes in after Buhari, after all the South have said and done, that they want the power to transit to the South. If
Actually,
article comes in, then we cannot escape that we're a conquered territory.
Actually, I just blame the PDP. They made a very big mistake. But at the same time, who also could have known what could have happened? The PDP, the APC and PDP, they were sort of playing like a sequential game. APC was postponing their own primaries, possibly to see what is going to happen in PDP during the primary. So it is also possible that if a PDP had produced a southern candidate, it is possible that the opposite may have happened in APC. You understand what I'm trying to say? So think I will still blame PDP because they should have stood their grounds. They should have spoken in one voice, maintained their grounds that this is the time for South, and it has to be South. But the issue is that if they had succeeded in zoning it to South, there is also a possibility that APC, you understand? There is also a possibility that APC may have not also they may have done this thing PDP did, and at the end of the day open and stand by the Northerner, and the Northerner comes again, So I don't really know, but I will blame our southeastern
Sake, what do you
please
think
South
we?
politicians, yeah.
Can you hear me, Sake?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. What do you think what will you think will realistically happen in February 2023? Talk me through it. What do you think realistically will happen?
Um, it's the whole thing is really becoming very, very difficult to tell, But it appears that to me, it appears that Northerners will vote. PDP is going to get a lot of votes from the north. What I don't know is whether they will not get 25% from most states in the south and even this southeast about, But I know that the way it appears to me, I'm thinking that he's likely to get a lot of votes from the north and still maintain 25% in many states still in the south. And then
Are you as confident in Peter Obi's chances as you were, let's say, a month ago?
It is still hard to tell, honestly. It's still hard to tell, because I know that my own stand is that a lot of P2B supporters have already taken their stand. Like me now, there is nothing that will make me go back if I'm in Nigeria voting him. I've taken me go. So I think that his chances will be determined mainly by those undecided voters. We used to see in the last polls, all these polls they did, undecided many. So it is those people that will actually decide what happens. Tinubu also has I don't know. The only problem I'm having is I don't know whether the North, I don't know whether the picture they are painting to us here in the South is actually the true picture of things happening in the North. Because it appears to me that in the South, we are still having the picture that APC will win Northern votes. But I'm thinking that they might swing to Atiku very well. I'm thinking that there is tendency that they are likely to swing to Atiku very well. I can see what Thomas is writing here. There's what I mean. One man.
No, because what Thomas is writing, and Thomas, he cuts through the flowery language just to land on the point. But I was just thinking as well that a lot of what I'm hearing is more in hope than in expectation. I won't go as far as to say wishful thinking, but I cannot see that as we get closer to February, and especially at this phase we're in the elections, I cannot see that anybody can realistically say that they're still as confident as they were a month, 6 weeks, 2 months ago in Peter Obi's victory as they are now. Because just so many things have come into play, and there's no denying that the Peter Obi space it's lost somewhat momentum. The energy has diminished that little bit,
No,
and
no,
the
no.
confidence has waned quite. We saw it in Lokoja, we see it all over this, and more so, we're seeing it in the utterances and body movements of that space. Corruption allegations coming through, internal fighting, the candidate himself being under pressure, the weight of the campaign starting to wear, as we can see. It's also there's a slowing in that space, and you
No,
don't see
no,
the confidence as
no, 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 no. He's going to go to Akwa Ibom on 20th, right? That's next week. You know, he was going to campaign in Akwa Ibom. He will go to Rivers. He has not even gone to Rivers. This southeast we are talking about, the only state he has gone to southeast is what we call it, Owerri, you know, and he's still meeting people even in the north.
Well, why did he abandon Ekiti and Ondo State, or Ekiti and Ondo?
I don't know why he shifted the campaign then.
A lot of people are saying that it's a reaction to
That is
their
theory.
to their abysmal turnout in
So what people are saying is theory, you know.
right, yes.
People are just theorizing. Nobody knows what actually happened. Nobody knows whether he wants to maybe he wants to have time to get a space. Possibly nobody knows what happens, you know, whether he has gotten an approval of a place he's gonna use, you know.
No,
But
that's too speculative. I mean,
no.
this
No,
is
no,
something
no.
that they've planned a long time ago.
No.
The more likelihood
Do
is
you
that it
think?
is
Do you
a
think?
reaction to
No.
Lokoja.
Do you think the Kogi rally?
Yes.
Do you think that of Kogi rally is? Do you think they have not been planning it for a long ago?
Yes. So as they would have been planning Ekiti and
Yeah.
Ondo
So
as
what
well. Yeah.
happens? What happens? What happens in those spaces? Even what do we call it? Even that's Kogi. That Kogi rally. I think it was like 3 days before the time that they even sent out a notification on social media telling obedience that they are going to do rally in Kogi the next 3 days. You know, maybe they have not. Maybe they have been planning those rallies all over time. We are not sure of, you know, a space to use. They have not gotten approval.
No. Because when we read out, I can read it again. The director or something or the other of the Obi campaign is said that what happened in Kogi State, that the state government had no culpability.
And
Yeah.
another thing, no, state government will always say they are not culpable. Is it
No,
not
no,
what?
no, no. It
No.
was the Obi team that said that. The Obi team.
Yeah, Obi team. I watched the interview they granted to the Obi team.
Yeah.
And Obi teams that space was approved 7 o'clock, you know, before the day of rallies, and that they even called the governor, you know, that it was even the governor that it was the time they called the governor that the governor even was saying that he's not aware, you know, and he said maybe that the governor said the whole thing is coming from those people that are managing that place. It's not from him. And it was at that point where after calling the governor that the governor now gave order for them to release that very place for them. But it was only around 7 o'clock before the day of rallies. So that was what he said in the interview. I watched it. You can also watch the interview. But what I'm trying to say in effect is that another thing that could also be possible is I wouldn't expect Peter Obi to even I even wonder how he's
You know he wasn't able to pull a crowd in Ibadan as well.
Of course, Ibadan was okay. Ibadan was okay.
It was below average.
No, Ibadan was okay.
And we can pull up the
And
images. It was below
let me
average.
tell
Yeah.
you one. And let me tell you one more. You know,
Yeah.
Labour Party is not like party like APC or PDP. You understand what I'm trying to tell you?
Right.
It's not like party like APC or PDP. The PDP rally that happened in Anambra yesterday, I can count 25% of those population you see there that came from different far like both north, southwest, you know, from their party members that congregated around that Anambra, you know. So these parties already have political structures that will always galvanize people to come for rallies compared to Labour Party. So, and if you look at DP, you will see that all those parties, any rallies they come for, all of them is almost on uniform, on party uniform. But if you see that of Labour, you know, it's just, you will see that it's like people that just came, you know, nothing like all this uniform celebration, you know. You see that it's just people that came on, that decided to come. Many people that usually come for those very rallies. So there is no way you will compare the capacity APC has with that of Labour Party. So if a party like Labour Party goes to Ibadan and maybe have like 1,000 people that came, and APC goes to the same Ibadan and have like 2,000 people that came, you know, you will still say that Labour Party still tried because they are not traditional parties, you know. So I don't want you to be comparing them with the kind of crowd you will have to expect in APC, you know. But if you look at when he went to Plateau, at least the population was so good, you know. The same in Owerri, you will still see in Akwa.
Is the people is the crowd of the rally not an indication of of the level of support?
No. You wouldn't say that.
You would not?
No. Let me tell you why you will not totally say that.
Okay, tell me.
You will not totally say that because I've always explained it here. You know, if Tinubu has rally in Lagos, you know, it is easy for governors, APC governors of different states to come to that Lagos and support, like be present in that very rallies. They have the capacity, they have the logistics, they can fund, you know? And when governors are coming and all those party stalwarts are coming, they are coming with people from those different states. If Tinubu goes to Delta States the next day, almost the same set of people that came to that Lagos move to the same Delta for the same rally in Delta, you know, because they have the logistic capacity to do that, you know. But in terms of Labour Party, if Labour Party does a rally in Owerri, for instance, today, and does the same rally in maybe Lagos the next day, you know, you are not going to see, if you saw like 100 people in Owerri, and then in Lagos you see another 100 people, I will most likely tell you that, you know, not up to 5% of people that came to the same Owerri are repeating. I like how to explain it now. You should understand what I'm saying. Like
No,
the
I do understand what you're saying, but that's not
yeah.
unique or peculiar to the traditional parties. Because if we go back to Lokoja, because we went through in details what happened at Lokoja,
Yeah.
and what happened was that monies was released to the Labour Party main man in Kogi State
Yeah.
for mobilization. And
Yeah.
that mobilization, you'll be aware that Lokoja, it was even only when I was doing the research that I discovered that Lokoja is not actually far from Enugu. And what they were meant to do was to have bussed in people from Enugu to come and fill up. They said it now. We
How
read
can you
it.
say that Lokoja? How can you say that Lokoja is not far from Enugu? Lokoja is closer to Abuja, very far from Enugu.
All right.
If you are telling me Kogi State is not far from Enugu, I will agree. But
yeah,
if you
but
say
is Kogi
Lokoja
State
is
not in terms of the nearest southeastern space?
Kogi State is near to Enugu. There is a border between Kogi, Enugu, and Benue. You know.
Yeah, no, that's what
but
I
then,
said. And you're arguing. So what's the argument?
But then, Kogi State is very big. The distance from Enugu State to Lokoja town is very far apart.
Yeah.
Very, very far apart. It's a journey you have to plan before you embark on.
Saki, the nearest southeastern space to Kogi State is Enugu.
Do you know that Kogi State is also border Anambra State from another place? There is a common border
from where?
From Anambra West local government. If you enter Anambra West local government, after that you enter Kogi State. You know, but the distance from that very place to the capital of Kogi State is very far apart.
Well, what they released was, and you are only going to make me go and bring out the story again. But because I've now got the map on my screen. What they released was that they released funds at the central space, which is to say the Obi Dati campaign organization. They released funds to the Kogi State Labour Party space to mobilize people from Enugu to fill that stadium. And I've got the map on my screen here. So that was the plan. But the mobilization did not take place. And that really was what accounts for. So when you are talking about people moving supporters from one space to another to give an appearance of popularity, the Labour Party space does that as well. They did it in Ibadan as well, by the way. And Thomas even verified that. So it's not.
No. Like I told you, I said something. It is Ibadan. Lagos is very close to Ibadan.
Right.
Possibly Ogun State is also close. I don't know how Ogun State is. I don't know how close, but I know that Lagos is close to Ibadan. So the members, Labour Party members who are in Lagos, you know, can easily come to Ibadan for rallies. Some of Labour Party who are in Lagos and who possibly are free to come can also come and lend their support very easily. But then that very day they were doing rallies, you know, it is very, very hard for you that Igbo people who are doing business in Lagos will close their shop in Lagos and for that number of hours to attend rally in another state. You know, if you tell me that businessmen who are doing business in a hopping and went for the rallies, I will believe that. But believing that an Igbo man who is doing his business in Lagos on a business day will leave his business, lock it up for that number of hours, and leave Lagos to travel to another state just for rally that he's not being paid for, you know, I don't think he will do that.
All right, but it's not hanging together
We
anymore.
got
That's
paid.
just
20 million was released for each state for the Ibadan rally. It became a very big issue.
Right.
with Ogun State. 20 million. Labour Party gave 20 million to each state, and 100 million approved. 100 million was approved for the host state, the Oyo state, for each southwest state, 20 million, and there was a lot of corruption.
and all this narrative of no Igbo man will close his shop. Not all Igbo men are shop something. Even in Enugu, even if you go to Anambra, no Igbo man will still close his shop to go and be because they consider that his own business and living, and they will stay with their own business and living. So the audience is not essentially shop owners, and not all Igbo people are shop people. So don't worry about all that.
Anyway,
That's a red herring. That's a red herring.
Anyway, one man, at the end of the day, you know, the only thing I will tell people is I'm even praying that this election will come, and it is even getting closer. Let it come. Let everybody go to the field. Let them vote, and let's see the results at the end of the day. I wouldn't be here like I'm already tired every day saying that this person will win. And this person
You know, it's quite tiresome. I can't wait for it to be over again as well, you know. So we can actually get to more friendly conversations and
they just need to do the election. Then let's see who wins at the end of the day. But certainly, I will always be on the southern space for the presidency. I wouldn't want it to get back to the northern
you
zone.
know, and that we can all agree on. And by the way, I don't object to a Peter Obi presidency. I think he would do a competent job. You know, I think he will. But I'm not sure that he would do an inspired job. But I certainly think he would do a competent job. So that much I'm confident on that. He will do a decent job. Certainly better than Buhari, a lot better than Buhari. Thank you, Saki. Let's take the conversation.
Mama, please come to me. I want to go drop my keys at the pool. I have 5 minutes, 10 minutes left. It's because of you I'm waiting. Please, can I take the next one before?
All right. To you then, 5 minutes slot. Just speak to the space, either to the topics or anything that caught your attention in news today.
Yeah. First of all, let me speak about this Obi rally, Obi winning or not winning. You know, certainly we all know that Obi is not going to win. But the good thing I know about it is that he has bring a change. He has bring awakening to people that we can wrestle with this old cabal. You know, but I know everybody knows he's not going to win. But his own doing, the bigger undoing is going to be from his region. The way his people are playing the politics right now. Other people are putting a lot to push that matter through, actually to make a statement. But these people are doing the opposite. And end of the day, come February, when the election, they'll make the announcement, heavens will not fall. Nothing will happen. Who think anything will happen will get delayed, and Nigeria will still continue. So it's better the Southeast regional people now sit down and take advantage of this moment and push it through and be very sure that 2027 they have a better stake. But even me saying that, let me speak on that will be a little bit again. Like what Joel just said, the biggest undoing, this notion they are having that because of they feel that Igbo people are in every other state that is pushing that space. That's why they are getting this population. That will first be the biggest undoing. I've not seen in any state when it comes to even a councillorship election that the Igbo in that area influenced that election and told the vote to the unknown on the unpopular candidate. I've never seen. Take it to the local government and take it to the state government on that area. I've never seen. But do they have general vote? Yes, they do have it. But do they have the vote to make a statement? No, they don't have it in any state. So at the end of the day, Obi vote and at the end of the day in other states will not make any change if they don't do it right. They still have 2 months to put it right. If they don't put it right, it will not make any change. But it will make a statement at the end of the day, which is the general vote. That is for that space. Hey, reduce that volume. That is for that one man. But
one piece. There is something Kulata said. Kulata said Obi is not going to get up to 2 million votes in general.
Well, that could be politics. I'm not going to dive into that.
No. I think Kolata is wrong to say that.
I'm just laughing.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying.
I think he's trying to poke at you. I think he's trying to poke at you, Saki.
I'm just laughing.
I know I'm just this is where I'm coming from. I'm not saying I'm not going to get vote, but I'm saying how will that vote make a difference? How will that vote speak for everybody? We are all tired of what is happening in Nigeria. We need somebody to make a statement for us. Not like Obi is the better candidate, the better man. It's not like he's a saint in this race. So unfortunately, if we don't change the way we are led people that will stand for us, or our electoral what do you call it, electoral act, if we don't adjust it, we keep getting this bunch of cabals, losers. The Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu, they are not free of crime. They are all corrupt. But we are left with the lesser evil just to make a statement. Until we change that, then we can start thinking of a better leader. But in how much we have this right now, this is what we have. This is what we contend with. Make the best out of it. Make a statement with Obi so that we can change that narrative, change that constitution, so it will be better for us. Rome was not built in a day. Now that takes me to uh, uh, Joel of Nashville. Please, I know you both are very intelligent, but you cannot be a jack of all trades. You have your area of specialties, hold on to it, but try to start allocating uh, your dominance to people is a very big fear and it's a very big factor in Nigeria politics. You must learn how to know that, and you must learn how to respect other people. Election politics is local. When it means local, it means it starts from the
Let,
grassroots.
let, let me tell you one piece. Sorry, let me just cut into what you are saying.
I'm
The
listening.
southeastern, yeah, the southeastern people. I don't get it when you say learn how to respect people.
Yes,
No?
let me tell you,
I
it's not hard.
wouldn't say no, no, no. I wouldn't say the southeasterners are disrespectful people. They don't disrespect people. But the only thing I would say is that the upbringing of southeastern, their culture, every tribe has their culture, So their culture, they are like naturally southeastern people are democratic in nature, you know. They like this kind of command and control system, you know. They don't like to see somebody that is deciding what they do. Like see like maybe they have a godfather, for instance. They don't like that thing, you know. Average South average Southeasterner have an independent mindset, That is why in the Southeast, if a child is growing up recently now, he wants to go and rent his own house and live on his. He doesn't want to like live with the parents for like. He wants to leave the parents very early in life and hustle for himself. You understand what I'm trying to say? So, and again, another thing also I want you to observe is that Southeastern people are they are very fast to call out people are doing wrong. They will be the number one people to begin to call out those leaders. Somebody like Ojo Zakaro, for instance, Southeastern people are very easy to call him out. Or okay, imagine this thing that happened with this senator who in UK. What's the name again? This senator that is facing
Ekweremadu.
Yeah. When this Ekweremadu issue started, it was Southeasterners that were first people to even start calling him out. And when they were saying that they forfeited about 40 properties belonging to him, it was the same Southeastern people that were magnifying it on social media, calling him out. So it doesn't matter. Okay, when Ekweremadu, there was a time Ekweremadu went to Germany on this New Yam Festival. It was graced by Southeastern people who are living in Germany. They even like wanted to, they disgraced him. They even wanted to beat him, something like that, before the police came in. So that is the way Southeastern people behave. So I wouldn't call it disrespect. I would rather call it this democratic setting, the democratic culture the way they are, they like their culture has affected them. They don't like this command and control where it's just like Soludo. This is Soludo is saying. Soludo can say the way the southeastern people will vote. Nobody is going to listen to him because average southeasterner doesn't want it to be like it is this person that is making me do what I'm doing. I should have an independent mindset.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Let me take my time back. Because you can keep on telling me this same thing, but the obvious
This
is
I'm
there.
telling you is the reality. This thing I'm
Hold
telling
on.
you
Yes,
is the reality.
the reality is there. Yes, no society don't like to be controlled, but in Finland is giving commander control. Sit at home 5 days, and
No. I have
hold
always.
on now.
Why are you making this an issue? I've told you that.
Hold on.
People.
It's not what you.
Listen.
It's not.
I've
It's
told
not
you.
your word and not my
Wait.
word.
I've told you that people are sitting at home
Because of fear.
No, out of fear of.
Yeah. So what else are you talking
death.
about?
So don't say that they are sitting at home because somebody is commanding them to
Hold
do
on
so.
now. Hold on. Nigeria's not a banana republic. Neither South is the zoo. That one lion will just say, "I'm hungry." Then all the antelope will go on the hiding. It's not. It's a state. It's a republic. We have security architecture, and we have everything there. If the people fear
let
so
the
much,
government assure them of
hold on
security.
now. If people so fear for their life, I've never seen them come out in a mass and do a riot to the state government, and so that the state government will take the protest to the Senate, and Senate take to the federal government that they need more troops there. Then you are expecting Buhari to come and do otherwise when everybody in that place are ordering, obeying one guy that's less than 40 years in one place in the name of fear. Come on, man. Don't say this in the public anymore. Stop this Agbado narrative. Let's go to a better this thing. Let me finish my 5 minutes, man. This guy,
carry on. Yeah.
You feel he had the answer to
No, leave Saki because he can interject, but carry on with your narrative.
Yeah, that brings it back to the policy part of it. If you can be this objective in another mass state, stand your ground. If just lock your shop in Kano, you can stand your ground. You can still do this in the stand your ground political when it comes to politics to get what you want. Politics is not just a day; it takes time. This entitlement idea, we should put it aside. It's my turn, or we'll be marginalized. We should stop it and not bring to infrastructure in the southeast. Everything being allocated to every other state is allocated to the southeast. Let's start it from 1999. At least since 1999 to date, it has been Igbo man that is the governors of those 5 states. The senators are Igbo. The House of Rep are Igbos. The local government chairmen are Igbo. Yet you don't hold those people responsible, but you move Vim to center. Federal government is marginalizing those, but you get money for security allowance, security votes. If you are among the 30%, you get it. You are being paid at the due time. But the governors are looting the money. I've never seen one day you call out the governors for their inefficiency, but you can say Buhari is a dead man. Do you think it's only the Southeast is feeling this pain? There are states that is even worse than Southeast. It's even worse that they have these resources, they have the weight.
You think that the southeastern people are not calling out their gods?
What?
Is it what you are thinking? Let me know, because
it's not what I'm thinking. It's what we are saying.
Is it what you are seeing?
Don't say we now. You are the one doing the talking, but carry on.
Yeah, so we see this thing. You.
Yeah,
I see this thing, and the way you guys go about it is not the right, not the appropriate way. You Abriba Ibarebe was Senate one time. I think the majority leader to minority leader. Yeah. I've never him sit a bill. Let it be vote against, so we know that they really hate you. That's the way to put it to the world that they don't like you.
Abaribe has been.
Hold on now.
Yeah, Abaribe has been very vocal.
Hold on now. Not what he says. His bills, his actions. We can start digging their files now. Let's see how many bills Ekwemada have passed to enhance that Southeast. We cannot bring any out. Now,
not talking
even
about your money,
when the movement say, okay, let's vote to incite referendum in our constitution. No Southeastern governor, Senate, or rep raise their hand on the floor, not to even put, just to think of the motion, to set up a committee to look, then to see to put in motion. None. When they were voting for 13% devaluation, none. 10 senators were absent. Guess where they're from? The Southeast. 10. You know, big mother's burial. Then tomorrow, when people are fighting for you, you make it look like these people, they are compelled to fight for you because they have no choice. They have to do it. It's not so. We all want a better Nigeria. Sometimes there's an adage, when you get to the stream with a donkey, it's better you carry the donkey.
I think
carry you.
I think there is a misrepresentation you are making here. Forget about the political elite in the Southeast. I will always say it 1,000 times. The Southeasterners, they have the worst politicians in Nigeria. The worst.
Then face your politicians.
No, wait. They have the worst set of politicians who are very, very selfish, looking for their own stomach in Nigeria. I've always said it here. But when you now say that the masses are not calling out their politicians in the Southeast, that is where I differ with what you are saying. When you say that the masses are not calling out the politicians in the Southeast, that is where I differ with you.
Not what you say in Twitter space.
I'm not talking about Twitter space.
Yeah, I'm saying what you say in physical fact. But anyway, when I'm saying this, I'm saying it because the way it will go on the general election, the way things will play out. These are the things that might. Hey, inside. These are the things that might.
All right, bring it home, world peace.
Let me bring it home. Yeah, thank you. That are done with that. And thank you for that. And again, people should stop this word as assertion that Southeast was destroyed. Everywhere was destroyed. People build their place back the way they could build their place back. And corruption is affecting everybody. Nigeria is not like Dubai. Lagos is not like Dubai. Now, I say Lagos is Dubai. Then South is like Mumbai. That's why Nigeria is still lacking when it comes to infrastructure. We still take up 4 or 50 years to get to South Africa stage. So it's a continual process. But start laying blame right now, rather to start thinking the way forward. It's not right. That is for Saki Father. The other part of it, I would have really loved to challenge you, but I don't have much time. But stop this notion by claiming people by name. If it's by name, then that means Dennis Osadebe, you will say is a Benin man. Irabo, chief of defense minister, you will say is an Igbo man. Or Osakwe that represents the Ndakwa North West in Delta State, Oshimili. Osakwe, on a flash proof. You say is a Benin man if it's by name. People would like to claim something when it's nice, when it's appropriate. When it's not appropriate, you throw it away. We should stop this. We are bigger than this. We are better than this. You cannot be imposing your right on people. When they created Midwest, they put gun to people's head. It was 1963. People voted. And Yoma people voted. I have the list. If you don't have it, let me send it to you. People came out in mass and vote who they are.
War peace. War peace. Let me
finish it before.
War peace. Let me tell you. There is something I want to tell you before I forget. You are always too very sensitive to 2 particular issues. Number 1, on this platform, whenever anybody mentions the word Edo or Benin, anything
there will be war. If you mention
there will be a problem on this platform.
War.
And whenever anybody says that, Anioma people are Igbo people, there is also a problem.
Yes, one man.
You should change your name to World War, really, not War Peace. Look at this guy.
No, one man. I had the SSAT. I had the S3. People voted. People that voted to be in Midwest voted. Port Equerry people voted out that time. They didn't vote. No, they didn't take place. There are people that didn't take place. Take place. That was 2 ways. Equerry people didn't take part. All the Anyoma people that took part voted, and they voted landslide to be Midwest. So are you going to tell me it's called the Civil War that came later, after? That's why people start denying their identity. It's sicking me, man. This thing have got to stop. Let people be who they are. We Benin don't claim that as Benin. We respect their identity. They are Nyoma, they are Nyoma. Leave them to be. If they speak Igbo, go. Is an advantage to you, it's a plus to you. But they are telling you that land is their land. They speak Igbo, they have connection with Igbo, which nobody can deny. But it's not an Igbo land, and they are not Igbo people. Please, for crying out loud, if we continue like this, we will not get this election right. There's power in unity. Divided will fall. Let people move freely, associate how they want. I don't have time, but Mama, thank you. I'll leave the floor. I have to go drop my kids. Can you hear them on the background? They want me to take them to indoor pool. I'll be listening from my car. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Warpace. So thank you, Warpace. I did say 5-minute monologue, but as ever, everybody ignores me on whatever I say. But on to Adewale, and the conversation, is so interesting sometimes. You can't hold people back. But hopefully Adewale is still there. So Adewale, to the conversation or whatever caught your attention in the news cycle today, just a 5-minute space just to express yourself. Adewale, good to see you again.
So will the 5 minutes be enough for my own monologue? I just want to know.
No, just carry on. So long as we're engaged, you can speak for as long as you like.
I like to do my own. Shokilobe, okay, just as simple as it.
No jalas, no jases.
Not at all. Anyway, there's a man that called a Jew of Nashville. He was really forceful about his conviction earlier. He was talking about Igbos and the River State and all that. Look, to me, it seems that his anger was more of, the marginalization of the Southeast. And that was the reason why I was asking the question earlier that is it talking about, being ignored politically? I'm talking about political marginalization now or economic issue. Because if you look at the other states in Nigeria, the entire 36 states, the most economically viable ones are Lagos State, River State, I think Kano, and maybe one or two other states. The rest are just, waiting for the legates to come from the federal government. So, having said that, I don't think the southeastern state need to wait for the government to be able to look inward on what they can do to develop their region. However, the presence of the federal government in that region is also highly, highly needed. And it seems that the argument of that gentleman earlier was about, importation of good from, having a port in the southeast and all that. If you're talking about exportation, yeah, we can do that, but importation should even be cut because the government of the day need to do a lot of work. Whoever is coming in as as an incoming executive has a lot of work to do because we have to minimize our importation. It's killing our local production seriously, and that is another issue that we have not even talked about. Having said that, and I look at the fact that if we talk about the political marginalization, the Southeast has a lot to do. In the comment section, I read somebody saying, Umai is a Fulani puppet. We should be foresight. Any voice from the Southeast as of today that seems to be contradicting to what other people are saying online, that person will be labeled as what do you call them? Uh, I forgot
Sabo.
Something derogatory in form of somebody who is more or less like a bastard, who is more,
Efulefu.
Decided to go with the foreigner. But you see, we're all Nigerian. Now, why decamp from PDP to join APC? Not because it might be, maybe there's a problem in the PDP in every state, but all I say is that it's trying to make himself more. You see, it's all about political calculation. This man contested for the presidency during the primary, right? He must have looked at it in the PTP that look, maybe number one, he need the federal government present. At the same time, he need to move closer to the center, and maybe this party can guarantee my movement upward. However, Right now, it's more or less like a patriarch in the southeast because they believe the fact that you are romancing a full animal or should I, a federal government, you are no longer part of them. But it shouldn't be. See, these are the things I expect the southeastern part of politicians to do. You know, we talk about being marginalized. Yes, it. I mean, I would love to see an Igbo man being called the president of Nigeria. However, there are still a lot of things to do. Okay, you have to make yourself relevant. You have to build bridges. You have to be, present. However, none of the Igbo politicians doing that. I mean, Igbo is accounts to be maybe 20 or 25% of the population. I'm not so sure. They have number. I don't think Yoruba is bigger than them, and if Yoruba is bigger than them, maybe just little. Okay, but they utilize their strength. They speak in one voice. All right. At the same time, I expect the southern people to do the same. Build bridges. I don't think the northern people. I mean, I don't think the Yoruba people are the stumbling block for the southeastern presidency. The north has always been the issue. If they can build bridges across to them, this thing will just be a, I don't see them not becoming a president. But political solution is not actually only the problem to their solution to their problem. We're talking about making Southeast a hub of commercial activities in Nigeria. Yes, political solution will give you some solution to some extent, but then what about you? Private investment. I mean, people would rather invest in Lagos State than going to Nnewi today. Why? Because if you look at the insecurity over there, and that place is not even a commercial hub. Yes, there's commerce going on there, but it's not at to the large scale like the one in Lagos, right? So somebody make an argument earlier about the governors not doing much, but the governors can only do little. But then they can also use their thinking initiative to at least bring a private partnership into developing that sector. And I bet you when a private sector comes in, and decided to, invest, the federal government will have no choice. But then the federal government have chewed more than they can, uh, more than they can eat or what they can bite. Because number one, they have a lot of projects scattered across geopolitical zone. This one is dragging federal government, that one is dragging federal government. But a state can drive that private partnership to foster development in their land. But people are not thinking, they are thinking about the federal government and all that. The federal government can only do little. So, having said that, every state in Nigeria, I think we should be able to, the next legislative session, or should I call it the next incoming after February, the next legislative, I forgot what they call them.
The next parliament.
Yes, if they can, make some amendment to the constitution or propose a change to the constitution and see if true federalism can be practiced. Maybe that will change a lot of this agitation, or bring maybe not lasting, but at the same time a so-called so some of this agitation. Because no matter how we drag it, one sector is still going to be shouting agitation because we are many, right? But then we can enjoy the federal government presence, all these things we are talking about, if we're able to organize ourselves, especially the people of the southeast. It's doable, it's possible. Power is like just like Tinubu said, power is not given a la cartel, it's not served in the restaurant. You have to go out there and fight for it. Grab it. When you grab it, then you can utilize it to your advantage, to the advantage of your people. Will they bring the lasting solution to the economic or political issue? I doubt it, but at least it will help to some extent. All right. So for the Peter Obi candidacy, his viability is reducing. The reason why I say this is this. Right now, he's banking on the Southeast and at the same time Obediati making I haven't really seen the relevance of Obediati in the North per se. Because you see, we're talking about the highest office in the land. Um, to me personally, I would love that he becomes the president of this country. Maybe now, maybe in the future, I don't know. But it seems that the path to becoming a president of Nigeria, it's not just about making all these fanciful. Our politics is still more or less like a Bola where everybody take off the agbada and begins to fight a ruffle fight. Everybody will go to any length. And at the same time, to elect somebody to the office of presidency, it's not just about an elite just sitting in some place and punching keyboard and thinking. No, it has gone beyond that. Our political party organization. Those are the things that people that needed seeking that office needed to make sure that they make much impact. The party must be a party of the day, not just mushroom party. I think the Southern people still have a lot to do, a lot to do, or else we'll continue to, talking about marginalization and all that. Everybody wants the best for the country. However, the path to that success is going to be rough, and our path is somehow rough now. Just like Taisolari said, our path is rough now. We can make it better. We are building on our electioneering. The reason why I said that is that in 1993, if you compare that with this 2022, I mean 2023 or the 2022 elections, uh, the difference is clear. If you look at it, now we are talking about voting electronically. We are making some progress, just that it's not that um, pronounced. It's not like something in our face. We are making a lot of changes. Now we have a refined electoral law. Not perfect, but um, at the year only in one day. Maybe after this Buhari administration, we will look back and say, you know what, I think he did his best and he's trying to leave a good legacy. That's where I see what is going on. Thank you, Mama.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Adewale. Thank you. Always excellent delivery by Adewale, as you all know. So from Adewale, let's go to RB, who we have not heard anything from, just to make sure if he's still there. RB, are you still there? No, I didn't imagine it was. So let's go on then from Adewale to let's go on to Ife. Ife, you're up next. Ife? All right. Can anybody still hear me, by the way? Hello?
I can hear you.
All right. So I think some people have either fallen asleep or whatever it is. So so RB no longer with us, and I think Ife is no longer with us as well. So let's just be making sure that so there is that. So let's go to Ola then, who hopefully is still with us. Ola, you're up next. A 5-minute window for a monologue, just to both to the conversation and whatever has caught your attention in the news cycle. Ola, to you. Oh, look at that. All right. So there
What
it is.
is going on? Everybody muted.
Yes, is it that they've drifted off? Sometimes they'll go to the fridge, they'll do whatever it is. Okay. So thank you, Ola.
Probably they're all in the United States because it's
Ola is in Canada. Ife is in the United Kingdom, and I think RB is in I don't know where he is. So there it is. That seems to be a good slot to start to round off. So we will seek to start. And I think World Peace has left as well, didn't he? He said he was taking his children out. So thank you, World Peace. And then there were 4. And then there were 4. So we start to round off then to land on Saki. We go around just one more time for people to round off their thoughts. And hopefully Fatai is still there. Fatai, are you still there? All right, and there it is. Saki, Saki, are you still there?
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Okay, so and then there were 3. So So then we seek to start to round off then to land on you, Saki, of course. Adewale, you have the floor one more time, just to bring it all to cap it all off, and then we hold on. Oh, who's that? All right, I think Thomas wants to. Thomas, are you back?
Yes, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. I'm on break. So just
The
to say
resurrection
the
of
last word.
Thomas.
Yeah.
The
All right,
resurrection of St. Thomas.
You can't keep it away, can you? Yeah, look at that. All right, so we seek to start to round off, and then we kick it off with Adewale. So Adewale, just to round off all of the whole day and sum it up as you have seen it. While it's still with you.
Okay, awesome. Good job, one man. This platform is one platform that, though I'm not regular on this platform, but what I've seen so far is that it's more like a family platform where everybody comes with their own opinions and we try to talk, through each other. At the same time, we still see ourselves as part of Nigerians and as a Nigerian, which is a great thing because whether we like it or not, we have sometimes maybe over 100, 200 people listening, and some are maybe they're in Nigeria, maybe people have family back home in Nigeria. And I hope our discussion make an impact in the life of these people and also uh, making them to have or making a decision of who to vote for and to change Nigeria, to change the narrative about Nigeria. However, the coming election is about us. Heaven will not fall. It's just a face. It's just a face in the path of Nigeria to greatness. Whether we like it or not, out of the four contestants, I'm talking about the four viable and strong contestants. Nigeria is going to choose one among them. But whoever the electorate Nigerian chose, I want us to understand that that particular person will need the prayer and support of everyone, whether a northerner or southwesterner or southeasterner, whoever the Nigerian chose will be our president. However, I want everybody to jettison this antagonistic discussion about, yes, we may have people, certain candidates that we support, but we are still one Nigeria. We are still, wearing our green, white, gray. So, with that being said, I want Nigeria, no matter how hot our discussion will be, it's just about Nigeria. The center point is Nigeria. And once we have that at the back of our mind, we'll be able to understand and listen to each other. Thank you very much, woman. Thank you, everybody that joined the show. And hopefully you will like and share this, Shannon, and maybe tomorrow you join again. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Adewale. So thank you, Adewale. So what I'm going to be attempting to do now is to be a bit more structured because often instances I feel that the thing just runs out of control and I cannot pull in the rails anymore. So maybe as we're going forward, I'll be doing what we just did as an experimentation, then have that 5-minute slot each so that every voice is accounted and documented for. So you're up next, Thomas, just to round off. Thomas, to you.
Oh, hello, woman. Can you
Yes,
hear
I
me?
can hear you. I can hear you. Are
Oh,
you in the
yes, yeah.
toilet? You sound like you're in the toilet. Are you in the toilet? I hope you're
No,
not
no,
in the
I'm in
toilet.
this, not the staff room. I'm in the staff room.
There's a big echo. Okay, go on. Yeah.
Yes, I'm in the staff room. Yeah. There's nothing that brought me on the program today. It's only the video that I saw. I've been listening quietly, driving to work, and everybody has been educative and informative. To my people in the Southeast, please let this killing stop. That is just my advice to the Southeasterner. The ESN, the IPOP, this killing must stop. Thank you so much, Wama. May God bless you and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So in the absence of the mighty one, we didn't even see Ajale Koko's brake lights today, never mind seeing the man himself, but a man of equal might, Saki Fada.
Yeah, thank you, one man. One man, before I forget, what is actually happening in your country, I mean UK, I hear that there are a lot of strikes.
No, it's usually traditional. I think it's the rail workers. I think the nurses are about to strike as well. But there's always an industrial action going on here. It's just, but the only time you feel the pain is usually, if curiously enough, is when the rail workers strike, because that grinds the country to a halt. It's heavily dependent on rail travel, as you know. But so there it is.
Oh, all right. Well, why are the nurses trying to go on strike? Is it like salary?
Is it not always pay? It's pay now. It's pay now. When the members of parliament increase their own pay by 7%, and they give you 3% or 2.5, and then you are thinking, who is actually holding this country together? Is it me or you? And then they take to the and then they say, when do we want it now? What do you want? Justice. When do you want it? And that's the whole of the protesting in this country is just
But it
that.
doesn't. But it doesn't to more than 3 days, right?
Yeah, the government usually caves in when key workers, when they go. You can't have the nurses on strike now, and you can't have the rail workers on strike. So they just cave in at some point. But very quickly too, they cave in.
All right. Yeah, one more. Thank you. It has been a very wonderful conversation today. I will say that I'm very comfortable coming to this very platform. It is a platform.
Let me ask you a question before you go on with your closing remarks. Do you think we should be a bit more structured, allocating all these time slots to people, or should we be free flowing in the manner that we have been free flowing, or should we try and marry just a middle? What do you think? Yeah.
Yeah, I will think like whenever you come, you should don't like focus on one person, finish all the talking points. Maybe you just try and take topic and go around like the normal way you've been doing for the last maybe for like 2 weeks now. Like you take and make sure that at least people contribute to that topic. Like initially what you normally do is you focus on one person, and the person will finish all the talking points, and you go to another person. That one will be, some people might wait.
Yeah, I always feel guilty about that. When people have been waiting for so long, and then I suddenly look that we're 4 hours in, and then I start to push people. It can be nice when you come in early. And by the way, people come into the session early thinking that, okay, I got in early, then I should be I should be attended to quicker. So so it's that balance. I have to try and strike that balance,
Yes. But the way another thing that is peculiar about the platform is that you actually allow people, you actually give free hand to people to talk like as families, unlike some other platform I used to see. Like that is it Mazi platform, the one you went to the other time.
in the media.
The media.
Yes.
The media will not let you talk if you interject.
Yeah, but it's part of the Obi media team officially.
Yes,
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
He's part, of course. Yeah, so the way you are taking it is very peculiar. People come and
do you think I handled myself well in that space?
The last time I saw you on the very day you guys were talking about.
No, I was only ever there once in the media. Mazi is a Kwosolo. I used to call him Mazi Mperempe.
Mazi is okay.
Yeah.
The very day you guys were talking about, there's something this guy was there that day, Rudolph, right?
Well, Rudolph, yes, yeah.
Yeah, you handled it very well. Moreover, Mazi is clownish, like he doesn't.
I know he likes banter. I know he
yeah.
But curiously, and apologies for saying this, I'm not being an ethnophobe, but he usually gets humor for the Southeasterner. because they don't
Yeah,
know
yeah,
but
he's
he gets the and you too, by the way, you fall in that bracket too. But often instances they take it just they don't know that you are just joshing and messing, and then
yes. No,
yeah,
Mazi,
but he gets it, yeah.
Mazi has sense of humor. He will
And
laugh.
I think Rudolph gets it too, but often
Rudolph
is
has it
yeah,
too.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
But Mazi has it very well. If you
yes.
listen to his programs, he's always, when you say something that you might think he might become emotional, he will just he will just say one thing that will make you laugh about it. You guys will just laugh. He's just there was something you said that day when he asked you, who are you supporting? And you answered Nigeria, and Nigeria is your candidate, something like that. And then at the end of the day, you try to make some permutations and permutations and permutation, and it landed on Tinubu. You understand what I mean?
Yes,
And
it was trying to lead me to Bullion Van, and I
yes,
was asking, yeah,
yes,
and I was
yes.
asking, yeah, yeah, but me, I'm
Yes.
never, I'm never caught off guard, as
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm as quick as anybody wants to be fast,
Yeah,
so
no, actually, if you go to his program, you will feel like you can actually
No,
relate with him.
I will go there again because that was a sort of conversation that I was hoping to have in Rudolph's space. But
Yeah,
I think the audience in Rudolph's space, maybe they're a bit younger, a lot wilder, and perhaps not as they've not evolved in their thinking as the audience in J&J, because
yeah.
that's a more rounded, more matured, more tongue-in-cheek, more banter, more rapier
No,
wit,
Njenje
yeah,
has
yeah.
been
That's
doing
not just so not those wild lanes that you get on a
and
road.
Njenje has been doing this for a long. Njenje has been interviewing all these big
Mm.
politicians.
Mm.
Very famous. He has interviewed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu several times. He has interviewed this guy Dele Momodu several times. His platform has been there for a very
You know this interaction that Atiku, Obi, that that one that they did that was officiated by Kadir Ahmed.
yes.
His media company was part of the people that facilitated that, because because she mentioned him that in partnership with
Yes, yes,
Injenge Media, this
yes.
NTA, and I was thinking, is it not the same Injenge Media
No,
that we are all that we are?
Njenje is a very big platform. I've known Njenje for more than 3 years now. It's very
Is
big.
it him, or is it just part of a? Is it his setup?
I think it is his setup, but it has become a very big platform. It is his setup, but they have registered it like a company that is running from, like, they have, like, how do I put it? He's like the director now, but he's his idea, So
Because I think it's part of a wider media space. That's what I think. Yeah.
he has interviewed Hassan Kukana. He's a very wide platform, He has,
I saw his interview with Peter Obi once. I'm not even sure if this predates Peter Obi's the new adventure, but he actually
no.
went to Obi's house,
Yeah,
and
I
Obi
know.
was making him coffee, and they were just
No.
yeah.
See, when he came to know Obi, when Obi was governor, Njenje came from Germany. He has lived in Germany, and I think he is also living in UK. So Njenje came back to his hometown and discovered that there was a school in his hometown that is dilapidated. So he now did a kind of social responsibility, reconstructed that school, invited one German guy, and they did it just on their personal levels. While they were doing it, P2B visited that school and discovered that somebody was doing something, a private citizen, and P2B started looking for the guy, asking around who is the guy. So he had to meet Njenje. Then Njenje now narrated to him that this is what he wanted to offer to his community. Then P2B now, like, P2B was amazed, like P2B like told him, excited about it, and then told him then that he should let him know so that they will come and like officially what these thing governors do now, they will come officially to like do a kind of celebration officially to
Commission it also.
commission that.
Yeah.
That's the word I'm looking for, to commission it. Was the very day the two of them, started being that very close, till today. So the relationship has been there since P2B was governor of Anambra State. It's not something that started today. So the guy he just have sense of humor, and but another thing, the only thing he does in that platform I observe is that if you come into the platform and you don't put on your video, he will just remove you. He will not let you participate in the platform. You must put on
So
your
if you are not, if you don't put on your video, okay, is that where Rufus got the idea from?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, but he does that. Once he does that, so
I've considered doing that as well, but I'm not sure that I want people to be able to express in whatever manner they feel most comfortable. But
but does Mazin know you also have your own platform?
He knows now. He's known me for a long time. I've interacted with him severally. We even talk offline sometimes. But
no, he's a nice guy. If you invite him here, he will always come. He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy.
I might well do. Maybe if I'm able to. What I was actually thinking is I'll bring. If I'm able to bring him and Rufus in, and then have like some sort of I don't know what we call ourselves. We're not media personalities, but online noisemakers. Yes.
Yeah, because you observe that Rudolph normally invites.
He likes to call me "one man went to the moon." I don't know why he does that. I don't know. Maybe he's dyslexic and he can't read. I don't know.
That he normally calls it. But then he's very civilized.
I know. He's a cool guy. Yes, he's a cool guy.
He's really very cool. But your platform gives people come here as family. Change numbers, and I've made quite a number of friends from this platform, honestly. So, but I don't think you can do that in Mazi.
Yes, I'm not sure if I should not be allowing that even because when people exchange numbers, I feel if it lands in a friendship, that's good, but hopefully it doesn't land in anything, because I feel a sense of responsibility, if you get my meaning.
I know.
And should I even want to carry that or just not allow it?
But all in all, people are like, anybody that comes here will be more free to air opinion, freely, So it's like a family discussion. Our platform is like more of family kind of discussion. People can exchange propaganda. And somebody like Enigmatic will just come and talk things that
they would not let Enigmatic on any other platform apart from this one. His opinions are there too. They would not let him apart from here, or they will not let his opinions are too out there. He's just
try and invite Maz one day. He will definitely come. He's very simple guy. He will definitely come.
Yes,
he will definitely come. I know that.
Why did people call him Maz? Is it to a mark of respect or something? Is that what it is?
No, he's doing all this Igbo thing. He believes like all this cultural Igbo.
Yes, it's very Igbo, isn't it?
Yeah, he likes it. He organizes the Igbo Congress very well. He attends those cultural events. So, and whenever he wants to write his name, he will just write it as okay, So
maybe I'll add Ogbeni to my. Maybe I'll do that now. Actually, Ogbeni, yes.
Okay, Obeni is like the interpretation of Mars.
Yeah, I think it's the closest thing to, you know, the English word Mister, the closest thing to
Yes.
in Yoruba
Yes,
word
yes.
is Ogbeni. You remember Raoul Faregbeshola? He used to call himself
Oh
Ogbeni.
yeah, Obeni. And there was a.
Yeah.
I was listening to that interview they granted Kenneth Okonkwo, where he mentioned. You remember the interview where he was trying to relate the Lord of Babylon to King of Babylon. You remember that interview?
No,
You know?
I think I missed it. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Then
tell us.
he was like saying that Tinubu is playing God. He shouldn't play God, something like that. You could remember that interview. Then they mentioned one guy. This guy you now mentioned, Arem Bashara. So, but the way he pronounced that Obeni, now you pronounced it differently. I was just like,
Ogene, he probably call it Ogene or something. Look at these people.
So now you pronounced it. I remember the way he pronounced it, and I was just laughing. Oh, is it this word the guy was trying to actually pronounce? Yeah, but in Igbo, Mister is Mazi.
Okay.
Mrs. I don't know whether Mrs. has Mrs. doesn't have an Igbo word. I don't think. But Mister is Mazi. So one man, it has been a very good conversation today. Thank you very much. We'll come back tomorrow. We'll continue to educate Nigerians, and we gather a lot of information here, and I will always give you some credit, very much credit, because it's not easy to anchor a program for this length. 7 hours now, so it's not easy. You are actually trying to manage, hear from everybody. It's not actually easy. So we'll come back tomorrow.
Maybe I'll let you guest host one of these days so you get a feel of it.
Yeah.
It's striking the balance is just where you just have to try and strike the balance so that everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, of course I know it's not easy. It's
Yes.
not easy to. It's not called like a program where you what you do is to moderate for these long hours. It's not easy. I would say. People that talk, interject will not actually know the strength that you are putting in it. I really, it's not. Mazi cannot even anchor a program for. Normally, most of his program is like
2
1
hours.
hour, 2 hours.
Yeah,
1 hour,
2
2
hours
hours.
max. Yes.
Yeah, he doesn't allow it to pass that 2 hours, and he's very strict when it comes to time. He will tell you have 2 minutes to air your view. He will get, like you say, what's your contribution here? 2 minutes will be enough for this. He will give you like 2 minutes to talk. Another person. So, but here it's more of it's people discussing more. I would say. So, and I will also tell our panelists, let us not abuse the privilege. And let's not abuse the privilege. And it has been a very frank conversation. I noticed again that there are no yam heads again. Yam heads
We whisper it quietly. Joel is back from Nigeria, so I think we are back to the new yam season. A new yam season is coming.
Are you calling Joel a yam head?
I don't know. He has his moments.
There is one word you normally use on this platform. You don't say it again. Whenever I hear that word, I'll be just laughing. I will say, I know this is one more. This is anywhere I hear that word, I will say this is one more.
Wait, is it peperimpe? I used to say peperimpe.
No. Pedestrian. You will just say pedestrian.
Yes.
How just say, no, just that pedestrian narrative. So I will say, no, this is one man's signature. This is one signature. Thank you very much. Let me leave you so that you
all right. Thank you, Saki Fada.
Yeah.
Thank you, Saki Fada. So that was Saki Fada, who, as I said, excellently deputized for the mighty Ajan Lekoko. So thank you, Saki Fada. Thank you, one and all. Hopefully you have clicked on the like button. At least that's the least you can do. Just click on the like button and we'll call it square. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section. But here I say a double one this time. Peace.